Chapter 6. Wedding Cards. Returning from the fountains one day after a pleasant morning spent half in the garden, half in Mr. Crawford's painting room, Cecil found the dowager in one of her worst humours. "Has anything annoyed you while I have been away, Auntie?" she asked gently. "Has anything annoyed me indeed, Auntie?" echoed Mrs. Maclaverhouse, with unusual acrimony. "I begin to think that I was only sent into the world for the purpose of being annoyed. Do you know that the mail from Marseille comes in today, Lady Cecil?" Cecil's downcast face grew first crimson and then pale. The Indian letters? The very mention of the post that brought them set her heart beating fast and passionately, and she had no right to be interested in their coming. She had no right to be glad or sorry for any tidings that the Indian mail could bring. "You have heard from Captain Gordon, I suppose, Auntie?" she said, falteringly. "Yes, I have heard from him," answered the dowager in her most snappish manner. "I hope he is well." "Oh, yes, he is well enough, or as well as a man can be, who is such a fool as to become the victim of any designing minx who chooses to set her cap at him. What do you think of that enclosure, Lady Cecil?" The dowager tossed an envelope across the table towards the spot where her niece was standing, downcast and sad. Cecil knew what the enclosure was. Yes, a little shiver went through her as she took up the envelope, for she knew only too well what it contained. A glazed envelope with a crest emblazoned in silver was within the outer covering, and inside the flap of the glazed envelope was inscribed the name of Mary Chesham. Two limp, slippery cards dropped from Cecil's hand as she read the name of her rival, the name which was hers no longer, for on the larger card appeared the more dignified title of the matron, Mrs. Hector Gordon. She put the cards back into the envelope and laid it gently on the table. "God grant they may be happy," she murmured softly. "Yes," answered the dowager, "and we are to live in Dorset Square all our lives, I suppose. Upon my word, Cecil, you are enough to provoke the patience of a saint. You might have married Hector Gordon if you had liked. Yes, child, you might. I watched the man. I've known him since he ate his first top and bottom, and I can see him eating it in my mind's eye at this very moment, so I think I ought to know his ways. He was over head and ears in love with you, and if it hadn't been for some high-flown nonsense of yours, he never would have gone back to India to marry that designing minx. He was engaged, forsooth, and if he was, I suppose he could have disengaged himself. He was in love with you, Cecil, and you know that you might have married him as well as I do. What was he whimpering about that night, I should like to know, when you sang him your doleful songs, if he wasn't in love? No man in his proper senses would moon about all day with two women, reading poetry and listening to doleful songs, unless he was in love. However, I've no doubt some nonsensical scruples of yours sent him back to Calcutta to become the prey of a minx called Chesham. Who are the Cheshams, I should like to know? It sounds a decent name enough, but I don't know any Cheshams. Give me the first volume of Burke's Landed Gentry, Cecil, and let me see if there are any respectable Cheshams." Lady Cecil went into an inner room to look for the volume her aunt required. She found herself standing before the bookshelves, looking dreamily at the backs of the books, and wondering what it was she had come to seek. For some few moments she was quite unable to collect her thoughts. Was she sorry that Hector Gordon had fulfilled his engagement? No. No. To have wished his promise broken would have been to wish him something less than he was. "Oh, I am proud to think him good and honourable and true," she murmured in a kind of rapture. "I am proud and glad to think that he has kept his promise. Ah, reader, can you not imagine that the pale girl in Mr. Millet's picture was in the depths of her soul, almost glad that her Huguenot lover refused to have the white scarf tied about his arm? His refusal would cost him his life, perhaps. But oh, how proud she must have been of him in that moment of supreme agony." Lady Cecil carried the volume of Burke to her aunt, and Mrs. Maclaverhouse set herself to discover the antecedents of Mrs. Hector Gordon, née Chesham. "There's a letter from Mrs. Lochiel on the table there," she said, without looking up from her book, "with an account of this fine wedding. You can read it if you like." The dowager was an inveterate gossip and kept up a correspondence with a dozen or two other dowagers who took a benign interest in all the births, marriages, and deaths that came to pass within their circle. Perhaps if Mrs. Maclaverhouse had not been soured by the bitter disappointment and mortification which had befallen the pleasant castle she had built in Hyde Park Gardens at her nephew's expense, she might have been a little more merciful to poor Cecil's wounded heart, but it must be remembered that she did not know how deeply the girl's heart was wounded. Cecil read Mrs. Lockall's letter. Is it necessary to say that she read every word of that gossiping epistle more than once, though the reading of it gave her exquisite pain? There are poisoned arrows for which some women bare their breast. There are tortures which some women will suffer unbidden. There never was a woman yet in Lady Cecil's position who was not eager to be told what finery her rival wore and how she looked in the wedding splendour. Mrs. Lochiel was very discursive on the subject of millinery. Dear Mary Chesham looked very sweet, she wrote. She is not pretty, but remarkably interesting, fair, with soft blue eyes and a very winning expression. I know you will be pleased with her when Captain Gordon brings her to England, and they do say that his regiment will be ordered home next year. I am sure you ought to be proud of such a nephew, for he is one of the most popular young men in Calcutta, and one meets him at all the best houses. Everyone says that Mary Chesham has made a wonderful match, and of course there are some people who insinuate that her brother manoeuvred very cleverly to bring about the marriage. But I have met Mr. Chesham, who seems a very superior young man, and not at all the sort of person to manoeuvre. The wedding was one of the gayest affairs we have had in Calcutta this season. Mary had 6 bridesmaids, some of the nicest girls in the city, and of course the military and civil service mustered in full force. The bride wore white glacé, made with a high body and short sleeves, and trimmed with bouillonnets of tulle illusion and a large tulle veil which covered her like a cloud. The dress was very simple and certainly inexpensive, but quite Parisian in style. Mary has a very lovely arm. Those pale, insipid girls, with fair hair, generally have lovely arms. And she wore a very superb pearl bracelet given her by her uncle, Colonel Cudderley, who is, I believe, expected to leave her money. So you see your nephew has not done so very badly after all, though people here say he might have made a much better match. However, I am told that he is quite devoted to Mary, and I am sure his manner when I have seen them together has been most attentive. Lady Cecil laid down the letter. Was this jealousy, this cruel pang which seemed to rend her heart asunder as she read of her rival's bliss? Oh, surely not jealousy. Had she not with her own lips bidden him to fulfill his promise? And was she grieved and wounded now to find that he had kept the spirit as well as the letter of that promise? Had she expected that he would marry the girl who loved him, and yet by his cold indifference bear witness that he loved another? Surely she could never have thought he could be base enough to do that. What did I want, she thought? What did I expect? I told him to go back to her, and yet my heart aches with a new pain when I hear that he is happy by her side. Could I wish it to be otherwise? Could I wish him anything but what he is, good and true and noble, a royal lover, a tender husband? Alone in her own room, in Dorset Square, Cecil Chudley knelt long and late that night, praying for resignation and peace of mind. But even amidst her prayers, the face of Hector Gordon, looking down upon her with melancholy tenderness, came between her and her pious aspirations. "Oh, I wish that I had never seen him," she cried passionately. "What a happy thing it would have been for me if I had never seen him." The day came when Lady Cecil had need to utter this cry with a wilder meaning. The day came when she had reason to think that she would have been a blessed creature if she had died before Hector Gordon came to Fortinbras. Chapter 7. The Great Oboyville. The dowager was of a lively disposition, and by no means inclined to spend her evenings in the dusky solitude of her drawing-room in Dorset Square, where the departed general's monster mandarin jars and oriental cabinets loomed dark and grim in the twilight. In the halls and on the staircases of Tyburnia and Belgravia, in the deliciously squeezy little drawing rooms and antechambers of the tortuous byways in Mayfair, wherever there was festivity or junketing in which a gentlewoman might share, Mrs. Claverhouse and her black silk and diamonds were to be seen. She took Cecil with her everywhere, and she informed the young lady that it was on her account that the phantom chariot and the grumpy coachman with doubtful legs and feet were called into service every evening. It was quite in vain that Cecil remonstrated, declaring that she was happier with her books and piano in the little back drawing-room in Dorset Square than at the most brilliant assemblage of the season. Was she happier at home than abroad, in this sad season, when it seemed to her as if all hope and gladness had utterly vanished out of her life? Was she happier? She employed the word in her remonstrance with her aunt, for she would fain have hidden her wounds from the sharp eyes of that unsentimental protectress. And at home she had at least the liberty of being unhappy. She could sit alone, playing his favourite music softly to herself in the dusk, while the dowager dozed at ease in the adjoining chamber. In society, she felt like a slave crowned with roses, compelled to wear the same company smile night after night, to affect an interest in the same frivolous subjects, to hold her own amongst brilliant young ladies who would have laughed her girlish sorrow to scorn could they have penetrated beneath the frozen calm of her manner. The brilliant young ladies declared that Cecil Chudleigh was proud. The Aspendell Chudleighs always have been poor and proud, it was said. There were faster spirits who called her slow and who were pleased to ridicule the black robes of the dowager and the pale face and white muslin draperies of her niece. And in the meantime Cecil went wherever the dowager chose to drag her, with an uncomplaining patience which might have won for her the crown of martyrdom if there were any crowns for the martyrs of everyday life. The slow season dragged itself out. Ah, how long and how slow it seemed to Cecil Chudleigh, while she heard so many voices declare how delicious a season it was, how especially gay and brilliant. It was over at last, and Mrs. Claverhouse conveyed her niece to Brighton, where, on the windy downs, so familiar to her girlhood, Cecil found a pensive kind of pleasure in wandering alone, with her sealskin jacket wrapped tightly across her chest, and the plumes of her little hat fluttering in the autumn blast. The weather could not be too cold or too dull for Cecil. She went to look at the little lonely house where so many years of her joyless life had been passed, and standing in the distance, she looked sadly at the familiar windows, the patch of lawn where the salt sea breezes had blighted her geraniums, where the cruel breath of the mistral had slain her pet blossoms of rose and honeysuckle. I did not know him when I lived there, she thought. What foolish creatures women must be. It seems to me now as if there could not have been a time in which I did not know him. Hector Gordon. His name would have meant nothing if I had heard it then, and now the sound of any other name at all like his sends a thrill of anguish through my heart. After the autumn at Brighton, there came the dowager's customary winter round of visits, the Christmas festivities, the refined hospitality of a modern country house from which only the coarser elements of old-fashioned joviality have been eliminated. It was all very cheery and pleasant, and to anyone but a young lady with a broken heart could scarcely have failed to prove delightful. Other people besides Lady Cecil had their troubles and contrived to forget them. Gay young bachelors blotted from their memory the amounts of their tailors' bills and the threatening phraseology of lawyers' letters, which had followed them even to that hospitable shelter. Matchmaking matrons forgot the ages of their daughters and the failures of the past season, the tendency of dear Maria's nose to get a little red after dinner, and the alarming sharpness of poor Sophie's shoulders. Paterfamilias forgot the delinquencies of his favourite son. It almost always is the favourite son who turns out so badly. And the young Cantab, who had lately been plucked, lulled himself into a sweet unconsciousness of his featherless condition. Grim care found the door of Anawald Manor House shut in his face, and was fain to obtain an entrance to the hospitable mansion by sneaking down the chimney of Cecil's chamber to haunt the girl with the memory of Hector Gordon's face as she lay awake in the dead of the night. She could not forget him, yet. When the first snowdrops peeped pale and pure from their sheltering leaves, the dowager went back to Dorset Square, and all the old dreary round of housekeeping detail began again for Cecil Chudley. The spoons and the china, the butcher's uncertainty as to weight, and the poulterer's extortionate prices seemed more than usually wearisome to Cecil this year. Her burden had been easy to bear before the coming of Hector Gordon, before that one bright interval in her life, by contrast with which the rest of her existence was so dull and joyless. He had loved her and left her. It was her own decision which had separated them forever. But sometimes, in some weak moment of depression, some foolish, dreamy interval of reverie, there arose before her the vision of what might have been if the man who loved her had refused to accept her decision, if love had been stronger than reason, if, in spite of herself, he had beaten down the barrier that divided them and had stayed in England to make her his wife. "How do I know that this girl loves him as well as I do?" she thought bitterly. "My aunt may be right, perhaps, in her worldly wisdom, and this Miss Chesham may have only cared for him because he was a good match. Girls are sent out to India on purpose to get married, and how can it be expected they should be otherwise than mercenary?" But in the next moment Lady Cecil reproached herself for having thought so basely of her happy rival. The heart of Lord Aspindel's daughter was brave and generous, womanly and true, but there are moments of weakness and uncertainty which overtake the noblest of the vanquished in the battle of life. In these weak moments, Cecil tried in vain to shut from her mind the picture of what her life might have been if Hector Gordon had been free to marry her. She had loved him for himself alone, and would have loved him as truly if he had been penniless. But in her thought of him, she could not forget the fact of his wealth. That gold, which is so sordid a thing in itself, is also the keystone to many things that are not sordid, and the only man who needs be ashamed of his affection for the yellow dross is he who loves it with a morbid and diseased passion for the stuff itself, and not the noble uses that may be made of it. Cecil remembered the Scotchman's wealth and all the power that goes along with wealth, and there rose before her the vision of a spot in which her childhood had been spent, and which she loved with a passionate affection, a place she never hoped to see again except in her dreams, and the image of it haunted her in them when she was most sorrowful, most weary of the joyless gaieties of her London life. The place was a long, rambling white house built under the shelter of woody hills and surrounded by the loveliest gardens in North Devon. It lay hidden in the very heart of a wood and was called Chudley Combe. You heard the distant roar of the waves breaking on a rocky shore, and only by that sound knew how near all that luxuriant pastoral beauty was to the mighty grandeur of the sea. Within a mile of Chudley Combe there was a tiny fishing village, a steep, hilly street almost inaccessible to any but its wild denizens, a bay of bright yellow sand, and a ruined fortress on a rock. The place had been invaded lately by exploring tourists, some of whom found their way to Chudley, where there were a few valueless old pictures of the most severely dingy school, a handsome collection of oriental china, and a good deal of quaint old furniture. Brass-inlaid chests of drawers, wherein Evelina and Cecilia might have kept their finery, Indian secretaires at which Clarissa Harlowe might have written her famous letters, high-backed chairs on which Sir Charles Grandison might have sat, gentlemanlike and unbending. The exploring tourists of these latter days were told that the Chudley Combe estate had been bought by the grandfather of the late Lord Aspendell and paid for with his wife's fortune, and that the mansion had been built by the same earl and paid for with the same money. The estate had never been entailed, and had been sold by the last earl, Cecil's father, to a wealthy citizen, who, after occupying the lonely mansion through a rainy summer, repented himself bitterly of his bargain and tried to sell the estate. But an estate buried in Devonian woods and 20 miles from a railroad is not everyone's money. And while Chudley Combe was yet in the market, the merchant died, leaving a will so badly worded as to occasion a chancery suit. This suit had been pending for more than a year, and the house was left in charge of a superannuated cook, and the grounds in custody of a couple of gardeners. It was this place whose image haunted Cecil in her dreams, the scene in which her childhood had been passed, and the spot which was associated with the happiest period of her life. She thought how easy a thing it would have been for Hector Gordon to buy Chudley Combe and to take her back to the familiar gardens, the dear old-fashioned rooms. How easy if there had been no such person as Mary Chesham. The old life in Dorset Square brought with it all the old responsibilities. The dowager's health had been very uncertain all through the winter, and the dowager's temper was something worse than uncertain. She had founded high hopes on the chance of a marriage between her nephew and niece, a marriage which should bring Hector Gordon and Hector Gordon's wealth comfortably under her dominion. And now that all those fond expectations had been disappointed, she was inclined to resent her disappointment as a wrong inflicted upon her by Cecil. In such peevish lamentations did Mrs. Maclaverhouse bewail her poverty at this period, that Cecil began to feel herself a burden on her aunt's slender income, and to taste all the bitterness that poisons the bread of dependence. She did not know the world well enough to know that there are people to whom it is delightful to grumble, mental voluptuaries, who would be unhappy if they could find no crumpled rose-leaf for the justification of their discontent. Cecil fancied that her protectress had substantial cause for her lamentations, and she began to be ashamed of her useless life and the trifling expenses which her presence inflicted upon her kinswoman. "I am as well educated as most of the governesses I have met with, auntie," she said once. "Why shouldn't I go out as a governess and earn my living?" "What?" screamed the dowager. "Lord Aspindel's daughter would be a nice sort of person to teach a regiment of tiresome brats for £20 a year. Upon my word, Cecil, I haven't common patience with you when I hear you talk such nonsense." "But I needn't tell people who I am, auntie, if there's any reason why a nobleman's daughter shouldn't earn her living. I could call myself Miss Chudley, or Miss anything, and I might earn more than £20 a year." "Nonsense, child. Don't let me hear any more of such absurdity. What's to become of my silver, I should like to know, if you leave me? I consider it very unkind and heartless of you to talk of deserting me." "But I wouldn't leave you for the world, auntie, if I really am any use or any comfort to you," answered Cecil tenderly. "Only, sometimes I can't help thinking that I am a burden to you." "Wait till I tell you that you are a burden, Lady Cecil," replied the dowager severely. "I have been disappointed about you and Hector, and I don't deny that I have felt the disappointment very deeply, but, well, that's over, and I suppose I am to end my days in Dorset Square. It might have been all very different if the General had been tolerably prudent. However, all I have to say is that if I were as poor as Job, no niece of mine should degrade herself by going out as a governess." Lady Cecil bowed her head to this decision, but she remembered, with a sigh, how many governesses she had seen in the households of her friends, who were infinitely less dependent than she was, and whose lives were infinitely happier than hers. The sordid cares of Dorset Square were heavier than usual this year, for her aunt's feeble health threw the weight of financial and housekeeping arrangements entirely upon Cecil, and to this were added the constant anxiety of the sick-room, the long summer days spent in the stifling atmosphere of a sunny drawing-room, whose windows were rarely opened from dawn to sunset. The tension of the mind kept always on the stretch to amuse or soothe a peevish invalid, and Lady Cecil bore all her trials with meek, uncomplaining patience. She was very patient, and in the unbroken round of her daily duties she found very little time to think of her one great sorrow, so little time that the shadow of the past grew dim and dimmer, until she was able to remember Hector Gordon with perfect resignation to the fate that had separated her from him, and to hear his name spoken suddenly without a painful consciousness of the hot blood rushing to her cheeks. The season was drawing to a close, and the early glories of the Ladies' Mile had faded, when the dowager was well enough to array herself in black silk and diamonds, and to go to parties once more. She was nothing if not a woman of the world, and the chief consolation of her sick chamber had been the friendly visits of other dowagers and gossiping maiden ladies, who brought her the freshest scandals of the West End. To her, the dullness of the Dorset Square drawing-room had been far more painful than to Cecil, and within a week from the day on which her medical man pronounced her well enough to take an airing in the phantom chariot, She buckled on her armour of state and accompanied Cecil to a ball at the house of the fashionable physician who had attended her occasionally during her illness. It was at this assembly that Cecil Chudley met the person who was destined to exercise a very powerful influence over her fate. Once in every season, Dr. Molyneux's sombre old house in Harley Street burst into a sudden blaze of splendour and brightness. Once in every season, the marble busts of divers pagan notabilities, more or less connected with the science of medicine, trembled on their scagliola pedestals as the light feet of fashionable beauty and the varnished boots of gilded youth trod the physician's stately chambers. The popular medical man gave many parties, snug dinners, at which the amber wines of the fair Rhineland and the violet-scented vintages of Burgundy were consumed by connoisseurs who could fix the date of a vintage as easily as an archaeologist decides the period of a frieze or a column. But these pleasant dinner parties were given chiefly to learned old fogies of the doctor's own profession, and were given for the doctor's own pleasure. It was only once in a year that he flung open his house for the benefit of polite society in general, and his own patients in particular. Gunter had carte blanche on these occasions, and sent in a bill some 6 months afterwards, which was by no means a carte blanche. Groves of exotics and wagon-loads of evergreens came to Harley Street from unknown regions beyond the Edgware Road, and the doctor's patients, calling upon him on the morning before the festival, found the sombre hall a forest of moderator lamps and candelabra, and the dining-room in which they were wont to wait the great physician's summons completely abandoned to the possession of the confectioner's minions. Everyone who was worth meeting was to be met at Dr. Molyneux's parties. Fashionable countesses and pretty daughters of nameless citizens from far northern regions of commercial splendour beyond Islington and Hackney, cabinet ministers and briefless barristers, a popular actor who had been taken up by the aristocracy, literary men and African explorers, the very latest celebrity in the musical world, and the last promoter of the last company for the cultivation of the art of lace-making by spiders or the construction of a canal across the Isthmus of Panama. All these and many more were to be met in the Harley Street drawing-rooms or on the Harley Street staircase, for it was only the more adventurous spirits who penetrated the drawing-room or heard anything but the highest notes of the last Scandinavian tenor. There were people who preferred the desultory snatches of conversation and rapid circulation of new arrivals on Dr. Molyneux's staircase to the splendid crush of his rooms. In the crowded drawing-rooms, beauty waxed pale in the glare of lamps and tapers, but on the staircase, wandering breezes from open windows and doors fluttered the gauzy draperies of youth and the stately plumage of age. And there was a dash of bohemianism in the gaiety which is apt to be pleasing to modern revellers. For a thoroughgoing cross-country flirtation there was no place like Dr. Molyneux's broad landing. There were deep window seats that must surely have been devised by some designing architect with a special view to the annihilation of masculine peace and the triumph of feminine loveliness. There were stands of exotics whose friendly shade protected Edwin the briefless and Angelina the beautiful from the awful eye of Angelina's mamma. There were statuettes of marble and Parian in pretended contemplation, of which Celadon and Amelia could bask in the light of each other's eyes, while Amelia's papa was powerless to tear her from the companionship of her penniless adorer. There were voluminous curtains falling artistically from the carved cornices of massive doorways, beneath whose shelter irrevocable engagements were made, only to be broken by death or the distracting complications of an ensuing season. Arriving late at Dr. Molyneux's assembly, the energetic dowager was fain to content herself with a resting place in one of the broad window seats, where she installed herself very comfortably, but much to the discomfiture of a young lady in pink tulle, spotted and festooned with innocent white daisies. The damsel in pink had been working the destruction, in a clubbable point of view, of an aristocratic guardsman of 6 feet 2.5, but the advent of the Scottish widow scared her covey, and the irrevocable word remained unspoken. The dowager, who read almost everything that was to be read, had fallen on a new view of some important feature in the science of physiology, and insisted upon discussing her theories with a distinguished surgeon. while Cecil, very weary and indifferent, found her way to a seat on the broad flight of stairs leading to an upper floor, and sat there above an animated group of pretty girls who were eating ices and talking through the banisters to the gilded youth upon the lower stairs. Sitting here, enthroned above the rest, as on a dais, and fanning herself listlessly, Lady Cecil was seen by the man who was to make himself the master of her destiny. Scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed since the arrival of Mrs. Maclaverhouse and her niece, when the gilded youth upon the staircase were fluttered by the advent of a sturdy stranger whose broad shoulders made a passage through the elegant crowd, very much as a blundering collier might cut her way athwart a fleet of prize-wherries, while a massive forehead and a bush of straight brown hair arose above all those beautiful partings and ambrosial locks of exactly the same pattern. The gilded youth, turning indignantly upon the pushing stranger with the stalwart shoulders and resolute elbows, beheld a man who was known to most people by sight and to all England by the record of his doings and sayings in the newspapers. The pushing stranger was no other than Mr. Oboyville, Queen's Counsel, one of the most popular men at the English bar, and the man whose reckless audacity and ready cleverness had won more causes than were ever gained by the eloquence of a Berryer or the splendid declamation of an Erskine. The loungers on the staircase were almost reconciled to being pushed when they discovered how popular a man had elbowed them, and several claimed acquaintance with the great Oboyville. "Read your speech in that breach of promise case," said one. "Never read anything so jolly. I should like to have seen you and Valentine pitching into each other in the common pleas yesterday." "It isn't every man who can shut up Valentine," said another. Mr. Oboyville bestowed a friendly nod upon his admirers. He had all that easy consciousness of his own abilities and good-natured wish not to be proud, which seems a distinguishing characteristic of the Hibernian mind. He pushed his way upward, nodding right and left, but his mind was at that moment full of a great case of vendors and purchasers, speedily to be decided in one of the courts of equity, in which some Irish slate quarries were distractingly involved with the operations of a gigantic builder, and in which innumerable folios of affidavits had been filed on both sides. The great barrister was by no means a party-going man, and the gilded youth made merry upon the antediluvian cut of his dress coat, the yellow tinge of his cambric cravat, and the high shirt collars which fenced his massive jaws as he passed out of their ken. He came to Dr. Molyneux's ball only because the doctor was his personal friend and had carried him through a very sharp attack of brain fever induced by overwork, but he would fain have taken his red bag with him and, ensconced in some obscure corner, have refreshed himself with a dip into the great slate case. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with massively cut features, a mouth and chin that were almost classic in their modelling, strongly marked eyebrows, and large, bright blue eyes, the eyes that are better adapted to threaten and command than to melt with tenderness or darken with melancholy. Nobody had ever called him handsome. Nobody had ever called him plain. In his face and figure alike there was a daring that was almost insolence, a manliness that approached nobility. He was the man of men to wear a barrister's wig and gown, to wind himself into the innermost souls of irresolute jurymen, and to freeze the heart's blood of timid witnesses. When something less than 40, Lawrence Oboyville had found himself the most successful man of his age, far higher on the ladder of fortune than many men who were 20 years his senior, and who had worked well too in their time. But to the Irish lawyer had been given an indomitable energy, which is so good a substitute for the sacred fire of genius that it is very apt to be mistaken for that supernal flame. Nature had bestowed upon him, and education had sharpened, a rapidity of perception that was almost like inspiration, and the more desperate the case he had undertaken, the more brilliant was his handling of its difficulties, the more daring his defiance of his opponent. He had the true warrior spirit, and rose with the desperation of anticipated defeat. His greatest triumphs had been achieved by movements as wildly hazardous as the charge of the 600 at Balaclava. He was a Charles XII, a Frederick the Great, a Napoleon of the bar, and he enjoyed a good fight as only the born warrior can enjoy it. For 17 years he had known no interest and found no pleasure outside his profession. Patiently and uncomplainingly, he had passed through his probationary years of poverty and disappointment. He had seen his contemporaries, young men who had started with as much ambition as himself, grow weary of the long waiting and turn aside to begin anew in other and easier paths the pursuit of fortune. But he held on, and from the first insignificant chance that had been flung in his way to the full triumphs of his present position, he never swerved by one hair's breadth from the line he had drawn for himself or neglected the smallest opportunity. He found himself rapidly growing rich, for he had neither time nor inclination for the spending of money. He exacted his price in that tacit manner peculiar to his profession, but he set little value on the produce of his labor when the golden stream flowed in upon him. He neither drank nor smoked. He rarely played at any game of hazard, and though, while watching the Derby canter with ignorant eyes, his rapid perception showed him the one horse out of 20 whose build stamped him a winner, he had only been induced to visit a racecourse some half-dozen times in the 20 years of his London life. In all those 20 years, Lawrence Oboyville had been a voluntary exile from feminine society. The successful barrister has no time for flower shows or fancy fairs, morning concerts or archaeological society meetings, picnics, kettle drums, or thés dansants. For him, the days are too short for social intercourse, the nights too brief for rest. And Mr. Oboyville loved his profession and had given all his mind to the labour of his love. The years went by him with all their changes of fashion and left him unchanged. His brief holidays were scarcely times of rest, for he carried his work with him wherever he went. Thus it was that at nearly 40 years of age, the mighty Lawrence was still a bachelor. He had seen pretty women and had admired them, with an artistic pleasure in a pretty face, but they had passed him by like the shadows of fair women in the poet's vision. He had no time for more than transient admiration, or let it rather be said that as yet the one face which was to awake his soul from its dull slumber had not dawned upon him. Mr. Oboyville was rich, and was known to be rich, and on those rare occasions when he did appear in society, he found himself received with extreme courtesy by some members of the gentler sex. There were mothers with unmarried daughters of 35 who would have been quite willing to cultivate Mr. Oboyville's acquaintance, but the Irish luminary appeared only to vanish, and the fair damsels of 35 who were so inclined to be interested in his triumphs and so ready to talk of his last great success had little opportunity of impressing him with their intellectual graces or charming him by their amiability. For 20 years from the day in which he had come from the banks of the Shannon to drop friendless into the wilderness of London, with only one letter of introduction and one £5 note in his pocket, until today, when his name was a synonym for daring and success, he had gone scatheless. Cupid's fatal shadow rarely darkens the sombre thresholds of the temple, nor does the god care to penetrate those courts of law where his name has so often been taken in vain by mercenary damsels seeking golden ointments for the wounds inflicted by his arrows. Pretty witnesses had stepped into the box believing their charms invincible and had retired weeping after a verbal contest with the great Oboyville, as some tender fawn may fly, mauled and torn by the mighty boar of the forest. Grecian noses and timid blue eyes, blooming cheeks rendered more blooming by the coquettish adjustment of a spotted veil, might exercise a charm of potent power in other regions, but they availed nothing when Lawrence Oboyville rose to cross-examine the witnesses of his opponent. "Put up your veil, ma'am, and let us see your face, if you please," he said at starting. And then came the torture, the searching tone of voice that seemed to imply an occult knowledge, the seesawing of trivial facts, which seemed to transform the moral standpoint of the witness into a shifting quicksand of uncertainty, the frivolous questions beside the subject that seemed so foolish and unmeaning, till all in a moment they wove themselves into a fatal web in which the witness was inextricably entangled. In such ordeals, beauty appealed vainly to the merciless advocate, and having derived his chief knowledge of the fair sex from witnesses in nisi prius, breach of promise, and divorce cases, it may be that Mr. Oboyville's estimate of womankind was scarcely an elevated one. Of all living creatures, perhaps Lawrence Oboyville would have seemed to a superficial observer the last to fall a victim to a sudden and unreasoning passion. When a man attains the age of 40, without one pulse of his heart being quickened by any tender emotion, it is to be expected that he will jog quietly on to 50, and that if then he dislikes the prospect of a lonely old age, uncheered except by the attentions of a housekeeper, who, if she does not poison him with subtle doses of tartar emetic, will most likely forge a codicil to his will and possess herself of his goods and chattels when he is dead, he will look out for some wealthy widow of his own age and settle quietly down to the enjoyment of ponderous dinners and expensive wines. And yet, on reflection, it seems very probable that the busy man, the plodding labourer in the arid fields of life, is the most likely subject for that sudden love which springs into life vigorous and perfect as Minerva when she burst armed and helmeted from the brain of Jove. The man most apt to fall in love with unknown beauty in an omnibus is the man who has least time for the cultivation of accredited beauty society in the drawing-rooms of his friends. Sooner or later the god claims his prey, and the unbeliever who has gone scatheless for 20 years has good reason to dread the chances of the 1/20th. Mr. Oboyville pushed his way up Dr. Molyneux's staircase at 11:30, a free man, but he descended the same staircase at 1:15 as fettered a slave as Samson when they bore him from the false embraces of Delilah, and yet no artful enchantress spread her nets for his entanglement, no mercenary Circe wove her spell for his destruction. The crowd upon the landing-place grew closer as the night waxed older, and in the confusion occasioned by one set of people always struggling to get away, and another set of people always struggling to get into the drawing-rooms, to say nothing of chivalrous young men, forever striving to carry ices or other airy refreshments to distressed damsels, the loungers who did not care about dancing had enough to do to keep their ground. It was this perpetual motion that drove the mighty Oboyville on to the very flight of stairs where Cecil sat pensive and silent, while the buzz of voices around her grew every moment louder. Having nothing better to do, the barrister lounged with his back against the wall and looked down at the fair, aristocratic face of his neighbour, while he meditated upon the great slate case. But being a student of character, he fell to musing on the lady sitting below him, sitting almost at his feet, as it were, with only the width of the stair-carpet between them. I shouldn't like to drive her too hard, he thought, if I had her as a witness on the other side. She's the sort of woman who could keep her self-possession and make a man look foolish. I saw Valentine tackle such a woman once, and he got considerably the worst of it. And then, after ruminating for some minutes upon an intricate point in the slate case, he took courage and addressed Lady Cecil. His Hibernian daring rarely abandoned him, even in that feminine society to which he was so unaccustomed, and yet there was a kind of restraint upon him tonight, and a strange schoolboy feeling took possession of him as he spoke to Cecil. "Do you like this sort of thing?" he asked. "Molyneux saved my life 3 years ago, or I shouldn't be here, but he can't have saved the lives of all these people. And yet, if he hasn't, I don't understand why they come here." "Dr. Molyneux is very popular," answered Cecil, smiling a little at the barrister's manner. "I think he almost saved my aunt's life in the spring, and if everybody here has as much reason as I have to be grateful to him, they may very well endure a little crushing. Besides, one is crushed quite as much at other houses, where the parties are not so pleasant." Mr. Oboyville shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I suppose there are sane people who consider this sort of thing agreeable," said he. "It is one of the enigmas of social life. I am a working man, and the mysteries of fashion are a sealed book to me. But of course, if it is the fashion to be hustled upon a staircase, people will submit to be hustled on a staircase, just as the Chinese women pinch their feet and savages flatten their skulls and elongate their ears. So Molyneux attended your aunt, did he? Is she with you tonight?" "Oh, yes, she is here." Cecil glanced unconsciously towards the embrasure between the curtains where the dowager was seated as she said this, and Mr. Oboyville, accustomed to watch the glances of witnesses and jurymen, was quick to interpret her look. "The lady in black is your aunt," he said. "What's her name?" "McClaver House. answered Cecil, looking with some wonder at this uncivilized stranger who questioned her so coolly. I suppose he is an American, she thought, and yet he doesn't talk like one. And you are Miss Claverhouse, of course, said the presumptuous Oboyville. He was determined to know who this young lady was, this aristocratic beauty with the fair classic face and listless manner. Another man would have left Cecil unmolested and would have stolen away to extract the information he wanted from the master of the house. But the unsophisticated Oboyville had no idea of any such diplomacy. He had been asking questions all his life, and he questioned Cecil almost as he would have questioned one of his own witnesses, with a friendly unceremoniousness. "My name is Chudley," said the young lady, very coldly. "Why, that's the name of the Aspendell family, and you belong to that family, I suppose, Miss Chudley." "Yes, the late Lord Aspendell was my father." "Indeed? Ah, I met the Earl once, 10 years ago, and that unfortunate young man who ran through so much money and was killed in the Alps." "He was my brother," murmured Cecil, rising as if she would have made her escape from this uncivilized monster. "I beg your pardon 1,000 times. Yes, to be sure, I ought to have remembered that. Your brother, of course, and I suppose he really did contrive to make away with every acre of the Aspendell property, eh?" Lady Cecil looked indignantly at her questioner, and the stairs immediately below her being a little clearer just now, she moved downwards and made her way towards her aunt. The barrister looked after her with a bewildered aspect. I suppose she didn't like my talking to her about her brother, he thought. He was a thorough young scamp, if ever there was one, and the present Lord Aspendell must be as poor as Job, and this girl's his niece, I suppose, or his cousin. Poor and proud, that's a pity, and she's a nice girl too. He looked after her. She was entering the dancing-room on the arm of an irreproachable cavalier. Mr. Oboyville watched her till she disappeared, and then tried to take up the thread of his meditations upon the slate case at the exact point at which he had dropped it. But for once in his life he found his thoughts wandering away from the contemplation of his professional duties. The image of the patrician face on which he had so lately been looking haunted him as no such image had ever haunted him before. I am sorry I offended her, he thought, for she really seems a nice girl. The doctor came out upon the landing in animated conversation with one of his guests at this very moment, and perceiving Mrs. Claverhouse in the shadow of the window curtains, stopped to give her cordial greeting. I have seen Lady Cecil, and she told me where to look for you, said the physician. Won't you come into the rooms? We're a little crowded, but I'll find you a comfortable seat, and Herr Kerskraten, the German bass, is going to sing his great drinking song. But before Dr. Molyneux could steer the dowager through the crowd about the doorway, Mr. Oboyville had pushed his way to the elbow of his physician, whom he saluted in that sonorous voice which was one of the most useful gifts a liberal nature had bestowed upon him. After a briefly cordial greeting, the Irishman bent his head to whisper in the ear of his friend, "Introduce me to the old lady." Dr. Molyneux looked at him in some astonishment as he complied. "I know you are a hunter of lions, Mrs. Claverhouse," he said, "so I don't think it would be fair if I didn't introduce you to a gentleman whose name must be tolerably familiar to you in the law reports that enliven your morning papers. Mr. Oboyville, Mrs. Claverhouse." The barrister, who had found so little to say to Lady Cecil, recovered the natural flow of his eloquence in the society of the dowager, and made himself eminently agreeable to that lady. He took her quite off the hands of her host, and contrived to find her a corner on a sofa near the piano, where some ladies of the wallflower species were primly seated. He talked with more animation than was pleasant to the German bass during that gentleman's great song, but Mrs. Claverhouse was one of those people who make a point of chattering throughout the progress of a musical performance, and praising it loudly when it is concluded. She was delighted with the Irish barrister, and from her he obtained all the information he wanted about Lady Cecil Chudley. Perhaps the wily dowager perceived that this uncivilized Hercules of the law courts was smitten by her niece's tranquil beauty, and knew that he was rich, and speculated upon the possibility of his being able to support that corner house in Hyde Park Gardens, for whose lofty chambers her spirit languished. However it might be, she was monstrously civil to the great Oboyville, and before her niece came to seek her, she had invited him to dine in Dorset Square at an early date, to meet a distinguished luminary of the Sudder Duany. Cecil did not condescend to honour the Irishman by one glance as she talked to her aunt. "Shall we go now, auntie? The rooms are very warm, and I am sure you must be tired." "I suppose that means that you are tired," answered Mrs. Maclaverhouse. "However, I'm quite ready to take my departure." "Shall I go and look for your carriage?" asked Mr. Oboyville. "No, thanks," Cecil replied, very coldly. "Captain Norris has been kind enough to go in search of it. He will not fetch us till it is really at the door, auntie." "I hope not," said Mrs. Maclaverhouse. "But I sometimes fancy Dr. Molyneux sows the seeds of his winter bronchitis cases while his visitors are waiting for their carriages in that windy vestibule of his. Perhaps you will be good enough to get me through the middle passage, Mr. Oboyville, while Captain Norris looks after my niece." Captain Norris, the irreproachable gentleman, who had walked the solemn measures of a quadrille with Cecil, arrived at this moment, flushed but triumphant. "The carriage is there, Mrs. Maclaverhouse. May I offer you my arm?" But the dowager slipped her hand over Mr. Oboyville's sleeve, and the captain took possession of Cecil. There were a good many pauses on the way, pleasant salutations and friendly greetings, but in due time the ladies were safely installed in their chariot, and looking out into the summer night, Cecil was obliged to bow to Mr. Oboyville, who stood bareheaded upon the pavement. "What a horrible man, auntie!" she exclaimed, with something like a shudder. "And how could you be so friendly with him?" And Mr. Oboyville, on his way to a big house in Bloomsbury, where he ate his hurried meals and took his brief night's rest, and which was popularly supposed to be his home, abandoned himself to musings of quite a different fashion. "If ever I were to marry," he thought, "and heaven knows it's a remote contingency, I would marry such a woman as Lady Cecil Chudleigh." Many men have pronounced such resolutions as this, and have lived to ally themselves to the most vulgar opposite of their chosen ideal. But then Lawrence Oboyville was a man with whom will was power. Chapter 8. The Dowager's Little Dinner. Lady Cecil was both surprised and annoyed when the Dowager announced Mr. Oboyville as one of the guests at her next little dinner. "How could you ask that dreadful man, auntie?" she said. "Because the dreadful man is a very distinguished person, in the law, and as Mr. Harleigh, the Indian judge, dines with us next Wednesday, I thought I could not do better than ask this Irish barrister. I know those lawyer people like to meet one another, though goodness knows, with salmon at £0.50 a pound and ducklings at 8 shillings a pair, I ought not to involve myself in the expense of dinner parties." Cecil shrugged her shoulders ever so slightly as she seated herself at her piano after this little discussion. It mattered so little to her who came to her aunt's dinner parties. Imagine the indifference of Lucy Ashton as to the guests who partook of the Lord Keeper's ponderous banquets during that dreary interval in which Ravenswood was away. But poor Cecil obeyed her aunt's orders and did battle with the poulterer for a reduction in the price of his ducklings, and went through all manner of intricate calculations as to the difference between the expense of lobster cutlets and fricandeau, or oyster patties and chicken rissoles. "I think Spixon makes his lobster cutlets smaller than ever this year," said Mrs. Maclaverhouse, as she looked over the confectioner's list of made dishes. "And as to his fricandeaux, I am always on tenterhooks for fear they shouldn't go decently round the table, and I can't get that man Peters to calculate his spoonfuls. And if he's weak enough to let people help themselves, there's sure to be unfairness about the truffles, though what anyone can admire in truffles is one of the mysteries I have never been able to fathom. As to dessert, Cecil, I shall take the carriage into the city tomorrow morning and get what I want, for I've no notion of paying 8 pence apiece in Covent Garden for peaches that I can get in Thames Street for 3 pence. On the appointed evening, Cecil was the first to enter the drawing-room, for the Dowager had taken a siesta after luncheon and was late at her toilette. Dressed in some transparent fabric of pale blue, with a fluttering knot of ribbon here and there, and a turquoise cross upon her neck, Lady Cecil looked very elegant, very pretty, with that delicate loveliness which so rarely kindled into brilliancy, with that patrician calm which so seldom warmed into animation. She looked at the clock on the chimney-piece as she took a book from a cabinet where a few of her aunt's choicest volumes were ranged on alternate shelves with china teacups and quaint old oriental monsters. Only 7, and the people are asked for past, which always means 8, she thought, as she sank listlessly into a low chair near the open window. She opened her book and tried to read. It was a volume of Shelley, and the dreamy mysticism of the verse soothed her with its magic harmony. The shadows of her life had been fading gradually away from her within the last few months, but no sunshine had succeeded the darkness. She was too gentle and womanly to be cynical, but an indifference to everything on earth, an indifference almost as profound as the dreary ennui of Hamlet, had come down upon her. And yet she went to parties and danced quadrilles, and even waltzed on occasions. To dance and to make merry while the ruthless serpent gnaws at the heart is no new pastime. There is something pathetic in the simplicity with which Lucy Aikin tells us how the great Elizabeth went to a festival while her favourite, her Benjamin of favourites, the brilliant Essex, languished under the burden of her dread displeasure, while the imperious spirit of the ruler was at war with the woman's doting heart, and the most terrible struggle of her life was going forward. There was dancing at my Lord Cobham's that night, and a masque performed by women, and one of these ladies wooed the Queen to dance. "Who are you?" asked the sovereign. "My name is Affection," returned the masquer. "Affection," said the Queen, "is false." "And yet she danced," remarks the historian with unconscious pathos. It was only 10 minutes after 7, and Cecil was quite absorbed in the pages of Alastor, when the door was flung open with the stately swing peculiar to the accomplished dairyman who did duty as butler on the dowager's reception days, and the accomplished dairyman announced with perfect distinctness, "Mr. Oboyville." Accomplished as the dairyman was, he might have made a mess of any other name, but the great barrister's appellation was familiar in his ear as household words, and he had many household words with his better half when the propensity for strong drinks, contracted in the riotous days of his butlerhood, beguiled him from the domestic shelter. He knew Mr. Oboyville, and had sat on juries in the courts where that gentleman was mighty, and had been cajoled by the Irishman's insidious eloquence and slapdash mode of argument. He had laughed over Mr. Oboyville's speeches and cross-examinations recorded in the newspapers, and he ushered the barrister into the little drawing-room in Dorset Square with all the respect due to so brilliant a luminary. Cecil was very much annoyed by the Irishman's early arrival, but he was her aunt's guest, and she was bound to receive him courteously. She laid aside her book and made the barrister a curtsy, and the brilliant Oboyville, the man with whom cool impudence often rose to the level of genius, that luminary before whom the lesser lights of the bar waxed faint and pale, how did his familiarity with feminine psychology, as exhibited in the witness box, serve him in the dowager's drawing-room? Alas for Hibernian wit and Hibernian audacity! For Mr. Oboyville could think of no more interesting subject of remark at this moment than the fact that the day had been warm, and a warm day in the last week of June is not exactly a notable phenomenon. Lady Cecil agreed to the barrister's statement with regard to the weather, and then went on to say that town was not so full as it had been, and this is again not exactly a phenomenon in the last week of June. "I don't know about that, Lady Cecil," replied Mr. Oboyville. "If you'd been in the Court of Common Pleas this morning, you'd not have thought London empty." And then there was a pause, for the barrister, being more accustomed to browbeat and terrify the fair sex than to make small talk for their amusement, found himself brought to a standstill, and Cecil did not like her aunt's guest well enough to make any desperate conversational plunge. He sat looking at her in silence, not with the bold stare of admiration with which he was wont to take a feminine witness off her guard before entrapping her into prevarication or perjury, but with a more earnest gaze than he had ever fixed on any woman's face before. "She reminds me of my mother," he thought, and yet it's only a pale shadow I can remember when I think of my mother. I was such a child when she died." Lady Cecil glanced at her aunt's new acquaintance as he sat opposite to her. He was quite different from anyone she ever had seen before, and to her eyes, so accustomed to look upon the graceful perfection, the harmonious elegance of high-bred youth, there was something almost uncivilized in his aspect. He wore the high shirt collars in which she had seen him at the doctor's ball, the tight-fitting dress coat of a departed age, a rusty black cravat, and boots of dubious symmetry. His brown hair was thick and long, but the massive head had something leonine in its character. The aquiline nose and large, bright blue eyes had that stamp of power which is so near akin to beauty. That brief contemplation of Lawrence Oboyville awakened Cecil Chudley to the consciousness that the dreadful man, to whom she so much objected, was not quite the kind of person to be despised. "I dare say he is clever, in his own way," she thought, "but what could have induced my aunt to ask him to dinner?" She was spared the trouble of finding some new subject wherewith to bridge the gulf of silence yawning so blankly between her and the barrister, for the all-accomplished cowkeeper announced Mr. and Miss Crawford, and wherever Flo went she put to flight the dull horror of silence. The Crawfords had been invited to please Lady Cecil. "And because Mr. Crawford is a nice sort of person to have, you know, my dear," the dowager said to one of her confidants, "for there is such a rage about these painter people just now, and I assure you his place at Kensington is a perfect palace, with marble pillars in the hall and old stained-glass windows and carved oak panels that he has picked up at Antwerp, and I hear the prices he gets for his pictures are something fabulous, but he's the dearest unaffected creature you ever met, and if you like to come on Wednesday night between 9 and 10, you shall see him." Flo greeted her dearest Cecil with enthusiasm and saluted Mr. Oboyville with the faintest indication of a curtsy as she swept her silken skirts past him. And then, when she had shaken hands with her dearest friend, she turned to look at the barrister with a charming, insolent little look, which seemed to express, "And what outlandish creature are you, I wonder?" Of course, Mr. Crawford knew the great Q.C. Almost every male inhabitant of London was familiar with that ponderous figure and defiant face. Few were the dwellers in the mighty city who had not seen those big white hands waved in the face of an opponent or lifted in the denunciatory periods of virtuous indignation. The painter began to talk to the barrister, and in a moment the great Lawrence was at his ease. He knew how to talk with men, and there was no question within the regions of heaven or earth too mighty for his audacity, too small for his powers of argument. He would have talked to Herschel about the last discovery in the starry system, and it is 10 to 1, but in a mixed company he would have made Herschel look foolish. He would have demonstrated before the face of Newton that his theory of gravitation was a false one. He would have offered for Mr. Paul Bedford's consideration new views upon the subject of Jolly-nose. Or, if a question of tailoring had arisen in an assembly of tailors, he would have proved to the satisfaction of the company that he alone amongst them all had fully mastered the science of cutting out a coat. Was it not his business to know everything, or to seem to know everything? If any mad-brained counsel on the opposite side had been pleased to set a flute or recorder before him, would it not have been his duty to play a tune thereupon for the edification of the court? There was no subject that he had not been called upon to handle in the course of his legal career. He had pleaded the cause of a musician whose copyright in a ballad had been assailed on the ground of plagiarism, and, ignorant of a note of music, had talked the jury into idiocy with a farrago of sounding nonsense, such as the syncopated passage in the second bar of my client's composition, "Gentleman," is said to resemble the third bar of Mozart's sonato in C minor, but to anyone who is familiar with the first principles of harmony, "Gentleman," the introduction of the supertonic in place of the subdominant must be a convincing proof of the falsehood of this assertion. And if anything were required to demonstrate the puerility of the argument adopted by my learned friend on the other side, it would be the group of semiquavers which concludes the phrase. He had carried a French milliner triumphantly through all the intricacies of an action against an aristocratic customer for the recovery of a disputed account, and had demonstrated with crushing force the meanness of the lady defendant and the honesty of his client's charges. To the lookers-on from the outer world, his triumphs may have appeared easy. It seemed as if he had only to elevate his voice with a certain emphasis, and to look round the court with a certain self-assured smile, and lo, his audience rejoiced and were merry. The great question at issue, gentlemen of the jury, is the question of trimmings. Laughter. You have all of you heard, no doubt, of a leg of mutton and trimmings, renewed laughter. But the trimmings in question are of far greater value than the turnips of a Cincinnatus or the potatoes of a Raleigh. The question in point, gentlemen, if I may venture upon that play of words which the great Samuel Johnson held in such detestation, is a question of point. The point-lace flounce, for which my client charges £139 14 and sixpence, was, I am told, one of the rarest specimens of the workmanship of the Beguines of Flanders. And who and what are these Beguines, gentlemen of the jury, by whose patient fingers this delicate fabric was manufactured? Were they common workwomen, to be recompensed at a common rate? No, gentlemen of the jury, they were ladies, ladies of honourable lineage and independent means, who of their own free will retired into a begginage, a religious house, which was yet not a convent, and there, free from the bondage of any formal vow, they devoted themselves to the consolation of the poor and afflicted, and the manufacture of that rare old lace which is now the proudest boast of our female aristocracy. Why, gentlemen, the price demanded by my client is something pitiful when we remember the circumstances under which that point lace was made, the taper fingers that have toiled to fashion those intricate arabesques, the solitary tears that have bedewed the fairy fabric. And here it may be that the great Oboyville himself produced a palpable tear on the end of his finger, and gazed at it for a moment in absence of mind, as wondering what it was, or seemed so to gaze, while in reality his piercing eye shot towards the jury to see whether they were laughing at him, or whether his rhodomontade had told. This was the man who had found himself so ill at ease in the society of one beautiful woman. The dowager appeared presently. "Oh, you too punctual people!" exclaimed the lively Mrs. Maclaverhouse. "You come to see an old woman who lives in lodgings, and I dare say you expect everything as well réglé as if you were going to dine at Mr. Hawborough's palace in Park Lane. How do you do, Florence, my dear? How do you do, Crawford? So you and Mr. Oboyville are old friends. That's very nice. But I hope you're not going to talk about texture and modelling all the evening. Do you know we had a couple of musical celebrities once at one of the General's dinners in Portland Place, and they talked about harmony and composition all dinner time, and as they sat on opposite sides of the table, it was so agreeable for the rest of the company. Do you know what that fellow Simpkins will do? Says Brown. Why, he'll use consecutive fifths. He's got them more than once in that last sonata of his. God bless my soul, cried Smith. I never thought much of him, but I did not suppose he was capable of that. And that's the way they went on the whole evening. So, you dear Crawford, tell us as many nice stories about your artist friends as you can, about their having their furniture seized by sheriff's officers and taking their pig pictures wet to that stupid pawnbroker who rubs out a pig with his thumb, and dying in sponging houses and stabbing their models in order to get the proper contraction of the muscles. But please, don't be technical. The Indian notability made his appearance presently, with a very stately wife in brown velvet and carbuncles, a costume which Flo declared reminded her of haunch of mutton and currant jelly. To Mr. Oboyville's escort, this stately matron was entrusted. An elegant young Belgian diplomatist, who spoke very little English, took charge of Florence, while Mr. Crawford devoted himself to Cecil, and the judge of the Sudder Duany offered his arm to Mrs. Maclaverhouse, whose brain was racked by doubts as to whether the salmon would go comfortably round, or whether those 2 9-penny lobsters ordered for the sauce were equal to the 18-penny one, which she had rejected, suspecting sinister motives lurking in the mind of the fishmonger who had recommended it. The dinner à la Russe is a splendid institution for the economical housekeeper, and might on some occasions be called a dinner à la ruse. So artful are the manoeuvres by which half a dozen oyster patties, or a few ounces of chicken, and a handful of asparagus tops can be made to do duty for a course. So inexpensive are the desserts, which consist chiefly of fossilized conserves and uneatable bonbons, and which are of so indestructible a nature that they will last a managing hostess as long as a chancery suit. The dinner went off well. Mrs. McClaverhouse's little dinners were almost always successful, in spite of those conflicting emotions which agitated the heart of the hostess. The Indian judge and the Irish barrister talked shop, and there was a very animated discussion of a great international law case, the details of which had filled the columns of the Times for the last 3 weeks, a case in which masculine intelligence perceived a thrilling interest, but which to the female mind appeared only a hopeless complication of politics and shipbuilding. In so small a party, the conversation was tolerably general. Mr. Crawford entered heartily into the shipbuilding case, and only Florence and the elegant young diplomatist were confidential, chattering gaily in that exquisite language which seems to have been invented in the interests of coquetry. The gentlemen came to the drawing-room very soon after the ladies had settled themselves in opposite corners, Florence and Cecil on a cosy little sofa by the open window, a sofa just large enough to accommodate their ample skirts. The dowager and the judge's wife on easy chairs near a ground-glass screen which concealed the empty grate. Florence had so much intelligence of a peculiarly confidential nature to impart to her friend that she looked almost coldly on the elegant young Belgian when he presented himself before her. It is very nice for a young lady, whose French is undoubtedly Parisian, to discuss Lamartine and de Vigny, Hugo and Chateaubriand, and such other Gallic luminaries whose works a young lady may discuss with an agreeable companion. But Florence Crawford had made a conquest within the last week, and was bright with all the radiance of a new triumph, and unutterably eager to impart the tidings of her last success to Cecil. "He has called on Papa twice within the week, dear," said the animated Flo in that confidential undertone which is the next thing to whispering. "And Papa says it is the most absurd thing in the world to hear him ordering pictures. He has asked Papa to paint him too. And when he was asked if he had any special idea of his own about the subject, he said no, but he wanted them to fit the recesses between the windows of his billiard-room at Pevenshall. He has a place called Pevenshall, somewhere in that dreadful north, for he is rich, millions, you know, tout ce qu'il y a de plus Manchester. His father and grandfather made all the money, and he is to spend it. I am sure he would never have made any for himself. But Papa has declined the unfortunate young man's commission. Fancy one of Papa's Cleopatras stinging herself to death between the windows of a Manchester man's billiard-room. There are men in Manchester who know art thoroughly, Papa says, and it is utterly absurd for a painter to turn up his nose at the patronage of traders. For if you go into the galleries of those dear old sleepy towns in Belgium, you'll find that the noblest works of your Van Eycks and Hans, what's his names, were paid for by wealthy citizens. And what a blessing the modern patrons don't insist on having themselves painted, looking through cupboards, or riding on horseback in the corner of a picture. Imagine a Manchester man's head poking through a hole in the sky in Mr. Millet's Vale of Rest, or peering out of a cupboard in a corner of Mr. Frith's Derby Day. However, Papa has declined to paint anything for Mr. Lobbyer, so the unfortunate young man will have no excuse for calling on unorthodox occasions. But he must be a very stupid person, Florence. I cannot imagine your taking any interest in him. Nor can I imagine myself tolerating his society for half an hour if he were not what he is, answered Flo blithely. Don't I tell you that he is the rich Mr. Lobbyer? Even his name is horrible, you see, Lobbyer. He might make it a little better by tacking on some aristocratic pronom. Vavasor Lobbyer, or Plantagenet Lobbyer, or something of that kind, might sound almost tolerable. Yes, he is very stupid, Cecil, but he seems rather a good young fellow. He laughs good-naturedly when other people are laughing, and he gets on wonderfully with my cockatoos. There seems to be an instinctive kind of sympathy between him and cockatoos, and they allow him to rumple their feathers and scratch their foreheads in the most amiable manner. You know what a place the Fountains is, and how often I sit in the conservatory that leads to the painting room, or else just outside Papa's bay window. So, of course, when Mr. Lobbyer came to talk about the pictures, he loitered and hung about playing with the birds and sniffing at the flowers in that horrible, fidgety manner peculiar to some young men, until Papa came out of the painting room to tell me I had better go for a drive. which meant that Mr. Lobbyer was to take his departure. And I really think, Cecil, that if I had not kept him at bay, that unfortunate young man would have made me an offer that very morning, after meeting me rather less than half a dozen times. But Florence, you surely would never marry such a person. For goodness sake, Cecil, don't call him a person. Haven't I always told you that I meant to marry for money? And don't I tell you that Mr. Lobbyer is preposterously rich? I acknowledge that he is stupid and ignorant, more Manchester than Manchester itself, but are there not guardsmen with long pedigrees who are as boorish and ignorant as Mr. Lobbyer? I'm not like those absurd girls who look in the glass and fancy they are like the two beautiful Miss Gunnings, and have only to show themselves in the park in order to captivate marquises and royal dukes. And you would really marry for money, Florrie, said Cecil very sadly. Is there anything so well worth marrying for? Who was that stupid old legal person who said that knowledge is power? Why did he take bribes and sell public offices if he thought that? Depend upon it, Cecil, that money is power, and the only power worth wielding. Money is power, and beauty, and grace, and fascination. Do you think Anne of Austria fell in love with plain George Villiers? No, Cecil. She fell in love with the Duke of Buckingham, and his white uncut velvet suit, and his diamonds, and the jewels he dropped among her maids of honour, and all the pageantry and splendour around and about him. Was it of any use to reason with a young lady who talked like this? Miss Crawford had enjoyed all those advantages of education which fall to the share of middle-class damsels of the present day, and the possession of which a century ago would have made a young lady a phenomenon. She spoke French perfectly, she knew a little Italian, and had read the Promessi Sposi, and could quote little bits of Dante and Petrarch. She could read German, and quoted Goethe and Schiller on occasions. She played brilliantly, and painted tolerably, and waltzed exquisitely. But of that moral education which some mothers and fathers bestow upon their children, Florence Crawford was utterly destitute. She had brought herself up, and she prided herself on that high-bred heartlessness or affectation of heartlessness, which seemed one of the most fashionable graces of her day. She had founded herself, as she fancied, on the best models. Better to be Becky Sharp than Amelia Sedley, she said, and the world is full of Beckys and Amelias. She could find a very tolerable excuse for herself and her companions. The men complain that we are fast and mercenary, that we talk slang and try to make rich marriages, and there are articles about us in the fashionable newspapers just as if we were a new variety in animal creation, on view in Regent's Park. Do they ever stop to consider who taught us to be what we are? Can the gentleman whose highest praise of a woman is to say that she is jolly and has no nonsense about her and sits square on her horse wonder very much if we cultivate the only accomplishments they admire? Cecil had often tried to remonstrate with her volatile friend and had as often found her efforts utterly thrown away. So tonight she allowed Flo to devote herself to the Belgian attaché and abandoned herself to her own thoughts, only making a little pretence of joining in the conversation now and then. Sometimes, while she listlessly turned the leaves of an album whose every leaf she knew by heart, Lady Cecil glanced upward to the angle of the mantelpiece by which Lawrence Oboyville stood in conversation with the judge and the painter. For however charming the society of lovely and accomplished woman may be, men have an attraction for one another, in comparison with which all feminine witchery is weak and futile. Looking at the little group by the chimney-piece, Cecil saw that the barrister had by far the largest share in the conversation. He was very animated, and those large white hands, which were so eminently useful to him in court, were considerably employed to illustrate his discourse. That he was talking well she could see in the attentive faces of his listeners, for Indian judges and popular painters do not listen with any show of interest to a man who talks nonsense. Lady Cecil began to think that after all there must be something a little out of the common in this dreadful man. The evening came to a close presently, and as he bent over Cecil to say good night, Mr. Oboyville's manner was very much out of the common. "I have been talking to your aunt, Lady Cecil," he said, "and she tells me you leave town early next week." I have asked permission to call on you tomorrow, and Mrs. Maclaverhouse has given it. So it is not goodbye, you see, but au revoir." This was about the coolest speech which Cecil Chudleigh had ever had addressed to her. She looked at Mr. Oboyville with an expression of unmitigated astonishment, but he gave her hand a gripe that wounded the slender fingers with the rings which adorned them, and departed. "I've 3 hours' work to get through before I go to bed tonight," he said, as he went downstairs with the painter and his daughter, and so he had. The first hansom that he encountered conveyed him to that sepulchral mansion in Brunswick Square which he had chosen for his habitation, not because he particularly liked Brunswick Square, but because it was necessary for him to live somewhere. He let himself into the gaunt stone hall with his latchkey and walked straight to the library at the back of this spacious mansion, a gloomy chamber lined with law books and provided with that species of furniture which may be seen exhibited by the merchants of Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields. This dismal apartment was the retreat in which Mr. Oboyville spent the greater part of his home life. He very frequently took his dinner on the library table, with his plate surrounded by papers and an open brief propped up against his decanter of Manzanilla. Tonight he found the red bag, which his clerk had brought from the Temple, waiting for him on the table. He did not open it quite at once. He did not pounce upon its contents as he had been wont to do. He sat for some minutes, leaning back in his chair, with a smile upon his face, a dreamy smile which was new to that eager, resolute countenance, so well known to the legal world for its hawk-like glances and insolent defiance. "My own sweet darling," he thought, "and I shall have a wife and a home. Good heavens, how many years of my life have I spent without ever dreaming of any such happiness? And now, I wonder that I could have lived so long as I have. I wonder that I could have lived without her." And then, after abandoning himself a little longer to this delicious reverie, he roused himself with an effort and opened his bag. But as he took out the first handful of papers, he exclaimed with a sigh, "And yet, God knows, I wish I had never seen her. I went on so well before, and my mind was free for my work. And now—" He began to read, and in 5 minutes' time was as deeply absorbed in his papers as if no such person as Cecil Chudleigh had existed. And yet he loved her, with that foolish and unreasoning passion called love at sight, with that love which, coming for the first time to a man of his age, comes as surely for the last. Chapter 9. Lawrence Oboyville's First Hearing. To the Dowager, Mr. Oboyville had been very confidential. He was as frank and ingenuous as some lovesick schoolboy in his revelation of that sudden affection with which Cecil Chudleigh's pensive face had inspired him. The unconscious audacity, which was one of the chief attributes of his character, supported him in a position in which another man of his age and habits would have suffered an agony of self-consciousness, a torturing sense of his own foolishness. He was close upon 40 years of age. His childhood had been spent on the greensward of Irish hills and valleys, among the wildest of Hibernian agriculturists. His boyhood had been passed in an Irish city, far south of the brilliant capital. His manhood had been a long, scrambling, helter-skelter journey upon one of the dustiest and most toilsome roads of modern life. His habits were not the habits of the men who were to be met in Cecil Chudleigh's world. His cleverness was not their cleverness, and those graces and accomplishments which, in their education, had been the first consideration, were just the very points which in his rough schooling had been neglected or ignored. Another man, under such circumstances, and even another Irishman, might have regarded Lady Cecil from afar with fond, admiring glances, and returned to his law library in Bloomsbury, or his dusty chambers in the Temple, not scatheless, but hopeless. And despair being a fever of but brief duration, it is your intermittent sickness of alternate hope and fear that hangs so long about the sufferer. The victim might have speedily recovered the wound inflicted by a flying Cupid's random shot. But it was not thus with Lawrence Oboyville. He knew that he was 38 and that he looked 5 years older. Nor was it long since the tailor, who made those garments which the barrister insisted should be constructed after the fashion of his youth, had sighed as he looked his patron's measure, murmuring plaintively, Another inch round the waist, Mr. Oboyville, and bless my heart, it seems only yesterday when 25 inches was your figure. The barrister, contemplating himself in the glass during the process of shaving, and scowling, not at himself, but at the visionary countenance of the sarcastic Valentine or the unctuous Osmie with whom he was to do battle before the day was done, might have perceived, had he chosen to consider the matter, that he was by no means the sort of person whom women call handsome. The strongly marked eyebrows, so quick to contract above the cold blue eyes, the aquiline nose, the firmly set lips, the massive chin, and the broad square brow, with its prominent range of perceptive organs overshadowing the eyes. These were not the component parts of a countenance on which women care to dwell with admiring glances, but that which would most likely have discomfited other men had no power to abash or to disturb the resolute spirit of Lawrence Oboyville. Perhaps the secret of his audacity was that he had never failed in anything. From the boyish days when he had breasted the falls of the Shannon and done battle with the power of the waters, his career had been one long hand-to-hand struggle with difficulties. Penniless, he had succeeded where other men's money had been powerless to win them success. Friendless, he had trampled upon the fallen hopes of rivals who could boast of kindred and friendship with the mighty ones of the earth. A stranger and an alien, he had won for himself wealth and renown in a country in which vulgar prejudice had made the very name of his people a byword and a reproach. Was this a man to be turned aside from his purpose because the woman with whom he had fallen in love happened to be above him in rank and the daughter of a world with which his world had nothing in common? Number. After seeing Cecil Chudleigh for the first time, Lawrence Oboyville decided that he would never marry any other woman. On seeing her for the second time, he determined to marry her. The most presuming of coxcombs could scarcely have been more sublimely assured of his own invincibility, and yet the barrister had nothing in common with a coxcomb. He was only accustomed to succeed. If he wanted to do anything, he did it, and opposition or difficulty only gave a keener zest to the process of achievement. He wanted to marry Lady Cecil Chudleigh, and he meant to marry her. She might object at first, of course. People almost always did object to his doing what he wanted to do, but he always did it. Had not his professional rivals objected to his success and banded themselves together to keep him down, and had he not succeeded in spite of them? In his native wilds, Mr. Oboyville might have twirled his shillelagh and screamed, "Hurroo!" So light were his spirits as he set forth to call on the lady of his love. In civilized and crowded London, he could only swing his stick loosely in his hand as he strode triumphantly from the hall of the wasted footsteps, whereby he drew down upon himself the maledictions of an elderly gentleman whose shins the weapon had smitten in descending. That the pavements of the metropolis had not been laid down for his sole accommodation was a side of the question which Mr. Oboyville had never taken the trouble to contemplate. He had been to Westminster, had heard the opening of a case in which he was concerned, and had given his brief and whispered his instructions to Hodger, a painstaking junior, who was very glad to do suit and service to the great Oboyville. The great Oboyville's client, a soap boiler in Lambeth, who was at war with his parish upon the question of whether he did or did not consume his own smoke, was by no means gratified by the substitution, and looked as black as if he had indeed, in his own proper person, consumed all the smoke of his furnaces. But the distinguished Irishman strode away from Westminster heedless of his client's rage. It was very rarely that Lawrence Oboyville gave his work to another man. The solicitors who swore by him told their clients that if Oboyville undertook a case, he would see it through to the very end. "There never was such a resolute beggar," said a fast young attorney who had witnessed one of the Q.C.'s triumphs. "The more desperate a case is, the sweeter Oboyville is upon it. He has all the Hibernian love of fighting, and if anybody says peas, he's ready to spill his blood in the cause of beans. Egad, if there were a Victoria Cross for desperate valour exhibited in the law courts, Larry Oboyville's silk gown ought to be decorated with it." But today, for the first time in his life, the barrister neglected his work for his own pleasure. That solemn crisis, which for some butterfly creatures comes once or twice in every London season, came to this man for the first time after 20 years of manhood. He was in love, and he was going to ask the woman he loved to be his wife. He was going to ask her to marry him, and he had met her on Dr. Molyneux's staircase, and he had watched her at a dinner party as she talked to her aunt's guests. He knew her so little, and yet was eager to win her for his wife. "Good heavens!" exclaims common sense. "What a fool the man must be!" And yet for once, dear, simple, straightforward common sense is out of her reckoning. For Lawrence Oboyville knew Cecil Chudley better than she was known by her most intimate friends. It was a gift with him, this intuitive knowledge of human character, this rapid perception of human motive, and it was by the possession of this gift, quite as much as by his cool audacity of showy eloquence, that the Irish barrister had made for himself a name and a position. Before a witness had kissed the book and answered a preliminary question or two, Lawrence Oboyville knew what manner of man the witness was. Show him the most trumpery photograph that was ever bought for 18 pence, and he would penetrate the inmost depths of that man's mind, whose face was dimly shadowed in the smudgy portrait. It was doubtful if he had ever read Lavater, and yet more doubtful if he had waded through the big volumes of George Combe. And yet he was in his own person an unconscious Lavater, and to him the teaching of the great Combe could have imparted no new wisdom. A man's eyes are not overshadowed by a bumpy ridge for nothing, and to Lawrence Oboyville had been given in excess that wondrous faculty called perception. He had scrutinized Lady Cecil with eyes that were experienced in the reading of every expression the human countenance is capable of assuming. He knew that she was pure and true and generous and high-minded. A little proud, perhaps, but only just as proud as a good woman has need to be in a bad world. He knew that she was a prize worth winning, and he meant to win her. No apprehension of failure troubled the serenity of his mind. He did not expect to win her all at once. Had it not cost him 15 years of hard labor to obtain his silk gown? And could he expect that Providence would give him this far higher prize without inflicting on him some interval for the exercise of his patience, some manner of probationary ordeal for the trial of his faith and devotion? Mr. Oboyville did not believe in that French proverb which asserts that happiness comes to the sleeper. "I will serve my 7 years' apprenticeship, and my 7 years after that, if necessary. But she shall be my wife before I die," thought Lawrence. But it may be that Mr. Oboyville's 14 years was only a figurative expression, for he said to himself presently, "If I play my cards well, we may be married in the long vacation, and then I'll take my wife to Ireland and get a glimpse of the Shannon for the first time these 20 years. Arrived in Dorset Square, Mr. Oboyville did not endanger his prospects by any untimely modesty. He told the servant who opened the door that he came by appointment, and when the dowager's own maid emerged from some dusky back parlour, whence issued that odour of heated iron and singed blanket which attends the getting up of feminine muslins and laces, he brushed unceremoniously by that prim young person and made his way upstairs. Fortune favoured him. She seems but a craven-spirited divinity after all, and always places herself on the side of the audacious. Cecil Chudley was sitting at the piano, not playing, but leaning over the keyboard in a thoughtful attitude, with her head resting on one hand while the listless fingers of the other trifled with the leaves of her music book. She looked up as the door opened, and her face betrayed anything but pleasure as she recognized her visitor. He had prepared her to expect such an intrusion, but she had not expected him so early, and had engaged an ally in the person of Florence Crawford, who had promised to come to her dearest Cecil directly after breakfast. Unfortunately, Flo's directly after breakfast meant any time between 10 and 2, and, as the dowager rarely made her appearance before luncheon, poor Cecil had to encounter the great Oboyville alone. But in spite of the special manner in which the popular barrister had announced his coming, Cecil had no suspicion that the visit itself was to be of any special nature. No eccentricity could have surprised her in the wearer of that tight-sleeved frock-coat and those exploded shirt-collars in which Mr. Oboyville exhibited himself for the edification of modern society. His solemn announcement, of course, only referred to the conventional morning call of the grateful diner out, the stamped receipt for an agreeable entertainment. Lady Cecil was prepared to be a little bored by the eccentric Irishman's visit, and there an end. I wish Flo had been here to talk to him, she thought wearily. Flo could receive a deputation of aldermen, or a church commission, whatever that is. Mr. Oboyville murmured some feeble truism in reference to the weather. In spite of his audacity, in spite of his calm assurance and unfaltering faith in ultimate victory, his ease of manner, his popular swagger, and his ready flow of language abandoned him for the moment when he found himself in the presence of that unconscious enchantress who had awakened the soul of a middle-aged barrister from its 20 years' torpor. But the paralysis called bashfulness was a very temporary affliction with Mr. Oboyville. Before he had been talking 10 minutes to Lady Cecil, he had drawn his chair close to the piano by which she was still seated. Before he had been talking to her 20 minutes, he had asked her to be his wife. She looked at him with a smile of utter incredulity. "Mr. Oboyville," she exclaimed, "you must surely intend this for a jest, and believe me, it is a very foolish one." "A jest, Lady Cecil? What, don't you know sincerity when you meet with it? Well, I confess it was foolish of me to come to you like this, and to tell you I'd fallen over head and ears in love with you before a fine gentleman of the modern school would presume to ask you how you are. But you see, Lady Cecil, I'm not a fine gentleman. For the first 17 years of my life, I lived amongst people almost as simple and primitive as those happy savages Columbus found in Hispaniola. For the last 20 years I've been too hard a worker in my own world to have any leisure in which to acquire the thoughts and ways of yours. I never thought that any break would come in the rapid current of my busy life, but I suppose there is one fateful hour in every man's existence. I, who so seldom go to parties, went to Molyneux's ball. I, who so seldom talk to young ladies, talked to you, and before I turned the corner of Harley Street that night, my destiny was a settled thing. "She has come," said I, "and she brings my fate in her hand. To my mind, Lady Cecil, that which your romance writer and your poet call love at sight, if not an Adam at his birth, he is no love at all, and so on, is rather an intuitive consciousness, which a man has in the hour that brings him face to face with the woman who is to be the happiness or the misery of his life. I am not going to use high-flown language, Lady Cecil. Eloquence is my stock in trade elsewhere. The words cannot be too plain in which I tell you that I love you. There is very little to be said in my favour. I am what people call well off, but you might reasonably expect to marry a much richer man. I come of a good old Irish family, but proscription has diminished its lands to a single farm, and the taint of treason has blotted its name. I am nearly 20 years your senior, and I have few of the accomplishments which distinguish the young men of the present day. It is the cause of the leaden casket which I am pleading, Lady Cecil, and against all the outward splendour of gold and silver which my rivals can boast, I can set nothing except the unselfishness of my love, the strength of my devotion." Cecil had listened very patiently to this address. She could not doubt the depth of feeling which was breathed in every accent of the barrister's voice, subdued and grave in tone, and altogether different from the sonorous thunder which so often awoke the echoes of the law courts. She was touched by his appeal, though it stirred no warmer feeling than a gentle thrill of womanly pity. It is not in the nature of a woman to feel unkindly to the lowest of human beings who reveals to her a pure and noble affection. A Miranda will pardon and pity a Caliban if his devotion is instinct with the divinity of innocent love. "Are you really in earnest, Mr. Oboyville?" asked Lady Cecil. "I was never more in earnest in my life." "I'm very sorry for it. I am very sorry," answered Cecil gently. "I am sure I need not tell you that I am touched and flattered by your preference for me, eccentric as it may be, but you must be indeed a stranger to the society of women if you can imagine that any woman, knowing as little of you as I do, could reply otherwise than in the negative to such an offer as you have made me." "Yes, I dare say it's very absurd," murmured Mr. Oboyville despondingly. "It's my headlong way of doing things, a national characteristic, I suppose, Lady Cecil. I ought to have waited a week or two till we knew each other intimately, and then Would there have been any hope for me if I had waited a week or two? Asked the barrister, in that soft, insinuating tone to which he had been known to drop after a burst of loud and lofty declamation, with a sudden transition of style that had often proved irresistible with an impressionable jury. Cecil Chudley shook her head gently. I might have been less surprised by your flattering proposal, Mr. Oboyville, she said, but no circumstances could possibly arise under which I could give you any other answer than that I have given you today. And that answer is no. It is, Mr. Oboyville. Irrevocably no. Irrevocably. Lady Cecil, forgive me if I ask you a question. Is there anyone who occupies the place in your heart that it would be my dearest hope to win for myself? Ah, you don't know how patiently I would bide my time if there were ever so distant a gleam of sunshine to lure me on. Is there anyone else, Lady Cecil? No, there is no one else. Ah, then that's bad indeed, said the Irishman with a sigh. If there'd been anyone else, I might have hoped. Mr. Oboyville's habit of subduing the stolidity of a jury by a happy colloquialism, when all grandiloquence of language had failed to produce an effect, very nearly betrayed him into saying, to punch his head. He pulled himself up with an effort and concluded, I might have hoped to prove myself the worthier man of the two. But if there is no one, Lady Cecil, and you say the answer is irrevocable, my doom is sealed. I will not tell you that I shall die broken-hearted, for in this bustling 19th century, men have no time to break their hearts in the old-fashioned way. They can only overwork their brains and die of some commonplace heart disease. The effect of your rejection will be that I shall work, if anything, harder than I have been accustomed to work, and go down to my grave a single man. And now I'll not bore you any longer, Lady Cecil, and I hope you'll forget that I've talked about anything that isn't appropriate conversation for an ordinary morning call. He held out his hand as frankly as if he had shaken off all sense of mortification or disappointment. Lady Cecil had received her due share of matrimonial proposals and had been accustomed to see a rejected swain depart with an air of dignified sulkiness. There seemed to be something almost magnanimous in the Irishman's simple heartiness of manner. It appeared as if he were rather anxious to relieve Cecil from any natural embarrassment than oppressed by a sense of his own humiliation. She shook hands with him very cordially and thought better of him in this moment of parting than she had thought yet. But she did not make him any conventional speech about her desire to retain his friendship or her anxiety respecting his ultimate happiness. She fancied that his sudden passion was only the folly of an overgrown schoolboy, and she had little fear of the consequences of her rejection. I dare say he falls in love with someone every week of his life, and passes his existence in making offers that are refused, she thought, as she sat down to the piano after he had left her. But even after thinking thus of her departed admirer, Cecil could not altogether dismiss him from her mind. She might smile at the remembrance of his folly, but she could not question his sincerity. For the moment, at least, he had been in earnest. But then it is the nature of an Irishman to be desperately in earnest about trifles. The arrival of a bloom-coloured coat from Mr. Philby, the tailor seems as great an event to Goldsmith as the grant of a pension can appear to the calmer mind of Johnson. Mr. Oboyville walked away from Dorset Square vanquished, but not disheartened. He had been prepared for a rejection of his suit, but for him Cecil's irrevocable no was not entirely appalling. His experience had shown him many a verdict set aside, many a decision appealed against. And are there not courts of appeal in the kingdom of lovers, as well as in the vulgar, everyday world of lawyers? In spite of what the barrister had said to Lady Cecil, he had been much relieved by her assurance that her heart and hand were alike disengaged. He had affected the resignation of despair, while a glow of hope had gently warmed his breast, and as he swaggered along the pavement of Baker Street on the watch for a passing hansom, he had by no means the appearance of a rejected and desponding lover. I dare say she'll think me a fool for my pains, but at any rate she will think of me, and that's something, mused Mr. Oboyville. How prettily her eyelids drooped when she gave me her irrevocable answer, just as if she shrank from seeing the disappointment in my face, and how good and true and pure she is. There'd be little need for divorce courts, and less work for the lawyers, if all women were like her. and I don't despair of calling her Lady Cecil Oboyville yet. There never was a good woman who wasn't to be won by the love of an honest man, provided there's no mistake about his love or his honesty. There's not a day of one's life but one hears of oddly matched couples. What could pretty Mrs. Green have seen in that awkward lout Green, says gossip. Why, what should she see except that he loved her better than any other man in creation? And then, if fate is the master of men, circumstance is the tyrant of women. A man may marry the woman he wishes to marry. A woman can only marry the man who wishes to marry her. And at this point, the barrister espied an approaching hansom and beckoned to the driver. I may be in time to see the soap boiler through his troubles yet, he thought, as he sprang into the vehicle. Westminster Hall, cabby, and lose no time about it. Chapter 10. The Rich Mr. Lobyer. Before the season was over, Lady Cecil enjoyed the honour of an introduction to Florence Crawford's wealthy admirer, Mr. Thomas Lobyer of Pevenshaw Place, Yorkshire, and of the Lobyer Mills in the cotton country. The Dowager and her niece were amongst the Sunday evening droppers in at the fountains within a week of Mr. Oboyville's declaration, and it was on that occasion that Cecil beheld her friend's admirer for the first time. The deeply smitten Lobyer had made good use of the Sunday evening privilege, and every Sabbath found him lounging with a lumbering gait and creaking footsteps in the painters' pretty drawing-rooms, or lurking darkly in the dimmer light of the conservatories, where he held mysterious converse with the cockatoos. It was not that he so especially affected the society of cockatoos, but he was a young man who always seemed restless and uneasy if deprived of the companionship of some animal. He carried a toy terrier in his pocket when he made morning calls, and caressed the miniature brute stealthily in the frequent pauses of the conversation. He was dull and embarrassed in the presence of an accomplished young lady, but he got on admirably with a ferret or a weasel, and there were people who said he could have made himself at home with a boa constrictor. The cry of rats stirred him with as profound a thrill of emotion as that which vibrates through the frame of a thoroughbred Dandy Dinmont, or agitates the bosom of a sharp young bull-terrier. He was fond of his horses, and still more fond of his dogs, but the animals he affected were not the mighty natives of Newfoundland or the noble denizens of Mount St. Bernard. The dogs which Mr. Lobyer purchased at high prices from crack dog fanciers were generally accomplished ratters, and miniature specimens of the bulldog tribe, renowned for their tendency to attach themselves to the calves of unoffending legs, and their high-bred objection to being severed from their prey. As the uncertain temper and occasional restlessness of his favourite terriers rendered it rather dangerous to take them to evening parties, Mr. Lobyer was always glad to fall back upon the society of any animal attached to the household in which he visited. He would retire into a dusky corner and stir up the inhabitants of an aquarium with the point of his gold pencil, in the apparent hope of getting up intimate relations with a jellyfish. He would beguile the golden inmates of a crystal globe by tearing up minute fragments of one of his visiting cards and passing them off for such edible morsels as unwise benevolence offers to goldfish. His intercourse with the inferior animals was not necessarily of a friendly order. His hands were disfigured by the teeth of his dogs, goaded into desperation by his playful sallies, for it was sometimes his humour to worry the distinguished ratters very much as the distinguished ratters worried the rats. In sorrowful earnest, Mr. Lobyer was not a nice young man. He was rich, and there were many people who would have been very glad to think him nice, but who were fain to abandon the attempt and to demand tribute of admiration for their favourite on other and loftier grounds, and this was very easily done. There is no cub so brutish, no lout so clumsy, uncouth, and insolent, who cannot be made to pass for a rough diamond. Society, especially represented by matrons with marriageable daughters, decided that Mr. Lobyer was a rough diamond, a dear, good, candid creature who blurted out everything he thought. He was an original character, and his unpolished manners were quite a relief after the fade graces and courtesies of over-educated young diplomatists and amateur littérateurs. This was what people said of Mr. Lobyer during the 2 seasons in which he exhibited his clumsy figure and his bullet head in the assemblies of second-rate fashion. Not the crème de la crème, but that excellent milk from whose surface a very decent layer of cream may be gathered in a second skimming, and society smiled upon the wealthiest bachelor from Cottonopolis. He was neither handsome nor clever, he was neither amiable nor well-bred, but he was the wealthiest available bachelor in the circles which he adorned. The gold worshippers, who saw in Mr. Lobbyer the genius of commercial prosperity, were anxious to make the best of their idol. He had feminine admirers who called him handsome. He had masculine allies who declared that he was clever. His features were regular, but cast in that heavy mould which seems better adapted to a good-looking animal than a handsome man. He had big brown eyes, but so has a Newfoundland dog, and the eyes of an intelligent dog possess a beauty of expression which was utterly wanting in the round Vandyke brown orbs of Thomas Lobbyer. His complexion was dark and sallow, pale always, but capable of assuming an unpleasant livid whiteness when he was very angry. The physiognomists were tolerably unanimous as to the character of his thick red lips and sloping chin, but the fair denizens of the western suburbs were equally unanimous in their admiration of his carefully trained moustache and the luxuriant beard amidst which he was wont to entangle his fingers when temporarily excluded from animal society. He dressed well, for he had just sufficient good taste to know that his taste was bad, and he delivered himself, an unreasoning block of humanity, into the hand of the most expensive West End tailor. "I don't pretend to know much about the build of the thing," he said, when complimented on the fashion of a new overcoat. "But my fellow charges me what he likes, and he gets a cheque for his account by return of post, so I suppose I'm a good customer." Mr. Lobbyer had a lodging in Jermyn Street, a pied-à-terre, he called it, and it is to be set down to his credit that his French would have inflicted no outrage on ears accustomed to the pure accents of the Français. The days are past in which commercial wealth and ignorance have gone hand in hand. The parvenu of today is generally an elegant and highly accomplished gentleman who has seen everything that is to be seen and been taught everything that an expensive course of education can teach. Mr. Lobbyer had played cricket with young lordlings on the meads of Eton. He had been plucked at Oxford. He had scampered over Europe and improved his mind in the society of the crocodiles of the Nile. He had steeped himself to the lips in the worst dissipations of Paris, and had given as much pain and anxiety to a very worthy father as can well be concentrated in the declining years of a parent's life. There were scandalmongers in the cotton country who said that Thomas Lobbyer Jr. had broken the heart of Thomas Lobbyer Sr. He was an only son, an only child, and the wealthy manufacturer had beguiled the dull routine of his business life by a splendid dream during the years of his son's boyhood. If the boy had been a prince, his education could scarcely have been more carefully supervised or paid for with a more lavish hand. But conscientious tutors washed their hands of the profitable pupil when they found that he was stupid and arrogant, profligate and hypocritical, and that he was gifted with a bulldog obstinacy which rendered all efforts at correction hopeless. The time came before the death of his father, when there was no alternative but to let him go his own way. "I might disinherit you and leave my money to an hospital," wrote the old man in the last letter he ever addressed to his son, "and God knows you have given me enough provocation to do so. But if I could forget that you are the child of the wife I loved, I should still be deterred from such a step by the fear of its consequences. If you have done so badly with all the advantages of wealth, what would become of you exposed to the temptations of poverty? Your grandfather began life as a workhouse apprentice. There are plenty of people in Manchester who know all about him, but there wasn't a man in his native city who wasn't proud to shake him by the hand, or a woman who didn't point to him as an example to her sons." Thomas Lobbyer the elder died within a few weeks after the writing of this epistle, and his son, who was giving a charming little dinner to some distinguished friends in the pavilion of the Hôtel Henri IV at Saint-Germain, while his father lay dying at Pevenshall, was summoned homeward by a telegram, and arrived to find himself sole master of the accumulated fruits of 2 industrious lives. The young man's acquaintances and neighbours, his agents and advisers, were loud in his praises during his brief residence at Pevenshall. It seemed as if the old story of Prince Henry's reform were going to be acted over again. Mr. Lobbyer detained the lawyer, who had made his father's will, and with that gentleman's assistance he entered into a searching investigation of his possessions. He, so dull to learn anything appertaining to the graces of life, he, so slow of intellect, where the wisdom of sages or the harmonious numbers of poets were the subject of his study, proved himself a match for the keenest in all that affected his interests or touched his pocket. He, who had been so reckless in his extravagance while drawing on the resources of a generous father, astonished the family solicitor by the minuteness of his calculations, the sharp economy which prompted all the changes he made in his dead father's household, and the calm determination with which he announced that he should make a rule of only spending a third of his income during his bachelorhood. I don't wonder my father was always growling about my extravagance, considering the amount of money he contrived to get rid of here, said the amiable young man. 2 of the housemaids may go, and 2 of the grooms may go. One man will look after half a dozen horses in a livery stable in London and keep them in better condition than my horses are in. And one man can look after half a dozen here. I shall only come down in the hunting season, and I don't want to pay lazy hulking fellows for gorging themselves with meat and making themselves dropsical with beer at my expense. And I don't want to pay young women for looking out of the windows and talking to them. In the gardens I shall not make any changes, but I must have an arrangement made with the fruiterers in the market town by which the forcing houses may be made to pay their own expenses. When I marry and come to live here, I shall double the household and build a new wing to the stables, for I like to see plenty of fellows and horses and dogs and that kind of thing about a place. But for the present we must retrench, Mr. Gibson. We must retrench. Such was Mr. Lobia. He came to London and took his place in a certain circle of London society, with nothing to recommend him but a reputation for enormous wealth. There were those who remembered him in Paris, and who knew the manner in which he had completed his education in that brilliant capital. But if there went abroad the rumour that the millionaire's youth had been wild and foolish, feminine compassion and masculine generosity conspired to forget and ignore his early follies. From a crowd of beautiful and intellectual women, the Manchester man might have chosen the loveliest, and would have incurred small hazard of a refusal. There were women who scorned his money as utterly as they despised himself. But in the drawing-rooms of Tyburnia and Kensingtonia, those women were few and far between. The value of wealth increases with the growing refinement of taste. The purest attributes of the human mind, the love of art, the worship of beauty, the keen sense of grace, combine to render intellectual man the slave of material prosperity. The gems of ancient art, the work of modern artists, the thoroughbred hack on which beauty prances in the Row, the villa on Streatham Common, or the cottage by Strawberry Hill, for whose shelter the soul of the retiring citizen yearns as the refuge of his declining age, all command a higher price every year, and every year the steady march of intellect advances, and there are more connoisseurs to sigh for old pictures, more would-be patrons of modern art, more citizens whose cultivated sense of the beautiful inspires a yearning for villas on Streatham Common or cottages by Strawberry Hill, more ambitious middle-class belles who have seen from afar off the prancing of patrician beauty's steeds, and who sigh for thoroughbred saddle-horses of their own. Mr. Lobia himself was unattractive, but in Mr. Lobia's wealth there lurked the elements of all those costly treasures and refinements that make life beautiful. He was known to be stupid, and mercenary beauty, jumping at a conclusion, decided that he was just the sort of person to submit himself unresistingly to the management of a wife. Under the wand of that enchantress, the dull figures in his banking book might be transformed into the art treasures of a second Grosvenor house, the gardens of a new Chatsworth, the stables of a Lord Stamford, a fairy boudoir which even the Empress Eugenie might approve, and jewels which the Duchess of Newcastle might admire and the Duke of Brunswick envy. This was what portionless beauty had in her mind when she smiled on Mr. Lobia. Rich as he really was, the amount of his riches was doubled and trebled by the tongue of rumour, and there is really something interesting in boundless wealth, for its own sake. It is a kind of power, And there seems to be some slavish attribute inherent in the breast of man, which prompts him to fawn upon every species of power, from the physical force of a Ben Comte to the intellectual supremacy of a Voltaire. A flavour of Monte Cristo hovered about the person of Thomas Lobbier, and though he had never been known to say anything worth listening to or to do anything worth recording, he was interesting nevertheless. The men who had borrowed money from him, or who thought they might some day have occasion to borrow money of him, said that there was a stamp of power about the fellow, and there was something racy even in his cubbishness, for it isn't every fellow would have the pluck to be such a thoroughbred cub. There were people who called Mr. Lobbier generous, and there always will be people who will call the giver of sumptuous dinners a noble and generous creature. The man who keeps a drag for his own pleasure and allows his friends to ride upon the roof of it is likely to be considered more or less their patron and benefactor, though their companionship is as indispensable to his triumph as the slaves who attend the chariot wheels of an emperor are necessary to complete the glory of their master. Mr. Lobbier was as generous as the man who never stints the cost of his own pleasure, as mean as the man who grudges the outlay of a sixpence that is not spent for his own gratification. This was the individual who, after inspiring alternate hope and despair in unnumbered breasts by the fickleness of his clumsy attentions, succumbed at last to the piquant charm of Florence Crawford's bright hair and tiny retroussé nose. She was insolent to him, and her insolence charmed him, for it surprised him and stirred the dull stagnation of his brain with a sensation that was like pleasure. She laughed at him, and he, so keen in his perception of the weaknesses of better men than himself, was weak enough to think that she alone, of all the women he knew, was uninfluenced by any consideration of his wealth. The girls I meet make as much of me as if I were a sultan, and seem to be waiting for me to throw my handkerchief amongst them, said Mr. Lobbier. I like that painter fellow's girl, because she laughs in my face and treats me as if I were a government clerk with £150 a year. That's the sort of girl I call jolly. The Sunday evening visitors at the fountains were not slow to perceive Florence Crawford's conquest. She was a coquette of the first water, and encouraged her loutish admirer by a persistent avoidance of him. If he hung over her piano, she rattled brilliantly through the shortest of valses du salon, or sang the briefest and crispest of her ballads, and had risen from the instrument and flitted away before Mr. Lobbier had made up his mind as to what he should say to her. If he worked his way to the sofa on which she was seated, or the open window by which she was standing, the lively Florence immediately became absorbed in confidential discourse with a feminine visitor, and intensely unconscious of Mr. Lobbier. If Florence Crawford, anxious to marry this man for the sake of his money, had acted on the most profound knowledge of his character, she could scarcely have played her cards better. A dogged obstinacy of purpose was the ruling attribute of Thomas Lobbier's mind, and the coquettish trifling of a schoolgirl aroused that bulldog characteristic as it had seldom been aroused before. Miss Crawford was eager to know what Cecil Chudley thought of her new conquest. She was childish enough to be proud of having made such a conquest. She was weak enough to be flattered by the admiration of a man whose sole title to respect was summed up in the figures in his banking book. "What do you think of him, Cecil?" she asked her friend. "You mean Mr. Lobbier?" "Yes, of course. I don't think he is particularly agreeable, Florrie. He seems to me to be rather stupid and awkward." "Oh, but he's not stupid. I hear that he has a great deal of common sense. He's rather good-looking, isn't he, Cecil?" "I suppose he would be called so, but I don't admire his face." "Oh, Florrie, you surely cannot be interested in my opinion of him." "Why shouldn't I be interested in your opinion of him?" Flo echoed, peevishly. "He is good-looking and well-dressed, and by no means stupid. He may be a little clumsy, perhaps, but I have seen heavy cavalry officers quite as clumsy, and in them clumsiness is considered distingué. However, I won't talk to you about him any more, Cecil. You are as romantic as a girl in a novel." Amongst the witnesses of Miss Crawford's triumph was one in whom the spectacle inspired despair. Philip Foley, the landscape painter, privileged to join the miscellaneous crowd at the fountains, looked on from the shadowy corner where he sat unnoticed and little known, and ground his strong white teeth as he watched the tactics of the coquette and the hopeless entanglement of the cub. His old friend Sigismund was near him, but Sigismund Smythe, the novelist, was better known to fame than Philip Foley, the unsuccessful landscape painter, and some people were eager to be introduced to Mr. Smythe and liked to talk to him for 5 minutes or so, after which they were apt to retire, disappointed. "It's no use disguising the fact," the young man said plaintively. "I do not meet their views, and they don't hesitate to let me know that I'm a failure. I ought to be dark and swarthy, like Dumas, or tall and thin and wiry and hook-nosed and satanic. What would I not give to Madame Rachel if she would make me diabolical forever? What recompense should I think too much for my tailor if he could build me a coat that would make me look like Mephistopheles? I know a literary man who is like Mephistopheles, and a very handsome fellow he is too, but he writes essays on political economy, and his demoniac appearance is of no use to him." In spite of Mr. Lobier, poor Philip contrived to speak to Florence before he left the fountains. "So you are going to be married, Miss Crawford," he said. "Who told you anything so absurd?" cried Flo, with a disdainful little laugh. "Everybody tells me so." "Then everybody is wrong," she answered, with an airy toss of her head. "And even if everybody were not as utterly absurd and incorrect as a stupid gossiping everybody generally is, I don't see what right you have to catechize me, Mr. Foley." "No, I forgot my place. I forgot that I was only here on sufferance. What has an unsuccessful painter in common with the daughter of the most popular of modern artists? And yet I have heard your father talk of his probation. I have heard him speak of the day when he went to Trafalgar Square in a fever of hope and expectation to find the picture he believed in, glimmering through the darkness of the octagon room, an unmeaning daub of red and blue and yellow. "It is very good of you to remind me that Papa was once a pauper," answered Florence haughtily, and before Philip could say anything more, she had turned away from him to shake hands with some of her departing guests. After this, the young man watched in vain for any opportunity of addressing Florence Crawford. He saw the rooms grow empty, and waited with the dogged determination of outstaying the cub, but the cub made no sign of departure, though the last of the other guests had vanished, and though Flo, who sat in a listless attitude beside a stand of engravings and yawned audibly more than once. The prince of the cotton country stood by her side, stolid and unabashed, pretending to be interested in the engravings, which he turned with careless hands, and glaring at Mr. Foley in the intervals of his conversation. Florence yawned for the third time, and more audibly than before. Mr. Crawford, who had been walking up and down the room, with his hands in his pockets, staring absently at the pictures, and stopping before one of them every now and then to meditate, with bent head and moody brow, roused himself suddenly from his reverie, and looked from the little group by the open portfolio to the spot where Philip Foley stood, leaning against a low marble chimney-piece, glum and dejected of aspect. "Come, young men," said the painter, "my daughter seems tired, so you had better bid her good night and come and smoke a cigar in my painting-room." Florence rose and made a curtsy, which included both her admirers, but she did not seem to perceive Mr. Lobier's outstretched hand, nor did she deign to reward Philip for the empressement with which he flew to open the door for her as she passed out of the room. But when she was alone in her own room, sitting before her pretty dressing-table, and looking at herself dreamily in the glass as she removed the slender golden necklace and glittering locket from her neck, it was of Philip and not of Mr. Lobier that she thought. "What a nice fellow he would be if he were rich," she said to herself. "How frank and brave he is. I never like him so much as when he is uncivil to me, and if I were quite a different sort of girl, I can fancy that it would be very nice to marry him and live in lodgings and take an interest in his painting. But what would become of me if I were to marry such a man? I, who haven't the faintest idea of a pudding, and never could sew a button on one of my muslin sleeves without spoiling 6 needles and making myself like a murderer with blood. I never could marry a poor man after the things I've said. I can fancy how Lucy Chamberlain and those Verner girls and Mary Masters and all the girls who know me would laugh. No, the day is past for that sort of thing. and as my heart is so free that I don't even know whether I've got a heart, and as Mr. Lobyer is by no means bad-looking, and as Papa seems to like him, or, at any rate, doesn't seem to dislike him, I suppose it is my fate to be mistress of Pevenshaw. Chapter 11. At Nazerdale. Mr. Horatio Mountjoy, the Anglo-Indian judge for whom Mrs. Maclaverhouse had made her little dinner, had been one of the departed general's most intimate friends, and having now returned to England to pass the rest of his days in peaceful retirement, was anxious to show all possible kindness to the general's widow. He had bought an estate in Surrey since his return, a charming old mansion of the Queen Anne period, with prim gardens of the Dutch school, a noble park, and a home farm large enough to admit all the experiments of an amateur agriculturist, but not so extensive as to swamp the experimentalist's fortune. It was to this pleasant retreat that Mr. Mountjoy invited his old friend's widow and her niece. "We are to have a very nice party," wrote the judge's wife, "and Horatio begs me to tell you that we shall expect you and dear Lady Cecil to stay till Christmas, even if our other friends grow tired of us and run away before then. I thought your niece was looking pale and ill, but the breezes from the Surrey hills will set her up for next season." "Now that's what I call hospitality," exclaimed Mrs. Maclaverhouse. "But Mr. Mountjoy always was so magnificent in his way of doing things. That man has a regal mind," I used to say to my husband after one of the Mountjoys' Calcutta dinner parties. "And she's a good warm-hearted soul, though there's not much in her. There's nothing pays so well as a long visit, Cecil, and if the Mountjoys press us to stay till Christmas, I shall stay, for skipping about from one house to another eats into so much money in the way of travelling expenses and servants' fees that you might almost as well stop at home." Cecil could only acquiesce in her aunt's arrangement. What was she but the handmaiden of her kindly protectress, bound to go wherever the lively dowager chose to take her, and to be pleased and merry at the will of others? She was very tired of her life. Driving through pleasant suburbs in the phantom chariot, she looked with sad, yearning eyes at tiny cottages, enshrined in tiny gardens, and thought how simple and placid existence might be in such modest habitations. What happiness to be one's own mistress, she thought, never to be obliged to smile when one is sad, or talk and laugh for the pleasure of other people. If my poor father had left me 100 a year, I might have lived in such a cottage, with my books and piano, and a few birds and flowers. I might have been good to the poor even, for it is so easy for poor people to help one another. I envy the dowdiest old maid who ever eked out her tiny income. I envy anyone and everyone who can live their own lives. But after indulging in such thoughts as these, Cecil felt ashamed of the ingratitude involved in her mute repinings. Was not her kinswoman good and affectionate after her own sharp fashion? And was it not the dependent's duty to be pleased and satisfied with the home that sheltered her? Even if there was some sacrifice of freedom demanded from her, Cecil could have made that sacrifice without complaining if the dowager would only have let her alone. But to refrain from interference with the business of other people was just one of those things which Mrs. Maclaverhouse could not do. She had set her heart upon her niece making a good marriage, and to that end she kept watch upon every eligible bachelor who came within her ken. It was in vain that Cecil protested against anything like matrimonial scheming in her behalf. The dowager did not hesitate to remind her of the dull, dead level of poverty that lay before her in the future. "Do you happen to remember that my pension dies with me, Lady Cecil?" she demanded angrily, "and that I have only a wretched pittance and a collection of obsolete Indian trumpery to leave you? So long as I live, you will be able to keep afloat somehow in society, but I should like to know what will become of you when I am gone. You turn up your nose at my managing ways, but it is only by management that I have contrived to keep my head above water and have my own carriage to ride in and my own maid to travel with me. As for you, you are no more of a manager than one of those Indian idols, and a landlady who wouldn't dare to take half a glass of wine out of the cellaret or a spoonful of tea out of the caddy while I am alive, would pilfer you out of house and home before I'd been in my grave a month. It's all very well to talk about not wishing to marry and being happy alone with your books and piano and so forth, but you're not the stuff old maids are made of, Lady Cecil. The girls of the present day are not brought up to make old maids. They are like the houses that the cheap builders run up, that are made to sell and not to last. The girls of the present day are delightful creatures, but they are brought up to marry rich men and live in fine houses and be imposed upon by their servants. I pity the children of the rising generation, for they will have no maiden aunts to spoil them. Mrs. Maclaverhouse had been shrewd enough to perceive the impression made on Mr. Oboyville by her niece's attractions. She knew that the barrister was rich, and indeed had sounded Mr. Crawford as to his probable income, which was of course exaggerated by the painter, who accepted the popular report of the lawyer's gains without that grain of salt with which all such reports should be taken. On questioning Cecil very closely respecting Mr. Oboyville's call, the dowager had speedily perceived that something special had distinguished it from common visits. "He asked my permission to call," said Mrs. Maclaverhouse, "and he said quite enough to convince me that he had fallen over head and ears in love with you. It's my opinion he came to make you an offer of marriage, and that's why I kept out of the way. But bless my heart and soul, I needn't have taken the trouble, for of course you refused him, though I am told his income is little short of 4,000 a year. You are bent upon dying a homeless pauper, and all I hope is that they'll have improved the casual wards of the unions before your time." Cecil tried to parry Mrs. Maclaverhouse's attack, but the elder lady was past mistress of the polite art of conversational fencing, and she did not abandon the assault until her niece had unwillingly confessed the secret of Mr. Oboyville's visit. "And you refused him?" shrieked the indignant dowager. "That's what I call flying in the face of Providence. This is the second chance you've had within 2 years, Lady Cecil Chudley, and I hope I may live to wish you joy of the third, but I freely confess I don't expect to do so. This sort of expostulation is by no means pleasant to hear, and poor Cecil had to listen patiently to much harping on the same string. She was familiar with every variation which such a theme can undergo in the hands of a skilful composer, the minor wailings and lamentations, the brilliant crescendos of feminine mockery, the bass grumblings and sharp forte passages of anger, the peevish rallentandos and diminuendos. The unhappy girl bore it all, but she suffered acutely. The change to Nazerdale did not set her free from her aunt's lectures, for considerate Mrs. Mountjoy allotted 2 charming bedrooms, with a pretty sitting-room between them, to the 2 ladies, and here, on rainy days, Cecil enjoyed a great deal of her aunt's society. "I don't want to detain you here if you'd rather be in the billiard-room, or making yourself sticky with decalcomani amongst those frivolous girls in the drawing-room. What regiments of girls there are in the world! And what in goodness' name is to become of them all, I wonder?" exclaimed the dowager, parenthetically. "As to the men the Mountjoys have collected, I never saw so many married fogies gathered together in one house, and the way they stuff themselves at luncheon is something dreadful. Tiffin, indeed. I'd tiffin them if they were my visitors. A glass of dry sherry at 35 shillings a dozen, and a picnic biscuit is all they'd get between breakfast and dinner from me. But Naysdale was a very pleasant place, in spite of the elderly fogies who overate themselves at luncheon, and the frivolous young ladies who devoted themselves to the decoration of cups and saucers that wouldn't bear washing, and dessert plates the painted splendours of which rarely survived the ordeal of preserved ginger or guava jelly. Hospitality reigned supreme in the comfortable mansion. People did as they liked. The scenery for 20 miles round was superb, and if Mr. Mountjoy was not quite so magnificent as the nabob who ordered more curricles, the Nayserdale stables supplied plenty of horses, and the Nayserdale coach-houses contained every variety of modern vehicle for the accommodation of the visitors, from the omnibus which took the servants to church or the ladies to a county ball, to the miniature Croydon basket chaise and the deliciously stumpy little pony which the most timid of the decalcomaniacs was scarcely afraid to drive. After returning from a hurried run up to town, the judge astonished the dowager and considerably disconcerted Cecil by exclaiming in the middle of dinner, "Oh, by the by, Mrs. Maclaverhouse, I met your friend Oboyville in Lincoln's Inn today, and I asked him if he could run down for a day or 2. He seems to be full of business, but when he heard you were down here, he evidently felt inclined to come. Not very flattering to me, you'll say. I told him of our archery meeting on the 20th, and he said, if it's possible, I'll be down in time for the archery meeting, but it's about as nearly impossible as anything human can be. Lady Cecil breathed more freely. She dreaded the appearance of her rejected suitor and the friendly persecution to which his coming would inevitably expose her. But when the two ladies retired to their room that night, the dowager cried triumphantly, if Mr. Oboyville is as much in earnest as I think he is, he'll come to the archery meeting, Cecil, and I do hope, if he renews his offer, you'll be wise enough to accept it. The archery meeting of which the judge had spoken was to be a very grand affair, and the young ladies at Naysdale had made their fingers sore and their shoulders weary with the twanging of bows. The meeting was to take place on a noble plateau at the top of the noblest range of hills in all Surrey, and all the fun of a picnic was to be combined with the excitement of a toxophilite contest. We might have had our archery meeting in the park, said the judge, when he explained to his guests the arrangements he had made for their pleasure. But to my mind, half the fun of these things is in the going and returning. The officers of the 14th are to drive over from Burtonslow to meet us, and I've invited all sorts of people from town. I won't say anything about the 2 prizes I selected at Hunt and Roskell's this morning, but I hope my taste will please the ladies who win them. Cecil did not affect the twanging of bows, and was content to remain amongst the young ladies who, after vainly endeavouring to hit the bull's-eye and losing their arrows in distant brushwood without having so much as grazed the outermost edge of the target, retired from the contest and declared that there was nothing so very exciting in archery after all, and that croquet was 20 times better. Amongst these milder spirits, Cecil beguiled the fine summer afternoons with that gentle tapping of wooden balls and liberal display of high-heeled boots, which is the favourite dissipation of modern damsels, and thus, amid quiet pleasures, with a good deal of riding and driving, and novel-reading and billiard-playing, and much good eating and drinking, time glided by at Naysdale until the 19th, and as yet there were no signs of the Queen's Council. If Oboyville had meant to be amongst us tomorrow, he'd have made his appearance by this time, said the judge in the course of dinner. He knows we start early tomorrow morning. I can't fancy Oboyville at a picnic, said a listless young gentleman who was amongst the new arrivals. I can't fancy him anywhere except in the law courts. One sometimes meets him at men's dinners, but he never seems to enjoy himself unless he can talk shop, and he looks at the other fellows as if he'd like to cross-examine them. The usual meanderings on the terrace outside the drawing-room windows, with which the younger members of the Narsdale party were wont to beguile the warm summer evenings, were impossible tonight, for at 9 o'clock a violent clap of thunder shook the roofs and chimneys of the old mansion, and pretty little feminine shriekings and screechings fluttered the tranquillity of the party. The young ladies who were not afraid of the lightning made a merit of not being afraid, and the young ladies who were afraid made a merit of being horribly frightened, and shivered and started in the most bewitching manner at sight of every flash. And one young lady who had written a volume of poetry in which a weak solution of LEL was artfully intermingled with a still weaker solution of Mrs. Browning, stood before a window and exclaimed about the grandeur and sublimity of the spectacle. Cecil, sitting quietly at work under a reading lamp, was rather rejoiced when she heard the violent downpour of rain which succeeded the storm. Mr. Oboyville will scarcely come tonight, at any rate, she thought. There was a great deal of lamentation about the rain, and considerable discussion as to whether it augured ill or well for the morrow. It was a blessing to get the storm over, but then the grass would be damp, most likely, and so on. The young ladies thought of their delicate boots, their dainty dresses. My hat cost 2 guineas and a half, murmured one damsel to a sympathizing confidant. A ruche of peacock's feathers, you know, dear, and the sweetest mother-of-pearl butterfly, and a tiny, tiny green chenille bird's nest with 3 gold eggs in it at the side, and one shower of rain would utterly spoil it. The rain came thicker and faster. Nothing short of a hurricane would serve to dry the grass after such a storm. But Cecil did not think of the picnic. She only congratulated herself upon the improbability that Mr. Oboyville would care to travel in such weather. No chance of Oboyville, said Mr. Mountjoy, as he stood before the fire which he had ordered to be lighted since the advent of the rain. "I told him to write and announce his coming, so that I might send a vehicle over to the station to meet him. It's a 10-mile drive, you know, and there's very seldom so much as a fly to be had at that miserable little station. However, the last London post is in, and there's no letter from Oboyville." The pattering of the rain against the windows made itself heard in every pause of the conversation, and the noise of the pelting drops grew louder every moment. Cecil was still bending quietly over her work in a cosy corner near the angle of the wide velvet-covered mantelpiece, and the judge's guests had gathered in a circle about the cheery fire when the bell of the great hall door rang loudly. "Who the deuce can that be, at this time of night, and at this time of such a night?" cried Mr. Mountjoy. "Whoever he is the owner of a tolerably strong arm, and he knows how to make his arrival public," said one of the listless visitors. The drawing-room opened out of the hall, and in the silence that followed the clamour of the bell, Mr. Mountjoy and his visitors heard the opening of the ponderous door, the rapid accents of a sonorous bass voice asking questions, and a fluttering sound which resembled the noise made by an enormous Newfoundland dog who shakes himself dry after emerging from the water. There was a pause of some 10 minutes, and then the drawing-room door was thrown open, and the servant announced, "Mr. Oboyville." "I thought as much," said the dowager in an undertone, which was intended only for the ear of her niece. The barrister made his appearance, a little damp and weather-stained, in spite of the hurried toilet he had made since entering the house, but with the freshness of the open air upon him, and the aspect of a man whose heart is aglow with triumph. He received the cordial welcome of his host, shook hands with the people he knew, offered a big cold paw to Cecil as coolly as if there had been nothing out of the common in their last parting, showed his white teeth, laughed at nothing particular till every crystal drop in the old-fashioned chandelier shivered and trembled, and, in short, made more noise in 5 minutes than the rest of the party had made in the whole of the evening. "Yes, it certainly isn't the nicest weather for travelling," he said, in reply to his host's eager inquiries. "But you see, I said I'd come if it was possible, and here I am. I was on a committee in Victoria Street at 5:30, took a hansom and told the man to drive to Brunswick Square like wildfire, packed my portmanteau and put on my dress coat while the man waited, drove to the Oriental Club and left my portmanteau with the porter while I dined with the Governor-General of Seringapatam, rose from the table at 9:15, borrowed a railway rug from one of the waiters, and caught the 9 o'clock train at Waterloo. Found myself an hour after at a little station where there was one deaf porter, and no vehicle of any description whatever. Held considerable difficulty in getting anything at all out of the deaf porter, but finally extracted the pleasing intelligence that Naysdale was a good 10 miles, and that barring John Cole's own bay mare at the Pig and Whistle, there wasn't an animal of any kind to be had within 1.5 miles. Of course, after hearing this, the best thing was to get John Cole's bay mare, and fine work I had with John Cole before he would let me have the beast, which he keeps for his own pleasure and convenience, and which has never been ridden or driven by man or boy except himself since he bought her at Barnet Fair, 6 years come next October. However, when he saw that I meant to have the animal whether he liked it or not, and when he heard where I was coming, he made a virtue of necessity, and brought her out, and here I am, and I think, my dear Mountjoy, of all the lanes I ever had the pleasure of beholding, the lanes between this place and the station are the muddiest, and of all the rain that ever reduced the civilized universe to pulp and slop, the rain I came through tonight has been the heaviest. After this, Mr. Oboyville took possession of the company, as it was his wont to take possession of any assemblage in which he happened to find himself. He went into society very rarely, and the laws of society had very little restraint for him. He could talk well, and he knew that he could talk well. The necessities of his professional career had obliged him to possess himself of a superficial knowledge of every subject, and some smattering of almost every science. A native audacity did the rest, and a frank bonhomie of manner, a slapdash mode of expression, which was too original to be vulgar, won the suffrages of people who would have tabooed a smaller man for lesser sins against conventionality than those which were permitted in Mr. Oboyville. He talked well, and like most good talkers, he very often talked nonsense. For the man who weighs his sentences before he utters them, who pauses to consider the force of an argument before he launches it, is rarely a brilliant conversationalist. And sometimes it seems as if the brightest creatures of the brain are those ephemeral and unconsidered trifles which a man utters haphazard in the heat of argument or the abandonment of purposeless small talk. Posterity values Samuel Johnson rather for the happy sayings of a convivial evening than for the ponderous polysyllables of his most carefully considered compositions. A silver salver, bearing a monster tankard of mulled claret, was brought into the drawing-room before the assembly dispersed, and in the diversion afforded by the handing about of the wine, Mr. Oboyville contrived to seat himself between Cecil and her aunt, and after artfully conciliating the elder lady, he drew his chair near to the little table by which the younger sat absorbed in her work. "You don't know what difficulty I had to get here tonight, Lady Cecil," he said, "and it was only because you are here that I came." "Then I am very sorry you should have come," answered Cecil gravely. "Are you still so hard-hearted? Mr. Oboyville, is it a gentlemanly act to follow me here, where I have no power to avoid you, and to talk to me in this manner? If you come here for your own pleasure, to make one of an agreeable party, I am as happy to see you as anyone else in this house can be. But if you come here to persecute me by attentions which are as ungentlemanly as they are foolish, I shall beg my aunt to take me away from this house tomorrow morning." The barrister looked at her pale, proud face with an expression of profound sorrow. "That will do, Lady Cecil," he said. "That is quite enough. I thought what you said the other day might mean only a lady's negative. I thought I was too abrupt, that I surprised and offended you by my way of plunging into the subject, and so on. But I see now that I was mistaken. Good night, Lady Cecil. I shall never offend you again." He held out his hand, but he scarcely clasped her slender fingers as they rested for one brief moment in his expansive palm. The sadness in his voice, the sorrowful expression of his face had touched her, and she felt the natural womanly desire to heal the wounds she herself had inflicted. But before she could think of anything to say which should in some degree console the Irishman's wounded feelings, yet in no manner embolden him to renew his attack, Mr. Oboyville had left her and was bidding his host good night. Lady Cecil had to endure a lecture from her aunt before she shut herself in her own room that night, and when she went to bed, it was to think compassionately of the Irish barrister's sorrow. And while she pitied him, Mr. Oboyville settled himself complacently to his placid slumber and mused upon the evening's adventures as he fell asleep. "You are very haughty and you're very resolute, but you'll marry me sooner or later for all that, my bright Cecil, my beautiful Cecil. It isn't possible for a man to be as much in earnest as I am and yet wind up by making a failure." Chapter 12. M.R. Oboyville's motion for a new trial. The Naysdale picnic, or the Naysdale archery meeting, was a success, but it may be that the noble supply of sparkling wines, the gorgeous banquet of delicate viands, set forth under a spacious marquee, contributed as much as the excitement of the toxophilite contest to the gaiety of the day. Mr. Oboyville forgot his profession and behaved as if he had spent the greater part of his existence at toxophilite meetings and picnics. Cecil heard more than one young lady declare that the Irishman was the life of the party, and she had reason to be grateful to him for his delicate avoidance of her, even though her good taste might compel her to condemn his too obvious flirtation with more than one fair damsel in Lincoln Green. But if Cecil was glad to be released from the attentions of the Queen's Council, Cecil's aunt was by no means pleased with the altered aspect of affairs. She glowered upon the unconscious Oboyville from the distance whence she watched his proceedings, and was snappishly disposed towards the young ladies with whom he had flirted whenever they happened to cross her path. Once only in the course of the day had she any opportunity of addressing her niece confidentially, and then her manner assumed its bitterest shade. "I hope you are satisfied now, Lady Cecil Chudley," she said. And at night, When the long day's festivity and flirtation and archery and croquet and dust and sunshine had at length come to a close, Mrs. Claverhouse was eager to attack her dependent, but Cecil stopped her at the first word. "Pray do not say any more about this business, auntie," she said, in a quiet, resolute tone. "If you are angry with me, because I am unwilling to marry Mr. Oboyville, whom you wish me to marry only because he is rich, I must submit to your anger and leave you. I will not stop with you to be persecuted upon such a subject, and if I have displeased you, I can only thank you for all your past goodness to me and bid you goodbye." If people ever said hoity-toity, Mrs. Claverhouse was just in the humour to have indulged in such an ejaculation, but she contented herself with exclaiming, "Well, I'm sure. The young women of the present day fly in a passion if you venture to say an unpleasant word to them. The world is moving on at a nice pace, upon my word. I wonder what the children of the rising generation will be like, and how they'll treat their mothers and aunts. I suppose they'll take the story of the Grecian daughter out of those children's storybooks and supply its place with the obedient father, or the dutiful grandmother, or parental submission, or something of that kind. You may go to bed, Lady Cecil, and since you are bent upon ending your days as an indoor pauper, you must go your own way, and I wash my hands of all responsibility." The dowager carried matters with a high hand, but Cecil had vanquished her nevertheless. And though Mr. Oboyville had left Naysdale before the family met at the breakfast table, Mrs. Claverhouse forbore to bewail his departure in her niece's presence. He had gone, but when his circuit work was over, he came back again and made himself a favourite with all the household. He had his own little study, and he had some of the judge's law books carried thither for his use. He spent 3 or 4 hours every morning in hard work, and for the rest of the day was the life of the party, talking, arguing, disputing, putting down listless visitors, and laughing his great haw-haw laugh at their discomfiture, cross-examining pretentious talkers and bringing them to shame, flattering frivolous matrons, expounding great political theories with much flourishing of his white hands, delighting the Anglo-Indian judge by respectful attention to his anecdotes, offending and pleasing people 100 times a day, and making himself the principal figure in every group, his voice the ruling voice in every discussion, and in all this time Lady Cecil had no reason to complain of his presence. He was true to the quiet tone of resignation with which he had received her reproof on the first night of his coming to Naysdale. If he addressed her now, it was as nearly in the ordinary tone of polite society as was possible to this rough diamond of the British law courts. Nor did he in any special manner seek her society. Mrs. Claverhouse sniffed ominously as she watched the eligible bachelor's attentions to other young ladies, while Cecil sat unnoticed and apparently forgotten by her late admirer. But the dowager refrained from remonstrance, and only allowed stray allusions to the horrors of genteel pauperism and the miserable destiny of the unprotected female to crop up now and then in her confidential talk with her niece. And Cecil was satisfied. She had subdued her aunt, and had freed herself from the unwelcome attentions of an audacious adorer. She was inclined to feel kindly disposed towards Mr. Oboyville, now that he no longer presented himself before her in the absurd position of a lover. She was able to appreciate his cleverness now that her aunt no longer harped upon the amount of his income. She owned to herself that many a girl in her position would have been glad to accept the hand and heart of this stalwart, good-looking, loud-voiced Irishman. She grew accustomed to his noisy laugh, his boisterous gaiety, his energetic declamation. His animal spirits in this rare holiday time made him as boisterous as an overgrown schoolboy, and there is always something pleasant in the fresh joyousness of a schoolboy in the abstract, however obnoxious that member of society may make himself in the concrete. Lady Cecil, who had begun by thinking Lauren Oboyville the most unpleasant of men, came to consider him as a person whose friendship at least was worth possessing. He had spent a week at Naysdale, talking every morning of leaving before night, and lingering day after day until the week was out. But at last he announced his departure so positively that to have changed his mind after such an announcement would have been a weakness unworthy a man of business. A vacancy had arisen in a certain northern borough, and some of Mr. Oboyville's friends had persuaded him to allow himself to be put in nomination. To linger longer in that garden of Armida called Nacedale would be to endanger this new ambition. Everybody was loud in lamentation of his departure, with the exception of those younger and more superciliously indifferent gentlemen whom he had made a point of annihilating once or twice in the course of every evening. The feminine portion of the community was not behindhand in the expression of regret. The young ladies declared they should miss Mr. Oboyville terribly, awfully. One rather fast young lady went so far as to say disgustingly. Had he not appointed himself the umpire of their toxopholite matches? Had he not learned the whole art of croquet in half an hour, and then insisted on playing after a fashion of his own, whereby he had split a dozen or so of walnut-wood balls in a week? Had he not thrown them into convulsions of laughter one evening by conducting a mock trial of a case of breach of promise, the broken pledge being that of a botanically disposed young gentleman who had promised to go out for a woodland ramble with 3 botanically disposed young ladies and had gone partridge shooting instead? Was he not the most delightful middle-aged creature in existence, and not so dreadfully middle-aged either, for he could scarcely be 40? And what is 40 but the prime of life, the meridian of intellectual splendor? To such discourse as this, Cecil had to listen during the rainy morning which succeeded Mr. Oboyville's departure. The feminine assembly in the pretty old-fashioned painted drawing-room enlivened the labours of decalcomany and Berlin woolwork with their praises of the departed barrister. The matrons were as enthusiastic as their daughters. Of all partners at whist, there was no one they had ever met so invincible as Mr. Oboyville, although he had declared that he had not handled a card since his boyhood, and then he was so unlike the young men who call a middle-aged lady a venerable party, and a sober married man a dozy old bird. And then, there seemed no end to the feminine laudation of Lawrence Oboyville. Only 2 ladies in that assembly were silent, and those 2 were Cecil Chudley and Mrs. Maclaverhouse. But an occasional impatient sniff from the dowager gave evidence of her state of mind. He was gone, and everyone was loud in his praise. He was gone, and though Cecil Chudley had only been accustomed to his presence within the last 6 or 7 days, the place seemed to her just a little dull and empty without him, and she was fain to confess to herself that she, as well as the others, missed the sound of his sonorous voice, the gaiety of his boisterous laugh. And from thinking of the departed Queen's counsel, she went on, by some indefinable train of thought, to pondering upon the dull, blank life of spinsterhood and poverty that lay before her, to muse a little sadly upon the text of all her aunt's sermons, her lonely helplessness, her penniless dependence. The present was well enough so long as it lasted. She was happy, or at any rate, content, even though the dowager's temper grew sharper and the dowager's tongue more bitter every day. She was resigned to the prospect of alternating between Dorset Square and watering places and other people's houses for the rest of her life. But there were times when her pride revolted against the whole scheme of her existence, and a vision of the future arose before her, blank and terrible. She was such an unnecessary creature, such a mere waif and stray, to be drifted hither and thither on every tide which carried her kinswoman, a lady's maid without a lady's maid's wages, a slave without a slave's apathy. Perhaps my aunt is right after all, she thought bitterly, and I have been foolish to throw away any chance that would have given me release from such an existence. The day was wet and dull and miserable, the sort of day so harmoniously described in Mr. Longfellow's poem. The dead leaves fell from the dripping trees in the park, and the splash of the rain upon the terrace made a monotonous accompaniment to conversation. The gentlemen of the household had defied Jupiter Pluvius, and had set off at early morning, provided with waterproof garments and the clumpiest of shooting boots, to wage war upon innocent young partridges in stubble and turnip field. But they came home at 3, and after a tremendous luncheon and a careful toilet, presented themselves in the drawing-room, where they proposed an immediate adjournment for a game of billiards. The young ladies were delighted to accept the invitation. 2 or 3 good-natured matrons consented to join the party, while less vivacious dames discovered suddenly that they had important letters to write in their own rooms, which important correspondence was popularly supposed to be the ladylike excuse for an after-luncheon nap. Mrs. Maclaverhouse was among the matrons who retired to her apartment. "I suppose you'll come upstairs to have some tea at 6, Lady Cecil," she said to her niece, whom she had addressed in this ceremonious manner throughout the visit of Mr. Oboyville. "But you'll come and play, Lady Cecil," cried one of the young ladies. "No, thank you, dear. I too have got some letters to write." "I don't believe a bit in people's letters," exclaimed the impetuous young damsel. "Letter-writing in country houses is nothing but an excuse for being unsociable. Isn't it, dear Mrs. Mountjoy? If I were you, I'd put up an inscription over my hall door. No letters to be written on any pretence whatever. I would do away with the post-bag and oblige my visitors to correspond with friends at a distance by electric telegraph." After which the lively damsel skipped off with her arm encircling her dear Mrs. Mountjoy's waist, and Cecil found herself alone in the drawing-room. Of course she had letters to write, if she found herself equal to the labour of writing them. Where is the civilized being who can honestly declare that he or she has wronged no man in the matter of neglected correspondence? Cecil was deeply in debt to half a dozen lively friends who wrote her long descriptions of the places where they were staying, and were eager to receive her account of the place where she was staying and the people whom she met there. She was in debt to Flo, who sent her voluminous epistles from Brighton, with pen and ink sketches of eccentric costumes to be seen on the King's Road, and caricatures of Mr. Lobyer in divers attitudes. He passed the greater part of his existence on the Brighton Railway, Flo told her friend, and if the Brighton line were not the best in England, the unhappy being would be reduced to a state of imbecility by the effects of railway travelling, added Miss Crawford. Cecil meant to write her letters before the first dinner bell rang, but when the billiard players had left her, she sank into a luxurious easy-chair by the fire and sat looking dreamily at the red coals. She was in one of those melancholy moods which come upon a woman sometimes without any tangible reason, but which are not the less sad because their sadness is vague and intangible. For the moment she abandoned herself utterly to sorrowful musings. The past, that shadowy past which always comes back to the gayest of us with a sorrowful aspect, returned to Cecil as she brooded over the low, neglected fire. Her father, her mother, the loved and lost, whose faces had once made the sole brightness of her life, looked at her once more out of the shadows. She thought of what her life might have been if her father's fortune had never been wasted. Before her sad eyes arose the picture of the home that might have been hers if her only brother had lived to mend his wild ways and hold his own among honest men. "I should never have felt this bitter sense of loneliness if my brother had been my protector," she thought. "There is something in my aunt's kindness, even when she is most kind, that reminds me how little right I have to her love or protection." Abandoned to such melancholy thoughts as these, Cecil kept little note of the progress of time. A servant came into the room to replenish the fire, but his coming and going did not arouse her from her sombre reverie. The dull afternoon sky grew duller, and her thoughts grew sadder as the sky darkened. A bell rang, but she took no heed of its ringing. What was it to her who came or went? In the utter solitude of her life, there was no room for care, for there was no one upon earth except her aunt, whose fate was in any way involved with her own. She heard a rapid footstep in the hall, a hand turning the handle of the door, and she shrugged her shoulders impatiently, knowing that she would have to put aside her sorrowful thoughts to smile upon the intruder. She looked up as the door opened, and it was with unmitigated astonishment that she beheld Lawrence Oboyville. "Mr. Oboyville, I thought you had left us for good." "And so I had, Lady Cecil, as I thought. But there are some places, or rather, some people, whom it is very difficult to leave. I have been to London, got through a gigantic day's business, made arrangements for starting on my parliamentary work tomorrow instead of today, and have come back here. For an hour." "For an hour?" echoed Cecil. "Yes," answered the barrister, taking out his watch and comparing it with the clock on the mantelpiece. It's now 5:30 by me, though it's only a quarter past by my friend Mephistopheles and the ivy leaves. At 7:36 the up train leaves that miserable shed called Desborough Station. I was lucky enough to get a fly this time, and the antiquated vehicle is waiting for me. I fear Mr. Mountjoy has gone out, said Cecil, who imagined that her late admirer must needs have some important business to transact with his host, since only some affair of importance could have brought him back so hurriedly. But you will find almost everybody in the billiard-room, and no doubt someone there will be able to tell you where he is. You are very good, but I don't want to see Mr. Mountjoy. You don't? Not. Mr. Oboyville was on the verge of saying, not a hayporth, but he substituted, not in the least. In fact, I'm very grateful to the dear old fellow for being out of the way. I have come back to see you, Lady Cecil. There was a little pause. Cecil could find nothing to say. The sense of Mr. Oboyville's power subjugated her as she had never before been subjugated. She was like the weakest of little birds who was ever spellbound by the gaze of a monster serpent. Whether it was animal magnetism, whether it was the intellectual force of a dominant will, she never knew. From first to last, she knew only that Lawrence Oboyville exercised an influence over her which no other living creature had ever exercised, and that she was powerless to resist his dominion. The Irishman seated himself and drew his chair close to hers. "Cecil," he said, "why should we trifle with our destiny? In the first hour in which I saw you, something told me that you were to be my wife, and in pursuing you, I have only obeyed the voice of my fate. I am not a romantic man, and the current of my life has taken its course between the most arid and blossomless shores that border the great river. But some remnant of my national superstition clings to me still, and from the first moment in which I looked upon you, I felt that you were something more to me than the crowds of pretty women whose faces have floated past me like the faces of a dream. You have thought me insolent, presumptuous. Believe me, Lady Cecil, I have been neither. It has been no confidence in my own merits that has made me so bold. I have been bold only because I believed in my fate. When I came here, I came at peril of hopes that had once been the brightest part of my life. The man whose dinner table I left unceremoniously to come to this house is a man who can raise me to the bench. I, to whom social life is almost as strange as it would be to an Ojibway, have wasted a week in knocking about wooden balls and holding bad hands at long whist. And I have done this because I wanted to be near you, Lady Cecil. I knew from the first that you were intended to be my wife, and that it rested with me alone to win you. Cecil, dear Cecil, are you going to fly in the face of your destiny?" These were the tenderest words he had ever addressed to her. His voice, practiced in every transition, sank to its most melodious tones as he uttered these last words. Perhaps there is some magnetic power in such a voice. Cecil, looking up at the earnest face that was bent towards hers, felt herself subdued by some wondrous fascination, and knew that she had found her master. Had he wooed her at any other moment, it might have been different, but he came to her in an interval of depression which had subdued her courage and crushed her pride. Never had the dull stagnation of her life seemed to her so dull and hopeless as it had seemed today. Never had the prospect of the future appeared so utterly blank and empty. Her aunt's sermonizing, her sense of loneliness, her yearning desire for some change in the routine of her profitless life, all conspired to strengthen the cause of Mr. Oboyville. "Cecil, are you going to send me away again? Suppose I do not believe in your fatalistic theory?" she asked, with a faint attempt at a laugh. "Your incredulity will not help you. What is it the Turks say? Kismet. It is written. You are to be my wife, Lady Cecil. It is only a question of time, and why should we waste time in discussion? Sooner or later the hour of victory will come. Cecil, you thought me an impertinent fool when I first told you of my love. You know me better now, and you must know that I am in earnest. I have kept myself aloof from you during the last week in order to show you that I can obey you. If I disobey you in coming back today, it is because I obey my fate, which is stronger than you." Mr. Oboyville had composed this little speech during his downward journey and was rather inclined to be proud of it. "Cecil, what is to be my answer?" For some moments Lady Cecil was silent, her head averted from Mr. Oboyville, her eyes looking dreamily at the fire. She was so lonely, so unprotected. And here was this man whose intellectual power impressed her with a sense of protection and support. Here was this man whom she had scorned and rejected, once more at her side, too faithful to accept repulse, still eager to give her shelter and affection, to lift her from the dreary uncertainty of her position into woman's most fitting sphere. An hour ago, and she had felt herself so utterly friendless, and now here were the love and devotion of a lifetime lying at her feet, to be again rejected if she pleased. It seemed almost as if Providence, taking compassion upon her loneliness, had thrown this one last chance in her way. Her voice trembled a little as she answered her lover. "I do not know what I have done to deserve your love," she said, "but I suppose love never yet was measured by desert. I do know that I cannot give you what the world calls love in return. The only person I ever loved left me to marry another woman. He left me because it was his duty to do so, and I was proud of him because he was so good and true. He is married now, and I have every reason to believe he is happy. There is little chance that he and I will ever meet again, but if we do, we shall meet as strangers. It was my bounden duty to tell you this, Mr. Oboyville, before I answered your last question. Has my confession altered your sentiments towards me?" "No, Lady Cecil. It has only made me admire you a little more than I did before. Do you think I expected to win the whole heart of such a woman as you, all at once? No, Cecil. When a man loves the woman he marries as truly as I love you, it must be his own fault if he does not teach her to love him before the end of the chapter, always provided she is a good woman. And you still offer me your affection?" "I do, as heartily and as unreservedly as I offered it to you in the first instance. And you will be my friend, my protector, my counselor, all the wide world to me, for I am very friendless, and will be contented with such gratitude and such affection as a woman gives to the best and dearest friend she has on earth." "More than content, unutterably happy," cried Lawrence Oboyville. "And by Jove, it's 6:15, and it's as much as I shall do to catch the up train," he added, in his most businesslike manner, as he started to his feet. He only lingered long enough to take Lady Cecil in his arms, as if she had been a baby, to imprint one resounding kiss upon her forehead, and to exclaim, "God bless you, and good-bye, my darling." And lo, he was gone, and I shall have a friend, a husband and protector, a home, thought Cecil, with a thrill of happiness, such as she would a few hours before have been slow to believe could have been inspired by Lawrence Oboyville. She was glad to be bound to someone, to have someone bound to her, glad to be the promised wife of this Irish barrister, whom she had so lately spoken of shudderingly as a dreadful man. Chapter 13. Cecils, Honeymoon. Before the end of the year, Cecil Chudley had become Cecil Oboyville. The barrister was not a man to lose time in making himself master of the citadel that had capitulated, and having once obtained Cecil's consent to be his wife, he moved heaven and earth to bring about a speedy marriage. The powers that be were in this instance represented by Mrs. Maclaverhouse and the Mountjoys. The dowager was delighted to marry her penniless niece to a man who confessed that his professional income was over 2,000 a year, and that he had invested between 10 and 15,000 in certain very profitable railway shares, the interest of which he was prepared to settle upon Lady Cecil during his lifetime, while the principal would be hers at his death. The Mountjoys and all the Naysdale visitors were delighted by the idea of a wedding, and young ladies who had heard of Cecil's engagement from Mrs. Mountjoy and were anxious to disport themselves as bridesmaids, besieged the poor girl with entreaties and bewildered her with their praises of Mr. Oboyville. Against so much friendly persuasion, with the mighty Oboyville swooping down upon her suddenly by all manner of express trains, and by every complication of loop line and junction, Cecil was powerless to make any successful resistance. She had promised to be his wife. She was grateful for his affection, and she looked forward with a sense of relief to the marriage which was at least to be the end of her dependence. And then Lawrence Oboyville's influence was not without its weight. From the hour in which Cecil had promised to be his wife, his power over her had grown stronger with every moment she spent in his society. The strength of will which had carried him triumphantly over all the obstacles in his path sustained him here. The singleness of his purpose, the depth of his feeling invested him with a kind of dignity. That combined force of a strong will and brilliant intellect had an almost magnetic influence over Cecil. If she did not love her future husband, she at least felt that it was something to be loved by such a man, and the strong current of his will drifted her along with it. Walking in the avenue of Naysdale, under a dull October sky, with her hand under Lawrence Oboyville's arm, and inspired with some vague sense of protection by the stalwart figure that sheltered her from the autumn wind, Cecil consented that the wedding should take place early in November. She could not oppose her lover's wishes. From the moment in which she had accepted his devotion, Mr. Oboyville had in a manner taken possession of her judgment and her will, and it mattered little when he claimed her entirely for his own. "You are so good, Lawrence," she said once, "and I have such a sense of protection in your presence that I sometimes fancy you are like a new father to me. Indeed, you have more influence over me than my father had, though I loved him very, very dearly. I suppose it is because your will is so much stronger than his." Mr. Oboyville nodded and pressed the little hand resting on his arm. Another man of 40 engaged to a woman of 22 might have been slightly disconcerted by Cecil's speech, but Lawrence had implicit faith in the divine right of honest love, and in his thoughts there was no shadow of fear for the future. "I must be a fool indeed if I can't teach her to love me, loving her as I do," he thought. Backwards and forwards, by loop line and junction, by midnight express and morning mail, rushing through the chill mists and fogs of autumnal dawn, sped Mr. Oboyville, all through that bleak October. He took his rest in snug corners of railway carriages and lived upon sandwiches, peppery soups, and adulterated coffee. His electioneering business went on as smoothly as his love suit, and provincial electors yielded readily to the beguiling accents of the Hibernian candidate. But the candidate's heart was at Naysdale, and he sacrificed his parliamentary ambition to his love for Cecil. He made light of 200 or 300 miles of cross-country travelling, if thereby he could obtain a quiet day with his future wife. To walk with her in the long avenue, to stand with his back to the fire, talking to her as she bent over her work, to drive her in a mail phaeton with a couple of merry girls in the back seat and a pair of the most unmanageable horses in the judge's stables devouring the road before him. These things delighted the man who had spent the best years of his life amidst the clamour of law courts and in the dull quiet of dingy chambers. There was very little in common between himself and the woman he loved, but he had that dash of romance which the hardest friction of a practical existence cannot entirely obliterate from the composition of an Irishman, and he was really and truly in love. So one misty morning in November, the bells pealed gaily from the village church, whose Norman tower loomed dark above the leafless woods of Naysdale Park, and the Naysdale servants were gay and busy. It was to be a quiet wedding. Cecil had been earnest in her entreaties that there might be no unnecessary trouble incurred by her cordial friends, but the childless Mountjoys were as pleased as if they had been arranging a daughter's marriage ceremonial. "I shall be quite angry if you talk about trouble, my dear Cecil," said the kind-hearted hostess. "Here have Horatio and I been puzzling our brains to find out something or other to enliven the house in this wretched weather. And just at the very time when we were most at a loss for amusement and occupation, this marriage of yours happens to afford us both. You don't know what it is, my dear, to have 9 marriageable girls in a house, with only 3 unmarried men, and those 3 more listless and lazy and stupid than words can describe, or you wouldn't talk of giving trouble. All I dread is the reaction which we shall suffer when it's all over, and you and Mr. Oboyville have gone to Ireland." Thus it happened that although it had been promised that the wedding should be a private one, the programme of the day grew to an alarming extent before the day arrived. The officers who had assisted at the archery meeting were invited to the breakfast, much to the delight of the 9 young ladies, and much to the aggravation of the 3 listless young gentlemen who gave utterance to the most crushing sarcasms when the martial visitors were alluded to, and affected to consider the profession of arms entirely incompatible with the faintest scintillation of intelligence or the smallest modicum of education. "Yes," drawled the most listless of the listless ones, "Captain Hardup is a remarkably fine fellow. Of course, it's a great merit in a man to be 6 foot 2 3/4, and a merit which society is bound to recognize. But did anybody ever hear the captain read? Or did anybody ever see the captain write? It's my belief that the greatest pull the Jew bill discounters have over their military customers lies in the fact that they witness the agonies which the martial mind experiences in the process of signing its name. And it's also my belief that when a cavalry officer takes up the Times and throws it down again, exclaiming, "Haw, nothing in the papaws today, I suppose," he does so simply because he can't read. Of course, Mr. Oboyville, happening to overhear some such speech as this, arose in his might and crushed the scorner, proving that from the days of Caesar, whom in the excitement of argument he called Caesar, to the time of the conqueror of Waterloo, soldiers had been even more renowned for the power of their intellect than for the prowess of their arms, and that the helmet and buckler of Minerva were only typical of the fact that from the earliest period of history, wisdom and valour had gone hand in hand. Through the misty November morning went the train of carriages to the little church where Mr. Oboyville awaited his bride, after spending the night on Loop Line and at Junction, and after making a hurried toilet at the village inn. There was no rain, only a soft autumnal mist, which took the fresh crispness out of tulle bonnets and the artificial undulations out of feminine bandeaux. But the wedding was a success in spite of the weather. There was no weeping during the ceremonial, and it was only when the dowager kissed her niece in the vestry that one solitary teardrop glittered in each of that matron's piercing eyes. The bridegroom was in the highest spirits, though in the midst of his gaiety a very close observer, if such people ever were to be found in a wedding party, might have detected an undercurrent of deeper feeling near akin to tears. There was the usual monument of crystallized sugar and silver foliage and artificial orange blossom, the usual combination of the savory solidity of Fortnum and Mason with the airy frivolity and bilious sweetness of Gunter, the usual popping of corks and pleasant sound of frozen liquids trickling into cool, fragile glasses, the usual protestations from young ladies who infinitely preferred tea or coffee to sparkling hock or moselle, but who, overcome by masculine persuasion, generally ended by drinking the latter. The usual open renunciation of her sex from the one fast young lady generally to be found in every party, who always happens to sit next an officer, and who tells him confidentially that she likes sparkling moselle and doesn't believe in the girls who pretend not to like it. Nor could the breakfast reasonably be expected to come to an end without a little speechifying. The judge, in a few appropriate, well-rounded sentences, invoked for his guests all those impossible blessings which it is the fashion to pray for at a wedding breakfast. While, in the heat of returning thanks for these good wishes, Mr. Oboyville was betrayed into speaking of his host as his ludship, and on more than one occasion addressed his audience as ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and by appeared the traditional chariot and post-horses, driven by that blue and antique postilion who seems to emerge from the shadows of the past only on such occasions. And then there was a little animated flirtation in the hall among the 9 unmarried young ladies and the cavalry officers, while the listless young gentlemen looked on with countenances expressive of unutterable scorn, and elderly Anglo-Indian merchants and lawyers and red-faced Anglo-Indian colonels and majors gathered comfortably round their host at one end of the long table in the dining-room, telling old Anglo-Indian stories and laughing at old Anglo-Indian jokes. In due time, Lady Cecil came down the broad, old-fashioned staircase, dressed in pale grey silk, and wearing an airy bonnet that seemed constructed solely with a grey feather and a large, full-blown blush-rose, while the handsomest of her aunt's Indian shawls draped her slender figure like a classic mantle of scarlet and gold. Mrs. Maclaverhouse had insisted upon her niece wearing this shawl and no other. "It's the last but one that stupid, extravagant Hector sent me, and if I know anything about Indian shawls, I know that this one must have cost him something like 100 guineas. And as I'm not rich enough to buy you a wedding present, you must take this, Cecil. Though why the fact of a person being married should oblige other people to half ruin themselves in the purchase of bracelets and dressing cases is more than I can understand. However, that has nothing to do with you and me, Cecil. I'm your aunt and your nearest living relative, so it would be hard indeed if I couldn't give you something, and if you don't take Hector's shawl I shall be very much offended. And mind you don't go wasting your husband's money on trumpery Dresden china, for when I'm dead and gone you'll have more mandarin jars and carved ivory chessmen and inlaid caskets and envelope boxes than you'll know what to do with. Whereupon Mrs. Maclaverhouse kissed her niece, shed one more solitary tear, which she brushed away sharply, and followed the bride down the staircase. And so it happened that Cecil went to her husband wrapped in the shawl which Hector Gordon had chosen in Calcutta 3 years before. The traditionary chariot and post horses drove away amidst a volley of cheers, and the very fast young lady, who was rather proud of her foot, launched a fairy bronze boot into the air as the bridal chariot departed, the heel of which fairy boot, coming in contact with the eyebrow of one of the listless gentlemen, inflicted a blow that ultimately resulted in that vulgar appearance of mingled blues and greens which is popularly described as a black eye. The last which the Naceydale party saw of the bride and bridegroom was Mr. Oboyville's radiant face at the carriage window, and Mr. Oboyville's big white hand waving a parting salutation. And then the Irishman realized the fondest desire of his later years. He went back to the land of his youth, and with his young wife by his side, trod once more the country of his birth. He had consulted Cecil's wishes as to that honeymoon tour, but as he had previously revealed his own yearning for a glimpse of his native town, the river and mountains so familiar to his childhood, she set aside all thought of her own inclination. "Let us go to Ireland," she said. "I know you wish to see your own country once more, and it will be all new ground to me." "You really wish to see Ireland?" "Really. Then we will go there, but only on one condition. There is a place in Devonshire I have heard you talk of, the place where your childhood was spent. We will get across country somehow or other from Holyhead, and we will visit it together, Cecil." She looked up at her lover and smiled. Of all pleasures that he could have offered to her, this was the sweetest. The thought was one of the inspirations of love. So Mr. Oboyville took his wife to Ireland in the dull November weather. There are autumnal seasons in which the rain it raineth every day in this green isle encircled by the sea, and it seemed to Cecil as if a new deluge were about to blot fair Hibernia from the universe. It was no fitting season, nor had the barrister sufficient leisure for the ordinary pleasure-seeker's tour. The newly wedded pair spent a few wet days in Dublin, driving in the Phoenix Park, where the autumn sunsets were very beautiful to behold in the brief intervals of the rain. And then, one bleak early morning, an express train bore Cecil and her husband southward to Shannonville, and under the cloudy November skies, Lawrence Oboyville once more beheld the city of his youth. He had looked forward with such a fond yearning to the day in which he should tread those familiar streets once more, and now the day had come, and the long-dreamed-of pleasure was a very sad sensation after all. The glory of Shannonville had fled since the Irishman last had looked upon it, and the sight of its decay smote him to the heart. Modern civilization and the mighty steam demon who makes naught of distance and but little of time had left Shannonville far behind. Commerce had no longer need of that far southern port, and where rich granaries had stored the wealth of southern Ireland, empty storehouses looked blankly on a deserted quay. There, where the vessels of many traders had jostled one another in the crowded docks, a fisherman's brickhorn was slackly moored by a rotting rope. The broad streets were standing yet, but the crowd that had once made them gay had vanished. The clubhouse was still called a clubhouse, but where were the noisy revellers who had once made its walls resonant with their boisterous laughter, and the dashing young men and the lovely blue-eyed maidens whose presence had rendered the chief thoroughfare of Shannonville so delightful a promenade? Where were they? Gone, gone. Only pinched faces looked up at the hotel windows where Cecil gazed sadly out upon her husband's native city. Only squalor and misery, ruin and decay greeted Lawrence Oboyville as he walked slowly along the deserted quays, looking for the vanished brightness of his youth. He went back to his wife, sick at heart. "The place is as dreary as a city of the dead, Cecil," he said. "I have brought you to desolation and ruin, my darling. We'll leave Shannonville by the first train tomorrow morning. The sight of the old place cuts me to the heart." But Mr. Oboyville grew tolerably cheerful by and by, and took his wife to dine with the oldest friends he had, the oldest surviving friends, for there was a sad list of the dead whom he had known and loved in Shannonville. Lady Cecil was pleased with the kind, simple people who received her with open arms and were unceasing in their praises of her husband's youthful virtues. The 20 years of his professional career seemed to melt away like a dream as he sat in that Shannonville drawing-room where tall young ladies whom he had dandled in his strong arms looked at him wonderingly, and where youthful matrons, whom he remembered as tiny toddling children, brought their tiny toddling children to his middle-aged knees. People talked as if events of a quarter of a century back had been the events of yesterday. And don't you remember the picnic at Nickdeal's Lutherum, Lawrence? And I'm sure you've not forgotten the dance at Mr. O'Hennessy's when Patrick McShindy proposed to Flora Macri in the little back parlour, and old Mr. O'Kelly caught him on his knees. And don't you remember the murder at Castle Sloggerham, and Major O'Wokes riding 50 miles across country on his chestnut mare, Devil's Hoof, to take the scoundrel that did it? Ah, Lawrence, Shannonville's but a quiet place now, and you'd scarcely know it if you came back amongst us again. But even that genial evening amongst old friends could not quite restore Mr. Oboyville's spirits. "I'm sure you won't care to stay here, Cecil," he said as they drove home to the hotel, "and I think my heart would break if I spent a week in the place." So in the bleak November, under another cloudy sky, and with another day's ceaseless rain pattering against the windows of the railway carriage, Cecil and her husband went back to Dublin, and from Dublin to Holyhead, and thence across country to Exeter, and then to Chudley Combe. Here there was no sign of decay, save the beautiful decay of nature. Commercial civilization had never approached within 20 miles of the secluded old mansion half buried in the woods, and the eternal loveliness of nature is subject to no changes save those gradual transitions through which she passes forever and ever, serenely beautiful in every phase. The old woman who had charge of the deserted mansion was very glad to admit Mr. Oboyville and his wife, for the portly presence of the barrister and the carriage and pair that had brought them from the nearest post-town augured a handsome recompense for her trouble. She led the visitors through the empty rooms, where the atmosphere was chill and musty, and where the mice behind the wainscot scampered away at the sound of the intruder's footfall. The old-fashioned furniture had a wasted, half-starved look to modern eyes. It seemed as if the chairs and tables had been sentient things and were slowly perishing from inanition. As the aspect of Shannonville had depressed Mr. Oboyville, so the cold dampness of this untenanted mansion depressed Cecil. "I can't bear to see the dear old rooms looking so cold and cheerless," she said. "I can show you the very chair in which Grandmamma used to sit, the little table on which I used to write." She opened an old-fashioned square piano and ran her fingers gently along the keys, but tenderly as she touched the notes, the instrument gave out a shrill, discordant wail that was almost like the shriek of a banshee. But if the aspect of the place saddened Mr. Oboyville's young wife, her sadness was not all pain. There was a tender pleasure mingled with her regret. "You could never guess how often I have seen the old place in my dreams, Lawrence," she said, "amidst all the confusion and contradiction and absurdity that make dreams so bewildering. I have seen dead people restored to life, and have felt no surprise in seeing them. In a dream one always seems to forget that there is any such thing as death. I thank you 1,000 times for bringing me here, Lawrence. You could never believe how much I have wished to see the dear old home again. And now you see it in the hands of a stranger, and going to ruin, Cecil," said Mr. Oboyville. "The water comes through all the ceilings upstairs, and if the man who owns the place doesn't take care what he's about, there'll be a new roof wanted before very long." But the old woman hereupon explained that the ownership was at present vested in the Court of Chancery. A suit was in progress, and had been in progress for the last 3 years, on settlement of which the entire property was to be realized for the benefit of the disputants. And if the place is to be worth anybody's buying, it had need be sold soon, said the old woman. For the rain do come in here, and the rain do come in there, and the wind do come in everywhere, and the rats gnaw holes in the wainscot, and eat their way through the flooring, and the windows rattle of a winter's night to that degree that the house isn't fit for a Christian to live in. A few hundreds laid out upon it would make it comfortable enough, said the practical Mr. Oboyville, but I don't see how the place could ever be worth more than 100 a year at this distance from London, and it must sell as cheap as rags to give you 5% for your money. Oh, if I had only been rich enough to buy it, she thought. She did not know anything about percentages or profitable investments, but if she had been free to do her own will, she would have given every sixpence she possessed in the world to be owner of Chudley Combe. And yet she never thought of asking Mr. Oboyville to purchase the dwelling-place she loved with some portion of the money he had settled upon her. She had tried with all her might to prevent the making of that settlement, and had told her lover that under no circumstances could she ever bring herself to look upon the money as her own. "I have very little use for what people call pin money," she said, "for you know, Lawrence, that I have been accustomed all my life to be economical. Let me have 50 or 60 pounds a year for my clothes, if you like, and I will dress as well as I have ever been used to dress. But I don't want to be extravagant because you are generous." The barrister kissed his affianced bride and told her that she was an angel and that she dressed exquisitely, but the settlement was made nevertheless, and Mrs. Maclaverhouse declared that Lawrence Oboyville had acted nobly. And during the visit to Chudley Combe he was very kind and very patient, though he examined the window sashes and sounded the partitions and rattled the locks and poked the ceilings and peered up the chimneys, and jumped upon the floors with a view to testing the strength of the timbers, and altogether behaved in a more practical way than quite harmonized with Cecil's pensive spirit. But he gave her plenty of time for tender meditations while he prowled amongst stables and offices, tasted the water from a couple of pumps in a long stone courtyard, and measured the length and breadth of the grounds with a surveyor's accurate 3-foot stride. It was only when the autumn afternoon was deepening into evening that he swooped down upon Cecil as she stood on the lawn by a rustic basket that had once held such a wealth of geraniums, and in which now only a few straggling sprigs of mignonette lingered amid a wilderness of weeds, and asked her sharply if she was ready to go away. "Yes, Lawrence," she said, "quite ready." And then, as they walked back to the carriage, she said, rather to herself than to her husband, "I wonder who will buy Chudley Combe." "Ah, so do I," cried Mr. Oboyville, swinging his stick. "He'll have to spend something like £1,000 upon the place before he makes it habitable, whoever he is." Chapter 14. M.R. Lobyer's Wooing. Another season had commenced. The carriages in the Ladies' Mile were gathering thicker every day, though as yet there was not a leaflet on the trees in Hyde Park, nor a ray of warm sunshine on the Serpentine. January the bitter had given place to February the uncertain, when Florence Crawford tore herself away from the blusterous delights of the Brighton esplanade in obedience to her father's summons. She had been staying with some stylish friends who had taken a house on the East Cliff, while William Crawford made the best of the dark, short days, working steadily at a picture which was to be one of the glories of the Academy in the coming season. Florence Crawford had not exaggerated her wealthy admirer's devotion. Mr. Lobbyer had spent the winter in perpetual rushing to and fro between London and Brighton. Another man, as deeply smitten as Mr. Lobbyer, would have been content to have taken up his abode at Piccadilly-super-Mare, and to have devoted himself entirely to the society of his enchantress. But Miss Crawford's admirer could not altogether tear himself away from the companions of his bachelor life. There were winter races, and mysterious pugilistic meetings, and secret cockfightings, and divers other entertainments connected with the animal creation, from the delights of which beauty was powerless to beguile Mr. Lobbyer. He wanted to marry Florence Crawford, and he meant to marry her. The more completely she held him at bay and defied him by her coquetry and insolence, the more dogged he became in his determination to win her for his wife. He admired her beauty, her grace, her piquancy, and he thought it would be a fine thing to have such a woman seated at the head of his table or sitting by his side in his mail phaeton with the most thoroughbred of bull-terriers on her lap and a 40-guinea tiger skin over her knees. He admired everything that was gorgeous and expensive and out of the reach of that large class of humanity whose members did not possess bankers' books and whom he contemptuously generalized as cads. He admired Florence Crawford because, in his own phraseology, she was the best thing he had seen in the way of girls. But he had carefully considered the prudence of the step before he committed himself by any deliberate avowal of his admiration. I might marry a woman with plenty of money, he thought, but then I shouldn't have much of a choice. I like to choose my horses and dogs, and I should like to choose my wife. Florence Crawford must have some money, for she's an only child, and those painter fellows make no end of money nowadays. And as Crawford has been a widower 16 or 17 years, I don't suppose there's much chance of his making an idiot of himself by marrying again. After regarding the matter with extreme deliberation, Mr. Lobier arrived at the conclusion that he might as well gratify his own inclination and marry the painter's daughter, whose bewitchingly disdainful airs gave a zest to his courtship. So when Florence went back to the fountains, she returned as the affianced wife of Thomas Lobier, and she carried in one of her portmanteaus a casket of jewels which winked and twinkled in the cold winter sunshine when she lifted the lid to peep at her treasures. She had left the East Cliff radiant with feminine vanity, bright with the golden halo of success, for her friends knew that before the year was out she would be mistress of Pevenshaw Place and a West End mansion, and she knew that they envied her good fortune. Mr. Lobier's society was not eminently delightful, but Mr. Lobier's mail phaeton and thoroughbred steppers were absolute perfection. Mr. Lobier's conversational powers were very limited, but the establishments of Brighton jewellers are more fascinating than any other jewel shops in England and are scarcely to be surpassed by the glories of the Rue de la Paix. And Mr. Lobier had been a liberal customer in Castle Square. William Crawford had heard of his daughter's conquest and had been congratulated upon the brilliancy of her prospects, but he had not taken upon himself to interfere with her arrangements. The manners and ideas of modern young ladies were something past the pure-minded artist's powers of comprehension. He remembered his wife with her primitive notions and womanly tenderness, so fond, so clinging, so loving, so girlishly sentimental, so quick to be pleased with any simple pleasure, so ready to be frightened by a harsh word or moved to tears by a tender thought, and remembering her, he was utterly bewildered by the daughter, who was so like and yet so unlike that lost darling. Whether the sentiments which Florence openly professed were the expression of her real feelings or only the fashionable cant of her sex, Mr. Crawford was at a loss to imagine, but the tone of her conversation gave him unspeakable pain. This daughter, who spoke of him as a dear old party, and who pronounced his best picture to be awfully jolly, was so unlike the daughter he had dreamed of welcoming to the home of his prosperity. He knew that she was charming, that slang from her lips took a new accent and assumed a pretty quaintness in place of its native vulgarity. He had seen that her heart needed only to be awakened by some piteous appeal, some sorrowful spectacle, to reveal itself rich in all womanly tenderness and compassion. But she was not the daughter of his dreams. I am punished for my cowardice, he thought. I was afraid to face the struggles of poverty with my child in my arms. I gave her into the hands of strangers, and I am fool enough to wonder now that she is strange to me. Miss Crawford tripped into the painting room immediately after her arrival at the fountains and elevated herself on tiptoe in order to embrace her father. "You dear old darling, how you do smell of varnish," she cried, after bestowing a kiss upon each of his cheeks. "Are you using copal for your new picture? Dreadfully stiff stuff to work with, isn't it? And what is the new picture? You didn't tell me that in any of your letters, and I've been dying to know. I suppose I may look." Before the painter could reply, his daughter had planted herself before the easel and was contemplating his unfinished work. "As long as it's nothing about Marie Antoinette, Mary Queen of Scots, Don Quixote, Gil Bias, or the Vicar of Wakefield, I'm satisfied, she said. She stood looking at the picture for some minutes, and then shrugged her shoulders impatiently as she turned to the painter. I must give it up, Papa, she exclaimed. It's rather nice, but you must have half a page of description in the catalogue if you want people to know what it all means. It was the picture of a page holding a horse in a woody landscape. The page wore the costume of Charles II's court, but the loose, tumbled hair falling about the fair neck, the small jewelled hand that grasped the bridle, the delicate curves of the figure, the disorder of a dress that seemed to have been arranged by unaccustomed hands, and the shrinking terror of the pose betrayed the sex of the pretended page. The attitude of the horse expressed as intense a terror as that which agitated the woman. The bright chestnut of his sides was darkened with sweat, the distended nostrils were flecked with foam, the eyes were dilated. The woman's face was exquisitely beautiful, but its loveliness was of the diabolical rather than the angelic order. The eyes of the disguised beauty were turned with a look of unspeakable horror towards a woodland glade which stretched away in the background, and her disengaged hand was pressed convulsively upon her breast as if to control the beating of her heart. On the grass, near the horse's feet, there lay an embroidered glove and a cavalier's cloak, whose rich purple velvet and gold embroidery made a mass of colour in the foreground. "Who is she, Papa?" asked Flo. "Her dress is unutterably jolly, and her hair looks as if you had painted it with a patent tube of liquid sunshine. What a wonderful old thing you are! But allow me to inquire for the second time what it all means. A pretty woman doesn't dress herself in a ruby velvet doublet and hold a horse in a wood without a motive. The woman is the Countess of Shrewsbury, who disguised herself as a page and held the Duke of Buckingham's horse while he fought a duel with her husband. It's not a very moral story, and I doubt if I shall exhibit it. But you needn't tell people what it means, Papa, and I'm sure they'd never find out. Call it Lady Rachel Russell. You can invent a story about an attempted escape of her husband or something of that kind, you know. But if you've any difficulty about the picture, Mr. Lobier shall buy it off you, Papa," added Florence, with a tone that sounded rather like patronage. She was quite capable of patronizing her father. "Thank you, my dear. The picture is sold already to a person who understands pictures," answered Mr. Crawford gravely. He was standing with his back to his daughter, washing his hands in a basin that formed part of the paraphernalia of a stand on which he kept the implements of his art. The winter twilight was thickening, and the light of the low fire was hidden by a crimson screen. Flo stood in the bay window, looking out into the garden with a meditative air. "You speak of Mr. Lobier as if he were quite your own property, Florence," said the painter, as he walked to the fireplace and pushed away the screen. The firelight showed him his daughter's profile, her head bent, her eyes downcast, the small gloved hands trifling with her bonnet strings. She did not make any reply to her father's remark, and yet he could scarcely doubt that she had heard him. "Do you really mean to marry this Mr. Lobier?" William Crawford asked presently. "I wish you wouldn't call him this Mr. Lobier, Papa," cried Flo impatiently. "What has he done that he should have a relative pronoun tacked onto his name, as if he were some new kind of wild animal? He has asked me to marry him ever so many times, and I suppose I do mean to marry him, Papa, if you have no objection," added Florence dutifully. "If I have no objection," exclaimed the painter. "What influence have the fathers of the present day over their children that their opinion should be asked or their wishes consulted? Don't look at me so imploringly. I am not angry with you, my dear. I am only an old-fashioned fellow, and there are many things I see nowadays that mystify me. If you like Mr. Lobier, and Mr. Lobier is, as he seems to be, very much in love with you, I cannot make any objection to your marrying him, though I will tell you frankly—" "Oh, pray don't, Papa," cried Florence. "Pray don't tell me anything frankly. When people talk about being frank, they are always going to say something disagreeable. It's very odd that the truth always should be so unpleasant. I know what you were going to say, Papa, almost as well as if you had said it. You were going to tell me that I may marry Mr. Lobier if I please, but that you don't like him, and that you never have liked him, and so on. The moment a girl is engaged to be married to a man, people seem to think they are privileged to abuse him." I don't wish to abuse Mr. Lobia, my dear. If you are really attached to him, Flo shrugged her shoulders impatiently, and if you really think you can be happy as his wife, I have nothing to say against the marriage. I suppose if I were a very prudent man, I ought to rejoice at the idea that my little girl can never know what worldly misfortune is. But what, Papa? Cried Flo. She had untied her bonnet strings and had thrown the fragile structure of velvet and feathers aside in her impatience. The fact is, Miss Crawford had not returned from Brighton in the best possible humour, and her father's grave manner annoyed her. The Hinchlife girls were never tired of congratulating me, Papa, she said, and Mrs. Hinchliffe declared I was the luckiest creature in Christendom. And Aunt Jane called. She has taken a house in Marine Square for the children, and the Hinchliffes asked her to dinner, and of course they would tell her all about Mr. Lobyer, and she was delighted, and went away in such spirits, declaring that if I have a townhouse, she will make my uncle move from Russell Square to Tyburnia. But now I come home you snub me and throw cold water upon me and make me feel as if I were a kind of criminal. It's very cruel of you, Papa. My dear child, I have no wish to be cruel. And so the Hinchliffes are delighted, and Aunt Jane is delighted, because you are going to marry Mr. Lobyer. It is not because he is handsome, I suppose, for I have seen much handsomer men, and it can't be because he is clever, for I must confess that to me he seems rather stupid. Why is it such a grand thing to marry Mr. Lobyer, Flo? And why are the Hinchliffes envious, and Aunt Jane in spirits? Is it because he is rich? Ah, to be sure, that's what it is, of course. He is rich, and we are a wealthy nation, and to marry the wealthiest bachelor of the season is the supremest felicity to which a young lady can attain. I begin to understand it all now, but I am such an old-fashioned man, Flo, that I like the old idea of love in a cottage best. Papa, said Florence, after a pause, Mamma's marriage was a love match, and she loved you very dearly, as you deserve to be loved, you dear disagreeable old darling, and I know that she never repented having married you. But when you were very, very poor, did you never feel sorry for having taken her from the comfortable home in Russell Square, and the carriage, and the servants, and the friends, and all that she lost when she became your wife? Yes, Flo, answered the painter sadly. God knows I had my hours of remorse and bitterness. But you had no need to be remorseful, Papa, cried Flo, who perceived that she had touched too sad a memory. For Mamma loved you dearly, and she was happier with you than she would have been in a palace, even if people were generally happy in palaces, which, as far as I can ascertain, they are not. But I am not like Mamma. I have been brought up among rich people, and the thought of poverty frightens me. I look at houses sometimes in which people exist, and are tolerably happy, I suppose, in their own miserable way, and I think that I couldn't live in such a house or in such a neighbourhood. Do you remember taking me up to some place near Islington to see one of Mr. Foley's pictures? Islington seemed like a new world to me, and I felt that I should commit suicide if I lived there a week. To be out of reach of the parks, to have no horse to ride, no pretty dresses to wear, no nice fashionable friends to visit, to ride in omnibuses and wear old-fashioned bonnets, and go through life shabby and dowdy and neglected. Ah, what utter misery it all seems. I know all this sounds selfish and horrible, Papa, but I have been brought up to be selfish and horrible. I dare say your feelings are perfectly natural, my dear, replied Mr. Crawford, but I don't understand them. I don't understand you. I understand nothing about the age in which I live. All I can say to you is to implore you to think seriously before you take so serious a step as that you talk of so lightly. It seems the fashion to talk lightly of solemn things nowadays, and no one would imagine from the manner in which people discuss a marriage that it was to be the affair of a lifetime. You are very young, Florrie, and you can afford to wait. If you feel that you can be happy with Mr. Lobyer, marry him. But if you have the slightest doubt upon that point, let no inducement upon earth tempt you to become his wife. The unhappy marriages of the present day end in the divorce court, but, as I said before, you can afford to wait. Oh, yes, Papa, cried Miss Crawford, and while I am waiting and deliberating, some designing minx will pounce upon Mr. Lobyer and marry him before I know where I am. What a dear, unsophisticated thing you are, and what a dreadful worldly wretch I am, Papa. But you see, I am not so much worse than other people. There is your model Gretchen, your favourite Cecil Chudley, who was always lecturing me about my mercenary sentiments. Yet you see, after all, she has married a great lumbering Irish barrister, only because he has 2 or 3 thousand a year. But Lady Cecil may be very much attached to Mr. Oboyville. Yes, Papa, answered Flo pertly. She may, but then, on the other hand, she mayn't. Attached to him, indeed. A man whose coats and collars were made in the year 1, and must have been old-fashioned then, I should think, if Adam had decent taste in dress. But he can change his coats and collars, and really Oboyville is a very good fellow, and a very clever one. Yes, Papa, but what woman ever cared about such cleverness as that? A man whose greatest achievement is to cross-examine some stupid witness and set a stupid jury laughing at his stupid jokes. No, you dear innocent parent, Cecil did not care 2 straws about that uncultivated Queen's Counsel, but she married him because he is well off and can give her what people call a good home. A good home in Brunswick Square. Poor Cecil, I am dying to call upon her, and hear how she endures her existence in Bloomsbury. After this, Miss Crawford contrived to turn the conversation. She talked of her father's pictures, the Countess of Shrewsbury, the larger classical subject which he was going to finish before the 1st of May, anything and everything except Mr. Lobbyer. And after dining tête-à-tête with Mr. Crawford, Florence retired to array herself in blue gauze and returned to the drawing-room to await a friendly dowager who was to call for her at 10 o'clock, and beneath whose sheltering wing she was to appear at a party to which Mr. Lobbyer had also been bidden. The master of Pevenshaw Place and the Lobbyer Mills called on the painter next day and made a formal demand for the hand of his daughter. "You won't find me illiberal in the matter of settlements, Mr. Crawford," said the rich man, as the painter deliberated with a clouded brow and a thoughtful aspect. "Let your lawyer name his own terms and fight the business out with my fellow. When I fall in love with a beautiful woman, I'm not the sort of man to spoil my chance by a niggardly policy," said Mr. Lobbyer, whose tone was rather calculated to convey the idea that Florence Crawford was not the first beautiful woman with whom he had fallen in love. But the painter was too much struck by the first part of the young man's speech to pay much attention to the latter portion. "My dear sir," he exclaimed, "I dare say what you have just been saying is very generously intended, but you must remember that we are not making a bargain. My daughter is not one of my pictures to be disposed of to the highest bidder, and I assure you I have my fancies even about the disposal of them, and don't always care to sell them to the person who offers me most money. If I consider your proposal at all, I must consider it as it affects my daughter's future happiness, not her purse. I suppose a settlement is a usual thing with a man of your wealth, and in that case I am willing that you should do what is fair and just if you marry my daughter. But I cannot for a moment allow you to put forward your money as an inducement to me when you propose to become the husband of my only child." Mr. Lobbyer, for once in his life, was thoroughly astounded. Here was a painter fellow who would sell you a picture, by Ged, sir, and thank you humbly for your patronage, riding the high horse, and giving himself the airs of a duke. This was what the great Lobbyer said afterwards to his chief toady and confidant, but he was completely subdued at the time, and was fain to sue most humbly for permission to make Florence Crawford his wife. "I do not see very well how I can withhold my consent," returned the painter with a sigh, when he responded to Mr. Lobbyer's very meekly worded appeal. "You have already proposed to my daughter, and she has accepted your proposal. Subject to my approval, she tells me very dutifully. I think it is rather too late for me to interfere, Mr. Lobbyer, especially as there seems no particular reason why I should interfere. If my daughter loves you, and if you love her as truly and purely as a man ought to love the woman he marries, I cannot say no. All I ask is that you will not be in a hurry, that you will wait, a year at the least. I want to know you better before I trust my daughter's happiness to your keeping." But Mr. Lobbyer protested that a year under such circumstances would be an eternity, or something to that effect, and after considerable supplication on the part of Miss Crawford's lover, who talked of himself in a dejected way, as the most devoted fellow that ever was, and as a fellow who wanted to settle down in his own home, and all that sort of thing. The painter consented that the year of probation should be reduced by one half, and that at the end of 6 months Mr. Lobbyer might claim his bride, always provided that his future father-in-law had reason to think well of him in the meantime. After this the young man departed triumphant, but with a certain air of sulky discomfiture about him in the midst of his triumph. "If a fellow were a pauper, there couldn't be more row about the business," he muttered as he stepped into that unapproachable phaeton which had been such a success on the West Cliff. "I never knew before today that fellows with 500,000 of money were so plentiful that people whose daughters they want to marry need turn up their noses at 'em."
Mr. Crawford went back to his painting room after the interview with his future son-in-law, very grave of aspect. He went to his painting room for comfort, as a devotee might go into a church. His largest easel occupied the centre of the room, with a great blank canvas upon it, while the Countess of Shrewsbury was turned ignominiously to the wall.
He took some dingy brownish tint from his palette and sketched the outline of a woman's form upon the fair white canvas. No map of confused and wavy lines preceded the perfect outline, but every stroke was sharp, precise, and permanent. Where other men indulged in a chalky network of vague curves and undulations, William Crawford drew a firm and lasting outline with his brush. The long labours of years had made him the first of modern draftsmen, as well as the greatest of modern colourists. But today Mr. Crawford's work did not afford him that serene pleasure which it was his wont to feel when he stood before his easel. His brush was less rapid than usual, and after standing for some moments staring at his canvas without seeing it, he turned with an impatient sigh and began to walk up and down the room. "I do not like thee, Dr. Fell," he muttered, with his hands plunged deep in the pockets of his velvet morning coat. "I'm not at all clear about the reason, but I do not like thee, and I wish my pretty little impertinent Florence were going to marry anyone else in this world rather than you, my worthy Fell. But the girls of the present day are past my comprehension, and the women too, for the matter of that. Yes, Mrs. Champernowne, the women too." The painter sighed more heavily than before as he said this. He took a little note from his waistcoat pocket presently, and from the half-listless, half-unwilling manner in which he unfolded the miniature sheet and glanced at the half-dozen lines inscribed thereon, it was evident that he had read the note before. And yet it was no very important document. It was only a woman's epistle, half of remonstrance, half of invitation. But the tiny sheet of paper was a marvel of delicate emblazonry in the way of crest and arms, monogram and address, and the paper exhaled a rare and subtle perfume as of myosotis or orange blossom. "What are you doing, Mr. Crawford?" began the painter's correspondent in a hand which was firm without being masculine, bold and yet neat, a hand which had an originality and character of its own, and which once seen was rarely forgotten or confounded with any other calligraphy. "What are you doing, and why have I seen neither you nor Florence since my return to town? I am anxious to hear all about your pictures for this season, or to see them, but I shall not come to your painting room uninvited, and in the meantime you and your daughter know where to find me. Always truly yours, Georgina Champernowne." "Shall I go to her?" thought the painter. "I made up my mind to keep clear of her for this year at least, and already I am tempted to waver. She won't leave me alone. She won't let me work in peace, and forget her if I can. What is it to her that I have worked and waited for 20 years to win the place I hold? What is it to her? She likes to see me in her drawing-room and to exhibit me to the people amongst whom she lives. I suppose I am a kind of lion in my way, and that she likes to show me in my cage. What does it matter to her if she distracts me from my work? It pleases her to keep me in an intermittent fever of perplexity and despair. What am I to her amongst 100 admirers? I am only something different from the rest of them. She has her museum of lovers as she has her cabinets of china, her collection of antique silver, her orchids, her Angora cats, and I am a curious specimen of the genus painter, very hopeless. Shall I go to her to be fooled, as I have been fooled year after year, ever since I have been worth a place in her exhibition. No, no, Mrs. Champernowne. Nenny, as the citizens of Ghent said to Philip van Artevelde. One might do something with Van Artevelde, by the by, and the quaint old costumes, and the queer peaked roofs of the houses, and the infuriated burghers, clamorous for their leader's blood. Nenny, Mrs. Champernowne, I will not go near you. I have my great picture to paint between this and the 28th of April, and I have to hold my own against the critics. So I will send you my daughter with a pretty message, and I will invite you to my painting room on the last day in April, with the connoisseurs and the amateurs, and the art critics on the newspapers, and the unknown strangers who come to stare at the painter under pretence of looking at his pictures. But when Mr. Crawford had spent about 3 hours at his easel, he laid down his palette and brushes and looked at the clock upon the mantelpiece, the infallible clock upon which weary models cast furtive glances as the day wore on, to see when another hour had expired and another shilling had been earned. I can't go on any longer without a young person, as Flo calls my professional model, said Mr. Crawford, and I think I should like to show her my sketch before I go seriously to work at the picture. Her taste is perfect, and she might suggest something. Besides which, it's getting too dark for work, added the painter, rather irrelevantly. The she of whom he spoke so vaguely was Mrs. Champernowne, and he wanted to find an excuse for going to her. He took a small canvas from amongst others leaning against the wall and slipped it into a green baize cover. He rang the bell, told the servant to fetch a cab, and then retired into a dressing-room that adjoined the larger chamber, where he exchanged his velvet painting coat for the broadcloth of everyday life. Chapter 15. Delilah. After driving about half a mile, Mr. Crawford halted in a little lane leading out of the high road and within 5 minutes' walk of Hyde Park, an obscure corner in which one would scarcely expect to find a decent house, but which was, nevertheless, one of the choicest spots at the West End. It was close to the park, and the maximum of earthly bliss seems to be involved in that fact. The painter alighted before a stout wooden door set deep in a wall, above which appeared the branches of leafless sycamores. The garden within that circling wall was rather less than half an acre in extent. The house that nestled amid those leafless trees was only a cottage, but the rent which Mrs. Champernowne paid for this retreat was something like 700 a year. It was a retreat, a little hermitage half hidden amidst a dreary wilderness of stucco, a pearl of price amongst the meretricious splendours of Birmingham jewellers' ware, a place whose parallel was not to be found within the charmed circle in which alone Mrs. Champernowne could exist, and Mrs. Champernowne's landlord knew the value of his treasure. Such a cottage and such a garden at Highgate, or Kew, or Ealing, or Isleworth might have been worth £150 a year, but such a cottage, within earshot of the sparrows of Hyde Park, was worth almost anything its owner chose to ask for it. Mrs. Champernowne was elegant. Mrs. Champernowne was fashionable. She was a widow, the widow of an elderly man who had left her what was supposed to be an inexhaustible fortune. But it may be that this idea had arisen in the public mind rather from the reckless expenditure of the widow than from any exact knowledge of the late Mr. Champernowne's resources. With this gentleman had expired one unutterably ancient lineage, and in the person of his widow was represented another. Backward, through the misty regions of the past, Mrs. Champernowne traced the currents of her own and her husband's blood, winding, by separate ways, into the remote darkness of a legendary age. The history of modern Europe had a personal interest for the elegant widow, and Froissart was a family record, but she rarely spoke of these past glories. Only now and then, when the name of some aristocratic conspirator or court poet, some distinguished politician or general or admiral of a medieval age arose in a discussion, Mrs. Champernowne might be heard to murmur softly as to herself, "His great-grandson married my mother's great-aunt," or, "Poor fellow, how fond my ancestor Ralph Hyde's youngest daughter was of him. I have the ring he gave her the night before his execution, a posy ring with the motto Memoria in Eterna." If Georgina Champernowne had secured for herself a certain position in the fashionable world, she had secured it entirely without effort. She had pleased others by pleasing herself. During her husband's lifetime, she had been buried alive in a gloomy old Northumbrian castle that rose black and bare above a great expanse of hill and dale, sparsely wooded here and there and dignified with the name of park. Those who knew most about her, and even they seemed to know very little, declared that the elegant Georgina had known the bitter gripe of poverty's stern hand before she married Mohun Champernowne of Champernowne Castle. Her father, Ambrose Arscott Pomeroy, was the last representative of a grand old Cornish family, and had carried his 3 sons and 5 daughters to a sleepy Belgian town where the grass grew in the deserted highways, and where the halls in which medieval commerce had displayed her richest treasures amidst clamorous crowds of buyers and sellers served for the storehouses of petty manufacturers or the habitations of lonely old women. Georgina had been educated in a convent within a few miles of Brussels at a cost of about £40 a year, and had emerged therefrom more accomplished than 1 out of 20 of the damsels who leave a fashionable finishing school, where the annual stipend is something over 300. An accidental meeting between Ambrose Pomeroy and his old friend Mohun Champernowne had brought about the marriage of Georgina, and after performing the duties of a devoted wife, and enduring the humours of an invalid husband and the unspeakable dullness of a Northumbrian mansion for 10 years, Mr. Pomeroy's daughter found herself mistress alike of her own destiny and of every shilling that her husband had to leave. Her father had died within the last few years. Her brothers and sisters had scattered far and wide, some doing badly, some doing well, but none of them holding their own in the sphere to which Mohun Champernowne's widow belonged. She was quite alone in the world. There was no one who had any right to question her actions or interfere with her caprices. She was 32 years of age, and in the dull period of her seclusion her taste had refined itself and her intellect had ripened. Then it was that Mrs. Champernowne came to London and began to live her own life. For her, who had been so long an exile from society, the laws of society had little weight. She took a house in a fashionable neighbourhood because the neighbourhood was pleasant rather than because it was fashionable. She sent for one of her nieces and made the girl a permanent inmate of her house, not because she feared to face society without the protection of a female companion, but because she wished to benefit her sister's child. She rarely went into society. She was never seen at horticultural fêtes or fancy fairs, races or lawn parties, but at the private view of every exhibition of pictures, at the opera, on the first night of a new piece at a fashionable theatre, at a few of the choicer morning concerts in Hanover Square, the initiated recognized Mrs. Champernowne and pointed her out to uninitiated friends as one of the most elegant women in fashionable London. She was not a dashing woman, no flutter of lace or rustle of silk, no musical tingling of bracelets or bangles or perfume of jockey club attended her entrance into any public resort. Country cousins, staring at the patrician beauty of West End belles and the splendour of West End millinery, were apt to overlook Mrs. Champernowne. But if a connoisseur in the trifles of life had been told to look for the woman whose toilette most successfully combined the extremity of rigid simplicity with the perfection of elegance, he would inevitably have selected the widow. This was the woman who had been one of the first to recognize the genius of William Crawford, who had given him a high price for one of his earliest successes, and who had been pleased to set him down upon the list of her intimates. And this last boon was no small privilege, for Mrs. Champernowne did not crowd her drawing-room with acquaintances of a season's standing. She lived her own life, and she chose her own friends. The chosen few who had at first constituted her circle grew into many, but there was none amongst the many who had not some claim to distinction. If the door of the hermitage had been freely open to every comer, Mrs. Champernowne might have found it difficult to sustain the tone of distinction which she had so unconsciously acquired. But in shutting her door upon people whose acquaintance another woman in her position might have courted, the widow invested her receptions with a piquancy which fascinated the privileged ones who were free to come and go as they pleased. To be free of the hermitage was d'être de Marly over again, for once admitted within those walls, all ceremony was done with. No invitation cards ever issued from Georgina's fair hands. She was an inveterate tea-drinker, and to linger by her side as she dispensed fragile cups of eggshell china that held about a tablespoonful was to be carried back to the days of patch and hoop, and to be subjugated by the charms of a new Belinda, a Belinda of 35 years, well-sounded, but the most bewildering of enchantresses nevertheless. In the evening Mrs. Champernowne was at home to her intimates, and from 10 until 12 the little lane leading out of the Kensington Road was luminous with the lamps of broughams. "I reserve no particular evening for my intimates, for I know so few people," said the widow. She always made a strong point of her limited circle. "And I so rarely go out. People know they can find me whenever they choose to come, and that I like to see them come in and out of my rooms as they please." Placed on this easy footing, Mrs. Champernowne's friends found the Hermitage one of the most agreeable houses in London. The best music to be heard at the West End was to be heard at Mrs. Champernowne's. The freshest photographs of new pictures that had been the gems of the season in continental exhibitions, the last political pamphlet that had aroused the indignation of the Parisian police, the last comedy by Sardou or Augier that had succeeded at the Française or Gymnase, were to be found scattered on her table, and all the lions and lionesses of London roared their mildest roar for the pleasure of their accomplished hostess. Some delicate instinct of her own enabled her to discover nice people. She developed talents that had never been brought to light before. The ice of a reserved nature melted under her genial influence. The most afflicted of bashful men found courage in her presence. People who were utterly subjugated by her fascination sought in vain to define its nature, and were content at last to declare her the most charming of women. Her intimates were pestered by the supplications of outsiders who wanted to penetrate the magic circle, but that circle was not to be entered easily. People pleaded hard to be allowed to introduce such and such a friend who was dying to make Mrs. Champernowne's acquaintance, but she was seldom charitable enough to say with Rogers, "Let him live." "Come to see me whenever you like," she said, "but don't bring me any strangers. I detest strangers. The only people I care to know are people I can know before I see them. I read a book or see a picture or hear a sonata on the violin, and I know in a moment whether I shall like the man or woman who writes or paints or plays. I knew by the turn of his Iphigenia's head that I should like Mr. Glendower the sculptor, and now he is one of my best friends. And there is Mr. Crawford," added the widow, smiling sweetly as she turned to the painter. "I knew him intimately from the moment in which I stood riveted before that wonderful Aspasia." It was at the call of this enchantress that Mr. Crawford had left his painting room in the bleak February afternoon. He rang the bell, which tinkled with a subdued sound in the distance, for the genius of noise was banished from the Hermitage. Once within those sheltering walls, the visitor recognized an atmosphere which had nothing in common with the vulgar air without. A solemn hush reigned as in a cathedral. No shrieking birds, no yelping lapdogs broke the serene stillness. A man admitted Mr. Crawford into a long glazed corridor where there were hothouse flowers, the frailest of exotics, whose waxen petals glimmered whitely amidst foliage of dark shining green, and at the extreme end 2 marble figures seemed to keep guard over a pair of dark green velvet doors, which divided the corridor from the inner sanctuary. One of the statues was the genius of night, with starry veil and extinguished torch. The other, a silence, with lifted finger pressed upon closed lips. The subdued tone of the vestibule, the dark foliage and colourless petals of the exotics, the chill whiteness of marble against a background of sombre green, possessed a harmony of their own, and the visitor who entered the Hermitage for the first time felt, before he reached the end of the vestibule, that he was in no common abode. For the painter, acutely alive to the sense of external beauty, the surroundings of Mrs. Champernowne had an irresistible intoxication. "Why do I come here?" he asked himself, as he followed the servant to the end of the vestibule. "There is an odour in the very atmosphere that stupefies and bewilders me. Take away a wall here and there, and open barbaric colonnades to the glare of an eastern sun, and I can fancy Samson coming to visit Delilah in this house. I have half a mind to leave my card and go away without seeing her." The servant looked back at this moment, as wondering why the visitor did not follow him, and after a little movement of hesitation, Mr. Crawford passed into the hall. Need it be said that Mrs. Champernowne's manservant was not a common manservant? He was a most gentlemanly creature, upon whom a livery would have been as much out of place as upon a bishop. A little powder in his hair was the sole badge of his servitude, and became him admirably. For the rest, his costume was such as might have been worn by the ideal curate or the poetic doctor of a young lady's novel. The grave dignity of his manner was more impressive than the concentrated insolence of 20 overfed Jameses. As you looked at him, you were overpowered by a sense of your own inferiority. You felt instinctively that he had been intended for a higher sphere, that he too could number conspirators and court poets amongst his ancestors, that his tastes were as refined as his manners and appearance, that he devoted his Sabbath leisure to the perusal of the Saturday Review, and would have fainted at the sight of a Daily Telegraph. The entrance hall of the Hermitage was by no means spacious. A Persian carpet of moderate dimensions covered the centre of the floor and protected the unwary stranger from the slipperiness of a tessellated pavement. The same subdued colour which pervaded the vestibule reigned in the hall, where there were yet more pale exotics and antique bronzes looming duskily through the shade. Curtains of soft grey silk shrouded a doorway, through which Mr. Crawford passed into the drawing-room, where there were again dark foliage and starry white blossoms in the dim shade of grey silk curtains lined with a pale rose colour that faintly tinted the subdued light, and where 2 white Angora cats were sleeping peacefully amidst the fleecy fur of a huge polar bearskin spread upon the hearth. It might have been the chamber of the Sleeping Beauty which Mr. Crawford had penetrated, and to support the delusion, a lady with closed eyes sat half buried in the softest and deepest of easy-chairs. But she lifted her eyelids as the gentlemanly servant announced Mr. Crawford, and rose to receive him. She was tall and slender. A stern critic would have called her thin. She was dark and pale, with thick bands of black hair carried behind her ears and gathered in a compact knot at the back of her head. If she had not been Mrs. Champernowne, she would scarcely have been called handsome, but a plainer woman than she might have appeared beautiful amidst her surroundings. Whatever charm there was in her face was not to be traced to any perfection of feature, but in the shape of her small head, the perfect grace of her throat, the varying expression of her countenance, the refinement of her appearance, there lurked a charm rarely to be found in the splendour of perfect loveliness. This was the woman who had enslaved many men, but for whom independence was too dear a treasure to be bartered lightly. She had been the slave of an old man's caprices, and had endured her slavery with all womanly patience and gentleness, but having won her freedom, she was not inclined to accept any new bondage. Her friends declared that she had refused more than one brilliant proposal within the few years of her widowhood, and she had already acquired the reputation of a widow who would never choose a second husband. This was the woman whose fascinations were acknowledged by all who came within her influence, but amongst whose victims there were very few so utterly helpless, so entirely hopeless as William Crawford. He had begun by being grateful to her for that early recognition of his genius which had borne witness to her taste. He had allowed himself to be beguiled into a friendship for her, which speedily became the chief delight of his life. He had wondered at her. He had admired her. He had ended by adoring her. Whether she was fully aware of his weakness or utterly ignorant of it was one of the great perplexities of his existence. No word of his had ever declared his passion. He was content to be her friend and guest on sufferance. A word, and he might have been expelled from her presence forever. There were times when he grew desperate and was inclined to make the declaration which, as he thought, must inevitably banish him from the smiles of his enchantress, and thus make an end of his love and his despair. There were times when he made a solemn vow that he would abstain from her society, as a drunkard vows that he will abstain from the fiery spirit that destroys him, and, like the drunkard, broke his pledge before it was many days old. The idea that any other result than disgrace and banishment could follow the declaration of his love for Mrs. Champernowne never entered the painter's mind. Her grace, her fashion, her wealth constituted a kind of royalty, which separated her from William Crawford as completely as if she had been a queen. Sometimes, as he worked alone in his painting-room, He thought of all the men who had been bewitched by the light of royal beauty's glances and had suffered the penalty of their presumption. He thought of the legendary knight who loved Queen Guinevere, of Rizzio and Chastelard, wild Buckingham and fated Königsmark, foolish Rohan and devoted Fersen. Fanciful as the man who lives by the cultivation of his fancy must naturally be, the painter tried in vain to shut the image of his enchantress from his thoughts. The simplicity of his life, the singleness of his ambition, had preserved the freshness of his youth. He was as romantic as a lad fresh from college, and his worship of his divinity was pure and unselfish as the love of sentimental youth. Mrs. Champernowne smiled her sweetest smile as she gave her hand to William Crawford. She was not a vivacious enchantress. Her feminine detractors had been heard to wonder what gentleman could see in Mrs. Champernowne, who had really no animation, and gave herself the languid airs and graces of a person who was in the last stage of consumption. But the devotees who worshipped at the hermitage found a charm in the widow's repose of manner which infinitely surpassed the frisky fascinations of livelier belles. The touch of her soft, cool hand had a kind of mesmeric influence. The harmonious tones of her low voice were like the dropping of water in some sylvan fountain. She excelled rather as a sympathetic listener than as a brilliant talker, but as she talked little and never talked at random, she had a reputation for sound judgment and refined taste rarely accorded to a brilliant talker. For her adorers she was always charming. And though she was alike to all, there was so subtle a fascination in her manner that there was scarcely one among her band of worshippers who did not fondly cherish the delusion that he was the most favoured, and that there were specially melodious accents and particularly delicious smiles reserved for him alone. Accustomed, in the 10 years of her wifehood, to study the whims and gratify the peevish fancies of an elderly invalid, Mrs. Champernowne had acquired the power of pleasing people who were hard to please. Never since she had reigned in her little world had she wounded the self-love of one of her subjects. People left her presence delighted with themselves, as well as charmed with her, and eagerly returned to renew the impressions that were only to be experienced in her society. "I thought you were never coming to see me again," she said, as the painter seated himself opposite to her. "And yet you must know how anxious I always am to hear about your new pictures, and to see you," she added, in a softer voice. And then there was a pause, during which one of the Angora cats had crept to her knee to be caressed. There were disappointed worshippers at the hermitage, who, in the peevishness of despair, declared that Mrs. Champernowne cherished her Angora cats with a view to the aggravation of mankind, and that she knew she never looked prettier than when one of her favourites was perched upon her shoulder, making itself into a fleecy white background for the jet blackness of her shining hair and the pale olive of her complexion. "I believe in the transmigration of souls, and that Mrs. Champernowne is Cleopatra," said a young poet, whom the widow had admitted into the innermost circle of her intimates. "It's not to be supposed that such a woman as that is only meant to last half a century. There must be a principle of economy in nature by which the souls of the mighty are utilized. I know where to put my hand upon all the great men of the past. I have dined at the Garrick with Shakespeare, and I can show you Snyder's house in St. John's Wood, and I have smoked a pipe with Murillo at Kensington, and have seen John Van Eyck putting the last touches to his draperies on the Sunday before he sent his picture to the Academy. I used to lift my hat to poor Harry Fielding, who now lies buried at Kensal Green, and I have bought a cigar case of genial-hearted Peg Woffington at a fancy fair. Mrs. Champernowne is Cleopatra. You can see the Egyptian tint in her complexion after 18 centuries, and her cats are lineal descendants from the sacred animal of Memphis. She sits in her easy-chair in the very attitude in which she sat in her galley when she went to meet Antony, and sometimes, when she is distrait, I fancy she is thinking of Actium. In the presence of his divinity for the first time after some months, William Crawford strove in vain to suppress all semblance of emotion. She was dearer to him than he had ever dared to confess to himself. He tried to beguile himself with the belief that he was only fascinated by her, that the admiration which he felt for her arose only from his artistic sense of her grace. But in her presence all reasoning was vain, and he knew that he loved her. To be near her was so deep a joy that he feared to speak, lest in some wild impulse of rapture he should reveal his secret. He sat opposite to her in silence, with the faint glow of the fire upon his face. "I hope you have not been working too hard," she said presently, when the cat had clambered upon her shoulder, and she had leant her head against the soft white fur. It was very little to say, and it was an expression of sympathy that William Crawford was in the habit of hearing from all manner of people, but from this woman it seemed so much. "No, indeed," he answered, almost sadly. "The error of my life is that I don't work enough. Do you know, Mrs. Champernowne, that since my good fortune I have sometimes wished myself back in my second-floor lodging in Buckingham Street in the blankest and dreariest interval of my life, only because then at least my mind was free for my work. I fancy that a painter ought to live on the top of a column, like St. Simon's Stylites, or if he is a sybarite and must have shelter from the sun and rain, let him beg a lodging in the Octagon Tower in Windsor Forest, and spend his life there with the keeper's children and the deer for his only society. I think the old painters must surely have lived lonely lives, and that the secret of their superiority to us must lie in the fact of their seclusion. We live too much in the world, and have too many distractions. The gleam of sunshine in a landscape, or the smile upon a face which we have been trying vainly to produce for weeks, is just beginning to beam upon our canvas, when a servant opens the door of our painting room and tells us that Mr. Smith has called and wants to see us most particularly, and will not detain us a moment. We groan and go to Mr. Smith, who detains us a quarter of an hour, and when we return to our easel the power is gone out of our brush, the divine light has vanished from our canvas. In speaking of his art, the painter had for the moment forgotten his enchantress, but all the old weakness came back to him as Mrs. Champernowne responded, with the low voice that seemed made to express sympathy. "I can fancy how annoyed you must be when commonplace people intrude upon you. I hope you are going to do something great this year. You have brought me a sketch to look at. That is indeed kind. I feel such a privileged person when I see the germ of the masterpiece that is to delight the world." The painter looked at the speaker half incredulously, but the gentle gravity of her manner gave evidence that she had no consciousness of uttering an exaggerated compliment. "My masterpieces are very poor achievements, Mrs. Champernowne," he said, "and I shall begin to doubt the infallibility of your judgment if you show too much indulgence for my shortcomings. I believe implicitly in the genius of my friends, and I will cherish my faith as long as I live," answered the widow, and then she extended her hand with an impatient gesture. "Let me see your sketch, if you please, Mr. Crawford, and when you have told me all about it, I will make you some tea." There was considerable discussion about the future picture. The subject was Sybil and the infant Jupiter, and the idea was taken from an old play of Thomas Hayward's. Relentless Saturn had commanded the destruction of the child, but the bright smile of the young god disarmed the hand that would have slain him. Mrs. Champernowne was not a gushing person. She gave utterance to no rapturous praises of the sketch, but every word she said went to prove how deeply she was interested in the painter's workmanship. An inner door was opened while she was still bending over the canvas, and a bright-looking, blooming young lady appeared and greeted the painter with frank cordiality. Some women might have feared the rivalry of such a blooming niece as Miss Helen Vickery, but Mrs. Champernowne had no mere terror of her niece's fresh young beauty than Mary Queen of Scots felt when she contemplated the charms of her 4 fair namesakes. She liked to have a pretty niece about her, just as she liked the sleek beauty of her Angora cats, the delicate tints of her grey silk draperies, the turquoise blue of her Sèvres china. "Tell them to send us some tea, Helen," she said. "I am going to give Mr. Crawford an old woman's entertainment. And you know this is not the fashionable tea before dinner," she added, turning to the painter. "The rest of the world may eat supper at 8 and call it dinner, if they like. But Helen and I dine at 4 and doze by the fire till 6, and then we drink tea for the rest of the evening. I know that a modern Brummel would be unutterably shocked if he heard our degraded mode of life, but my tea keeps me awake, and I am always ready to enjoy the society of my friends." I have no doubt that modern hours are very wisely chosen, for of course everything we do in the present is incontestably right, and everything that was done in the past is incontestably wrong. Past was supremely wrong, but I don't think the Hôtel de Rambouillet would have been quite so celebrated as it was if people in those days had dined at 8:30. The Belinda tea service was brought. A clumsy guest had once contrived to break one of the Belinda saucers, but not by the faintest contraction of Mrs. Champernowne's brow could the delinquent have divined the value of the fragile soft paste which he had shattered. The widow was never more charming than when presiding over her tiny tea-table. There was no hissing urn, no glittering kettle simmering noisily above a spirit lamp, for urns and kettles are by nature fussy, and fuss and bustle were unspeakably obnoxious to Mrs. Champernowne. The gentlemanly manservant brought a fresh teapot every 10 minutes when his mistress had many visitors, and Helen, seated by her aunt, dispensed the cups to the tea-drinkers. Every one of the teapots was a gem in its way, and had an individuality of its own. Mrs. Champernowne had a mania for teapots, and had christened her favourites by the names of illustrious tea-drinkers. There were Pope and Addison, Elizabeth Steele and Lady Mary Montague, Molly Lepel and Horace Walpole. No muscle of the gentlemanly servant's countenance relaxed when he was told that there was to be gunpowder in Lady Mary, and orange pekoe in Mr. Pope. The gentlemanly creature lighted a cluster of wax candles and a moderator lamp, and stirred the fire as softly as if the poker had been sheathed in velvet. No vulgar glare of gas ever illuminated the hermitage. Moderator lamps, burning beneath Parian shades, cast their chastened light upon the sombre green of the velvet pile, and waxen tapers twinkled dimly as in a chapel. Mrs. Champernowne glanced at the clock on the chimney-piece. "What time do you dine, Mr. Crawford?" she asked. "I mustn't detain you here while Florence is waiting for you at the fountains." "Florence dines in Bloomsbury this evening, and I dined between 3 and 4, said the painter, who had eaten 3 biscuits and drunk a glass of pale sherry at that hour. Was there any such thing as dinner for privileged creatures who were permitted to enter the sacred chambers of the hermitage? I wonder whether she thinks I would leave her for the sake of the best dinner the united chefs of all the London clubs could devise, he thought. He stayed at the hermitage and drank innumerable cups of tea, and forgot that he had ever sworn to abjure the society of Georgina Champernowne. After tea, there were new photographs to be looked at, and pleasant talk about the celebrities of the Parisian salons, and then the widow played the softest little bits of Mozart for the painter's edification. Peculiar in everything, she had her peculiarity with regard to music, and played Mozart, and Mozart only. Other composers are very grand, she said, but Mozart is grand enough and good enough for me. I find everything that I care for in his music, and don't care to go further. You know I am wicked enough to hate strangers. Rossini and Auber, Beethoven and Mendelssohn were amongst Mrs. Champernowne's strangers. The room filled in the course of the evening, and the painter stayed till 11 o'clock. He went very little into society, and Mrs. Champernowne was pleased to exhibit him to her friends. He knew that he was a slave amongst other slaves who smiled as they contemplated one another's fetters. But in the siren's presence he gave himself up to the sweet intoxication of her influence. Tonight she was especially gracious to him, though even when most gracious she contrived to avoid anything like exclusiveness. "You are my prodigal son," she said. "I began to think that I was never to see you again." Throughout all the evening she said nothing worth recording. She sat in the midst of handsomer women than herself, and gave place while cleverer women talked their best. But those who left her presence remembered her, and her only, and there were many who would have sympathized with William Crawford as he walked slowly homeward through the highways and byways of Kensington, pondering upon his enchantress. "Why should I avoid her, if it is such happiness to me to be near her?" he thought. "I have no foolish hope that she will ever be more to me than she is now. It ought to be enough for me to see her now and then, to spend such an evening as I have spent tonight, and to go back to my work all the better for so bright an interval of happiness. What can I want more than that, or what could be more delightful, while it lasts? But when I am old and grey and purblind, and have painted 6 bad pictures, and the public are tired of me, and the critics call my colour flimsy, and insolent young painters begin to talk of poor old William Crawford, who was once such a great card, will Mrs. Champernowne let me spend my evenings at the Hermitage then? Chapter 16. At home in Bloomsbury. The slow days, the long weeks, the interminable months dragged themselves out, and Cecil lived alone with her husband in the stately solitude of the northern side of Brunswick Square. The celebrated Pea-green Hayne was wont to declare that his horses grew restive when he attempted to take them eastward of Temple Bar, and there are many people nowadays inferior in status to the elegant West Indian millionaire who shudder at the mention of Bloomsbury and affect a serio-comic horror of the unknown latitudes on the northern side of Holborn. Mr. Oboyville had no fashionable aversion to an unfashionable locality. He liked his house in Brunswick Square because it was big and stoutly built, like himself, and as the belief that anything appertaining to himself must necessarily be the very best thing of its kind in existence was deeply implanted in his tranquil breast, he was serenely unconscious of any brighter region than the comfortable square in which he had taken up his abode when he first found himself able to support a household of his own. If he had known that there were fairer places than Bloomsbury within reach of the courts of law, if he had fancied that there was any spot in or near London which would have been more pleasant for Cecil, he would have been quick to move his goods and chattels. He loved his wife honestly and truly, and would have made a heavier sacrifice to give her pleasure. But he knew about as much of a woman's tastes and prejudices as he knew of the habitudes and requirements of a white elephant, and he took Lady Cecil calmly home to the dreary, scantily furnished Bloomsbury mansion, and left her to be happy after her own fashion in the spacious empty rooms while he went back to his work. While he went back to his work. In those few words might have been told the dismal history of two lives. The husband went to his work and gave his heart and soul to breaches of contract and actions for damages, to libel and divorce cases, to actions in debt, trespass, assumpsit, trover, and ejectment. And the wife saw him go out and come in, heard his tired sigh as he sank half exhausted into his easy-chair, but remained utterly ignorant and unsympathizing. She had just at first tried to understand her husband's career and had questioned him upon the subject of his laborious days and studious nights. But when he tried to explain some interesting case, a great will case, in which the issue of a tedious suit depended on the signification of the words then and forthwith, whether the former was meant to specify a particular time or had reference to some other antecedent time, and whether the latter meant immediately or within a convenient time after a certain event, her mind lost itself among the complications of the law, and she was fain to confess herself mystified rather than enlightened by her husband's explanation. He kissed her and told her he would never plague her again with such dry details, and from that hour he very rarely talked of business in his wife's presence. But he thought of it, and that for Cecil was a great deal worse. At breakfast, at dinner, when his young wife was talking to him in her brightest and most animated manner, she would stop suddenly, chilled and discouraged by the discovery that the great barrister had not heard a word of her discourse. After telling him about a new book, a fresh view of Mary Queen of Scots by a French historian, an anti-Carlylean essay on Frederick of Prussia, a passionate classic tragedy by a new poet, Cecil would look hopefully for some answering ray of interest in her husband's face, and would behold his eyes fixed and staring, and hear his lips murmuring faintly to himself. The defendant seems to me to have no case, and the plaintiffs will be entitled to recover if Giddles and Giddles can show that the letter was posted on the 21st. The defendant must be held in law to be the purchaser, and therefore responsible for every bale of the cotton. The cases Slattery versus Spindleshanks, 30th Law Digest, Queen's Bench, page 102, and Capers versus Pepper in the weekly reports are almost in point. Humph, yes, but old Giddles must be kept out of the witness box, and Giddles Jr. pinned to the date and postmark of that letter, and yes. After breakfast, Mr. Oboyville kissed his wife, and hurried out of the house. At 6:30 he came home, washed his hands in a little dressing-room at the back of his study, and sat down to dinner in the dress he had worn all day, with the dust of the law courts in his hair and all the dreariness of the law in his brain. Sometimes he talked a little to his wife during dinner, telling her some scrap of public news in which she did not feel the faintest interest, or reciting some legal witticism which to her uninitiated mind appeared unspeakably stupid. After dinner, he read his papers for a quarter of an hour, and then laid himself down upon a gigantic crimson morocco-covered sofa, which looked like the relic of a departed era, a fossilized mammoth in the way of upholsterer's work, and slept peacefully until 9, when a modest and almost furtive double knock announced the advent of his clerk, who brought the evening's batch of letters and papers. Then the popular barrister arose like a giant refreshed, took a cup of tea from Cecil's attentive hands, and sipped the revivifying beverage in a dreamy manner, staring thoughtfully at his wife without seeing her, and still revolving the case of Giddles and Giddles, Liverpool brokers, and the 3,000 bales of cotton. After tea, he went to his study, which darksome sanctorum he rarely left until the smallest of the small hours had sounded from the clocks of St. Pancras and the Foundling. Lawrence Oboyville had won his position by honest hard work, and by divine right of an intellect not easily matched amongst the ranks of hard-working man. But such a man is apt to make a terrible mistake when he brings a fair young wife to his joyless home. Incessant work had become the normal state of the barrister. He did not know that his home was dreary. His life seemed pleasant enough to him, and he did not know that to a woman such a mode of existence must be simply intolerable. He gave his wife a comfortable house and the unlimited command of money, and he fancied he had done all that was necessary. He had no time for anything more. When his day's work was finished, he was too tired to change his dress, too tired to talk without effort, too tired to go from one room to another after his dinner, and when he had recovered from the fatigue of his day's work, his night's work began. And such a life as this was the realization of his brightest dream. For these days of unrest and excitement, for these studious nights had the young man from Shannonville toiled and struggled. He had attained a high position in his profession, and he loved his profession. What more could the heart of man desire? Venus Anadyomene, divinely smiling amidst a cloud of silvery spray, radiant with vermilion and carmine, ultramarine and Naples yellow, could be no more delightful to the mind of William Crawford, the painter, than were the cases of Giddles and Giddles versus Clithery, Shavington Vs, the Estremadura Soap Boiling Company, Limited, and many others, to Lawrence O'Boynville, Q.C. What reason have the painter and the poet, the sculptor and the musician, to be thankful that the arts for which they slave, the labours to which they devote their lives, are beautiful for all the world as well as for the labourers? If Cecil's husband had been a painter, she would have been content to stand beside his easel while his bright fancies grew into life upon the canvas. Every new picture would have been an era in her existence as well as in his. No curve of an arm or wrist, no pose of a head, no undulation of a drapery that would not have made subject for pleasant talk and spirited discussion. The painter and his wife may go lovingly hand in hand upon the great highway to fame's starry temple, and if she has been his model now and then, and if she has suggested the subject of a picture, or devised some happy alteration of an attitude, she seems to have had a part in her husband's work. To all time the wives of Rubens will be associated with his genius. So long as the work of Raphael endures, the world will remember the woman he loved and painted. But what part can the barrister's wife have in his triumphs? Except amongst certain sets, the world does not talk much of popular barristers, and the wife of a legal luminary hears little praise of her husband from the lips of strangers. A woman must be strong-minded indeed, who can interest herself in the technicalities of a dispute arising out of the purchase of sundry bales of cotton, or the winding up of the affairs of a bubble company. There is something in the very paraphernalia of the legal profession which on the threshold repels all feminine sympathy. The crimson bag, the red tape, the green ferret, the slippery blue paper, which to the unprofessional pen is utterly impracticable for all literary use. Everything seems alike symbolical of a hopeless dryness and arid barrenness, amidst which no solitary blossoms, no lonely, accidental prison flower can put forth its tender shoots. As the dull days crept on, so miserably alike one another, Cecil felt it was her duty to be interested in her husband's career. She read the law reports in the Times, the pale shadows of bad puns, whereat there had been laughter, but which could bring no smile to her pensive face. She could not be interested in those dreary lawsuits, those endless disputations about sordid things. So at last she abandoned the effort and fell back upon her own thoughts, which were sad enough sometimes. As Lord Aspindel's daughter and as Lawrence Oboyville's wife, Lady Cecil might have had enough of dinner parties and evening parties, kettledrums and dejeuners. But she had grown weary of all parties long before her marriage, and was glad to escape from the set in which she had lived, and to hide herself in the remote fastnesses of Bloomsbury. "My husband has no time for going out," she said, when her old friends asked her to their houses. "But you can come, Cecil, and Mr. Oboyville can look in during the evening." Cecil shook her head. "He's so tired after his day's work that it would be a cruelty to ask him to go out," she said. "And you are going to lead this dull life always, Cecil?" "I don't care for society. I was accustomed to a solitary life with poor papa, and it suits me better than anything else." But Cecil, looking back upon that old life, remembered with a sigh how dear a companion her father had been. There was nothing in heaven and earth that they had not talked of, no book read by one and not by the other, no subject so barren that it had not served for pleasant discourse when the shabby old curtains were drawn and the lamp lighted in the drawing-room of that dear old tumble-down cottage on the Dyke Road. Cecil did not consider what it was that constituted the grand difference between her father and her husband. She had lived amongst poor people before her marriage, but she had never lived amongst hard-working people. It was very strange to her to have to do with a person who had no leisure for the refinements and amenities of life, who gave short answers for lack of time to be deliberate and polite, who told her not to bother when she asked some womanly question about his health or his fatigues in the midst of professional meditations. A woman has acquired sublime patience when she can meekly endure to be bidden not to bother her husband and still love on. Never until her marriage had Cecil been familiar with the people who do the work of this world, and it was scarcely strange if her husband, in workday clothes and with his workday manners, seemed to her a being of a different race from that to which belonged the high-bred idlers she had been accustomed to encounter. She knew that he loved her, she knew that he was generous and good and true, but this knowledge was not enough. She knew that he was clever, but her lonely days were never brightened by any ray of his intellect. Her desolate evenings were never enlivened by his wit. Was he her husband? Was he not rather wedded to that inexorable tyrant which he called his profession? He loved his wife and was anxious to please her, but not if her pleasure involved the neglect of his professional duties. If Cecil knew that she was beloved, she knew also that Giddles and the subtle niceties of the law were nearer and dearer to her husband than she could ever be. It was the name of Giddles, mingled with scraps of an address to the court and jury, that he muttered in his fitful sleep. It was how to avail himself of the weak points in Clithery's defence, or Shavington's, or Jones and Smith's cases, that he pondered as he brooded by the domestic hearth. "Why did he marry me?" she thought sometimes sadly. "I am of no use to him. I am no companion for him. A home for him is only a place in which he can eat and drink and sleep and keep some of his law books. If I speak to him at breakfast or dinner time, I may disturb a train of thought by some idle word, and when he is asleep on the sofa, how is he the better off for my sitting on the opposite side of the fire, yawning behind my book? The man who comes to him every evening with the red bag is more to him than I am, for the man and the bag belong to his profession." It is not to be supposed that even so busy a man as Mr. Oboyville lived in entire exclusion from all social intercourse with his fellow men. There were stately dinner parties to which he conducted his elegant young wife, and on rare occasions he gave a stately dinner at home. And then, once more, Lady Cecil was called upon to give her mind to the menu of the feast. Only in these latter days there were no harassing calculations of ways and means, no balancing of fricandeau against calves' head on tortue, no weighing of lobster cutlets against eels à la tartare. All Mr. Oboyville's ideas were large and liberal. His household was well organized, his servants few and efficient, his cellar richly furnished, and if the comfortable kitchen wenches of Bloomsbury are behind the chefs and cordons bleus of Belgravia, the Bloomsbury confectioner is like Todgers's, and can do the thing handsomely when he pleases. But when all was done, those rare and solemn entertainments were very dreary to Cecil. She tried to be interested in her husband's friends, but the legal magnates with whom the great Oboyville chiefly associated were not interesting to his young wife, and the wives of the legal magnates seemed to have lost all the freshness and brightness of their youth under the all-pervading influence of such cases as Giddles and Giddles vs. Clithery and Shavington v. the Estremadura Soap Boiling Company, Limited. If Mr. Oboyville could have purchased his wife pleasure at any cost, save that of his legal position, he would gladly have done so. He saw a pile of Cecil's music books heaped on a side table in the bare, bleak drawing rooms, and half an hour afterwards bade his clerk convey to Messrs. Broadwood his desire that one of the finest grand pianos that firm could supply should be delivered without delay in Brunswick Square. Cecil felt a kind of rapture as she ran her fingers over the new keys and heard the silvery tones of that perfect instrument. For the dowager's cottage, on which she had been wont to perform in Dorset Square, gave forth only feeble tinklings for its treble and woolly confusion for its bass. After the pleasant surprise occasioned by the arrival of the splendid grand, after a happy day spent in desultory ramblings amongst old music books, Cecil tripped lightly down to the hall when the banging of doors announced the arrival of her husband's hansom cab, eager to bid him welcome. She met him and went with him into the dressing-room, where he was wont to make his brief toilet. "I want to thank you 1,000,000 times," she said. "Thank me, my dear." "What for?" asked the barrister, washing his hands. "The piano, the beautiful Broadwood." "What piano?" The great Oboyville's mind was either with Giddles vs. Clithery or the Spanish soap-boiling company. Cecil sighed. It seemed as if half the value of the gift was taken away by the indifference of the giver. "I thank you very, very much," she said presently, but all the girlish animation had gone from her manner. "There is nothing in the world you could have given me so welcome as that delightful piano." "I'm very glad you like it, dear. I told them to send you a good one. I caught sight of your music books on the table in the drawing-room through the open door as I came down to breakfast yesterday morning, and I remembered that music books couldn't be of any use to you without a piano." After this, Cecil tried to make herself happy in her husband's house. She tried to reconcile herself to his long absences, his gloomy preoccupation, his profound slumbers on the mammoth sofa. She tried to be in all things a good and dutiful wife, and to lead her own life peacefully and happily, thanking Providence for having given her so kind a protector, so honest a friend, in the person of the husband who could never be her companion. She arranged her favourite books in a little old-fashioned bookcase in the back drawing-room. She decorated the two gaunt rooms with birds and flowers, and scattered pretty inexpensive knick-knacks on the ponderous rosewood tables. Whatever elegance can be imparted to two great dreary apartments, furnished by general order on an upholsterer with all that is most solid in carved rosewood, and all that is most darksome in green damask, Lady Cecil imparted to the Bloomsbury drawing-rooms, but when all was done they were too large for her loneliness, and the days and nights seemed very long in them. She had piles of new books from a mighty emporium in the neighbourhood, and she read herself almost blind sometimes before the day was done. She had a neat little brougham in which to pay visits or drive in the park, but she did not care to retain fashionable acquaintances whose ways were no longer her ways. The delights for which she pined were not the frivolous joys of Belgravian drawing-rooms, nor the glare and glitter of Tyburnian festivals. When her fancies wandered away from the Bloomsbury realities into the world of visions, they carried her to fair cities in distant lands, to sombre German forests and snow-clad Swiss mountains, towering upward in an atmosphere whose breath is like the breath of a new life, revivifying a worn-out body. She thought how peaceful, how very nearly happy the quiet autumn days spent in Devonshire with her husband had seemed to her. Mr. Oboyville was not a man to do things by halves, and when he divorced himself from business, the separation was always a complete one. During the brief honeymoon, he had been the most devoted and submissive of husbands, the tenderest of friends, the most sympathetic of companions. But once within a shilling cab fare of the law courts, the husband and the lover froze into the man of business, and Giddles versus Clithery, or Jones versus Robinson, or Smith against Brown and others, reigned paramount. Mrs. McClaverhouse honoured her niece by dining with her now and then, and was received with stately ceremony and treated with all courteous attention by her nephew-in-law, for whom she seemed to entertain a profound esteem. The dowager was pleased to express her approval of Mr. Oboyville's wines, and her commendation of her niece's cook. "Though she robs you, my dear, I have no doubt, up hill and down dale," said the experienced housekeeper. "Those good cooks always do, and that husband of yours is such a generous creature that I think he must have been created to be robbed. I do hope you keep some check upon the housekeeping and go down to the kitchen at least once a day. I know it requires moral courage to do it, just at first, but a woman who has no moral courage is not fit to have a house of her own, or to live in lodgings either. For long as my experience has been, I'm not able to say whether a cook's or a landlady's audacity goes furthest in such matters as lard and gravy beef, while the amount of port and sherry such women will make away with, under pretence of hare soup and cabinet puddings, is something awful. But though the dowager had every reason to be satisfied with her reception, whenever she visited Brunswick Square, she did not care to go there often, for her lively spirit revolted against the dullness of Mr. Oboyville's mansion. "I don't know how it is, Cecil," she exclaimed one day, "but from the first moment I entered your dining-room, its effect upon me has been equally depressing. There's a something. I don't know whether it's the dark brown curtains or that dreadful mahogany cellaret, and, oh, why do they make cellarets like sarcophaguses under that gigantic sideboard? But there is a something in your house that preys upon my spirits. Of course, it needn't have that effect upon you, my dear, for you're accustomed to it, and habit always attaches one to things. But I'm a whimsical old woman, and this end of the town always did depress me. While if you take me up towards Islington, past all those cheap photographers and dusty little gardens, you take me to despair." Miss Crawford was a frequent visitor at her old friend's house, though Cecil did not encourage her visits, as her coming very often involved the escort of Mr. Lobbier, who worried the birds stealthily while the two ladies were engaged in conversation, and who was generally accompanied by a diminutive terrier or a fawn-coloured pug of unamiable disposition. Even when Florence Crawford came alone, her presence was not altogether welcome to Cecil. She was oppressively lively, and seemed to grow more and more volatile as the time appointed for her marriage with the young millionaire grew nearer. She talked of nothing but carriages and horses, Tyburnian mansions, and county splendours, and she was never weary of upbraiding Cecil upon the folly of her residence in Brunswick Square. "If I were you, I wouldn't allow my husband an hour's peace till he removed to the West End," she said. "I hear he earns heaps of money, and it's really shameful of him to keep you here." "My dear Florence, if I were to ask Mr. Oboyville to take a house at the West End, I'm sure he would do so immediately." "Then why in goodness' name don't you ask him?" "Because he would be so ready to grant my request, and I don't wish to impose upon his kindness." "Impose upon his fiddlesticks. Really, Cecil, you provoke me into being vulgar, and I wonder how it is, by the by, that all great emotions have a tendency to make one vulgar. I shall lose all common patience if you insist upon talking like the good young woman in a novel. What did you marry Mr. Oboyville for, unless it was for a handsome house and a fashionable carriage?" "I married him because I loved him," Cecil answered gravely, "and because I hoped to make him a good wife." Flo's piquant eyebrows elevated themselves to their utmost extent as her friend said this. "Oh," she exclaimed, "of course that alters the case. But you really are like the young woman in a novel, Cecil, and I could never quite bring myself to believe in that young woman." And then the impulsive Florence pounced upon her friend and embraced her with effusion, declaring that she loved her dearest Cecil to distraction, and that she would not for worlds say anything to wound or distress her. "I'm such a mercenary wretch myself, dear," she said, "that I fancy every body must be made of the same contemptible stuff. The girls I meet are so like me, and all our ideas seem to run in the same groove. Do you know, Cecil, I sometimes think that if we are unbelieving and mercenary, if we worship nothing but the pomps and vanities of society, our wickedness is only the natural effect of the precepts instilled into the youthful mind by those dreadful grandmothers and maiden aunts of the old school, who were always preaching against all that is romantic and poetical, and whose dearest delight was to bray their children's brains in the stony mortar of common sense." Once, and once only, did Cecil venture to speak earnestly to Florence Crawford on the subject of her approaching marriage. All those vague allusions to the mercenary sentiments of modern damsels, which Miss Crawford was so fond of uttering, seemed to Cecil like so many excuses for her union with the rich young Manchester man. She had not the heart to ask direct questions, but she spoke very seriously, as she would have spoken to a sister. "Remember the long, long life, dear," she said earnestly, "the long years that are to come after the wedding day. Women never could talk so lightly of marriage if they had any thought of the future. Think, Florence dear, it is a union that can only be broken by death, or shame and misery 10 times worse than death. I can only repeat the stalest truisms. These things have been said 100 times before today, far better than I can say them. And yet day after day, year after year, there are wedding favours worn and wedding bells rung in honour of marriages that are only the beginning of lifelong misery." "Cecil," cried Flo impatiently, "if you talk like that, I shall begin to think you repent, having married Mr. Oboyville." "No, no, dear, I don't repent, but I know now that I did not think seriously enough of the step I was taking." Miss Crawford had been beating the point of her pretty little boot upon the floor and twisting the fringe of her elegant parasol into all manner of knots and entanglements during Cecil's lecture. The piquant eyebrows were contracted into a frown, and the pretty grey eyes were filled with tears, and it was not easy to discover whether anger or sorrow were the stronger in the breast of Florence Crawford. "I don't think I should have accepted Thomas," she said presently, and she had not yet brought herself to pronounce her lover's Christian name without making a wry face. "In fact, I'm sure I shouldn't have accepted him if I had known what being engaged would bring upon me. Every creature upon earth seems to make it his or her business to lecture me. People talk about hasty marriages and lifelong misery, just as if they had some occult power of knowing that Mr. Lobbyer was predoomed to half-murder me with a poker, like the men one reads of at the police courts, within a week of our marriage. And yet, what did I see before I was engaged? Every girl I knew eager to please the man I am going to marry, and every mother trying to beguile him into marrying her daughter. But now everything is changed. People shake their heads when they talk of Mr. Lobbyer, and my particular friends sigh and groan about my prospects as dismally as if I had set my heart upon marrying a chimney-sweep. If I was going to be sacrificed upon an altar tomorrow, like that young woman in Racine's tragedy, people couldn't go on about me worse than they do. Of course, I don't pretend to say that I am romantically attached to Mr. Lobbyer, first and foremost, because I don't believe there are any romantic attachments in these days, and secondly, because if there are, I'm not at all the sort of person to be the subject of one. And then, after a little pause, Miss Crawford would continue the discussion. "I like him very well, I'm sure," she said, rather thoughtfully, and somewhat as if she had not quite decided the question in her own mind. "And I don't care a straw for anyone else, and I dare say I shall behave pretty well to him, though I fear it's not in my nature to behave too well to anyone. So, on the whole, I really can't see that people have any right to lecture me about the unfortunate young man I'm going to marry." After this tirade, the impetuous Florence again embraced her friend and declared herself for the 20th time to be a frivolous, mercenary creature, unworthy alike of love and friendship. But henceforward Cecil felt that it was useless to interfere with Miss Crawford's arrangements. If sorrow lay before the painter's daughter on the road that she was treading, she was too obstinately bent on going her own way to be drawn back by any friendly hand, let it hold her never so gently. Mr. Lobbyer dined in Brunswick Square one evening to meet his betrothed, on which occasion the barrister subjected him to rather a severe cross-examination. Cecil ventured next morning to ask her husband what he thought of her friend's suitor. "It's rather fortunate for your friend and for the gentleman himself that he was born rich," answered Mr. Oboyville. "There are some men who seem created to distinguish themselves at the Old Bailey, and I'm afraid Mr. Lobbyer is one of them. But as he is the owner of 1 million or 2, it doesn't much matter. If he had been a poor man, he would have run through all the crimes in the statute book. But as he has unlimited wealth, he can indulge himself by breaking 4/5 of the 10 Commandments without putting himself in the power of the law." Chapter 17. Poor Philip. There were other men besides Lawrence Oboyville who found it pleasant to pitch their tents and kindle their household fires within the limits of Bloomsbury. Sigismund Smythe, the novelist, believed in the neighbourhood of Russell Square as the most delightful spot on earth. "I had an overdose of the country when I was young, and I'm not given to babble of green fields and pastures new," said Mr. Smythe, whose quotations were apt to be more appropriate than correct. "People may talk as they like about the dullness of Rachel Street and Sydney Crescent. I only wish they'd had a taste of the High Street of my native town on a hot summer's evening between 8 and 9 o'clock. That would cure them. Dull, quotha! Haven't we the cabs and the tradesmen's carts and the great vans from King's Cross Station, and coals always being delivered at one's next-door neighbours? In my native town there wasn't a tradesman kept any conveyance above a wheelbarrow, and as to cabs, there was only one dilapidated old fly in the place. Oh, I should like the people who turn up their noses at Bloomsbury to try Wareham when the townspeople have gone to a cricket match in the castle meads, and when the only thing alive in the High Street is one solitary cat stalking upon the tops of the houses. Dull, indeed. Why, on such a summer evening as I'm thinking of, I've heard a man yawn 3 doors off, and I'm sure a hearty sneeze would have startled the whole town." Mr. Smythe had taken to himself a pretty country-bred young wife, the orphan niece of his old friend Charles Raymond, with whom he lived in perfect harmony, and who never read a line of his novels. This was a point upon which the novelist insisted. "If you read my books, you'll make suggestions, and if you make suggestions, I shall hate you, and the better your suggestions are, the more I shall hate you," said Sigismund. "Nor do I care about your knowing the depths of infamy which the human mind, for an adequate consideration, can fathom. The critics inform me that my fictions are demoralizing. As a writer and a ratepayer, I believe in my fictions, but as a husband, I defer to the critics and forbid my wife to read my novels." Sigismund's house was comfortably furnished, and in no habitation within sound of the bells of St. Pancras were to be seen so many knick-knacks, such quaint old black oak bookcases and cabinets, such wonderful morsels of majolica and palissy, such Lilliputian silver tea services and watering pots and coal scuttles, such marvels in the art of photography, such delicious bookbinding in white vellum and many-coloured calf as in the dwelling of the romancer. Mr. Smythe possessed that love of colour and brightness, that childlike yearning for prettiness, which seems the attribute of most men who live by the cultivation of their fancy. To keep these household gods in order was Mrs. Smythe's chief occupation and delight, and to her mind the little inner room lined with books and furnished with a wonderful office table on which there were inexhaustible bundles of quill pens and innumerable reams of smooth shining foreign notepaper was the most sacred chamber ever tenanted by mortal man. For in this apartment did the industrious Sigismund compose his romances, beguiled by the yelping and howling of his favourite dog, who inhabited an open stone vault below the novelist's windows, a vault which the boldest of house agents faltered in designating a back garden. Perhaps there was no pleasanter house with a mile radius of Russell Square than the modest dwelling inhabited by Mr. and Mrs. Smythe. Here, when the moderator lamp was lighted and the curtains drawn, some of the brightest luminaries of modern literature assembled round the hospitable hearth. Here were always to be found dry sherry and unlimited soda water, the palest brandy, and the most genuine seltzer and Vichy. Here little wicker-covered bottles of liqueur and cherry cordials that had come straight from Copenhagen by convoy of friendly hands were found lurking in corners of sideboards. Here better things were said than ever found their way to the compositor. Here the mighty chief of the Bond Street blagueur laid aside the murderous pen of the critic and expanded in genial friendship, that delicious friendship of the coterie, which is another name for enmity to all the rest of the world. And here poor Philip Foley came to seek consolation, or at least friendly listeners into whose ears he could pour the unsuccessful man's bitter railing, when the British institution and the Academy had been unanimous in rejecting his pictures, and when the Sunday evenings at the fountains had been particularly dispiriting. Of late, Mr. Foley had abandoned himself to a sullen despair, the outward and visible tokens whereof were to be observed in the length of his hair and the carelessness of his attire. He had taken to immoderate tobacco and laughed a strident laugh at the caustic witticisms of the Bond Street chief. He had grown fitful in his habits and would sometimes drink himself into an intellectual frenzy with innumerable tumblers of brandy and seltzer, while on other occasions he would sit apart glowering moodily on the company and refusing to taste anything stronger than water. Sigismund was very good to this stricken deer. Sometimes, when Philip had taken a homely dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Smythe, and when the novelist had been working hard all day, the two young men paced the streets and squares of the Bloomsbury district together in gloaming and gaslight, and discoursed with brotherly confidence and freedom. "I tell you, she isn't worth the howling you make about her. Le jeu ne vaut pas. The what's-its-name," said the practical Sigismund. "What is she but a little fair-haired chit, with dark eyebrows and big grey eyes, and the insolent turned-up nose of a Palais Royal soubrette? What is she but a mercenary little adventuress? Yes, though she lives under her father's roof and shelters her innocence under the wing of a chaperone when she ventures abroad, the woman who angles for a rich husband is no better than an adventuress, whatever and whoever she may be. And you let yourself run to seed and neglect your work and take to cynical declamation against things in general, when you have good reason to be thankful for a blessed escape from misery. Do you think such a wife as William Crawford's daughter could fail to make you wretched? Why, she would spend your annual earnings on her gloves, and the day that brought you back your unhung pictures from the Academy would in all probability bring you a county court summons from your wife's milliner. No, no, Phil, the lovely Florence would have been no wife for you, and she has shown herself wise in her generation. You want a dear homely little creature, say an orphan. There's an extraordinary advantage in marrying an orphan, a poor desolate young thing who has spent her girlhood as half-boarder or governess pupil in a cheap boarding school, and who will think Islington a paradise, and esteem herself fortunate if she gets a new gown once a year and a clean bonnet cap at Christmas and Easter. That's the only kind of wife for a rising man, the dear, good, uncomplaining helpmate who will devote all the strength of her intellect to make both ends meet, and will, while sitting by your side in the parlour, have an instinctive consciousness that the maid-of-all-work is burning a tallow candle to waste in the back kitchen, the model housewife of the Dutch painters who goes down to her kitchen with a candle in the dead of night to prevent waste and riot. You want a dear little girl with a genius for mending and contriving, who will sit by your fireside darning your socks and singing Whopping Old Stairs or The Last Rose of Summer while you work at your easel, and who will believe in you, in spite of the world, as the greatest genius that ever handled a brush. In point of fact, you want such a wife as my wife," exclaimed Sigismund triumphantly. "And as for Florence Crawford, let her make merry or go hang herself, as the bard observes." "Good gracious me," cried the romancer, suddenly bursting into song. "Should I, wasting in despair, die because a woman's fair? By which, of course, I mean shall you," he added in explanation. "Besides, haven't you your art to fall back upon? If life goes wrong with you, can't you take it out in violent reds and yellows, as I take it out in murder and villainy? When the critics fall foul of me, I buy an extra ream of paper and a gallon of ink and go at my work with a will. All the world lies before you, dear old Phil, and the day may come when Mrs. Lobbyer will be obliged to expend her shilling for a peep at your great picture reigning in solitary glory in some West End gallery, which isn't by any means a new dodge by the by, for didn't the Athenians pay an entrance fee for seeing the Helen which Zeuxis painted for their city? Thus consoled by the voice of friendship, Mr. Foley only grew more bitter, but he took his friend's advice nevertheless, expended his last £10 note in the purchase of a new easel, and set up a monster canvas. He was almost like poor Haydn, who, in the piteous record of his wasted life, declares that without a new large picture to lean upon, he felt as if deserted by the world. In all the course of his acquaintance with William Crawford's fascinating daughter, the young painter had made no direct avowal of his passion. He loved her. He had told her so, indirectly, 1,000 times, and he knew that she was conscious of his devotion. For some time after hearing Florence Crawford's engagement discussed as an established fact, Mr. Foley kept aloof from the Sunday evening gatherings at the fountains. Ah, how he hated the dreary Sabbath twilights after he had forsworn the delight of Flo's society, the wind and dust upon the Islington highways, the smartly dressed churchgoers decorously moving homewards, the smarter servant maids hurrying away from hot little chapels where they had been enduring semi-suffocation in the glare of the gas. Those bright, windy, spring evenings were terrible to the struggling painter. The decorous Islingtonians stared at him wonderingly as he passed them by, with his haggard face and streaming hair, his meerschaum pipe and paint-stained coat. He lit his pipe when he was clear of the crowd, and with that faithful companion walked the suburban highways till midnight. On such evenings the atmosphere of his painting-room stifled him. The prim little sitting-room in which his landlord's family kept their Sabbath state was odious to him. "I feel as if I couldn't breathe on those wretched Sunday nights," said Philip to his faithful Sigismund. "It is all very well while I can see to paint, for I have grown a heathen since she threw me over, and I stick to my easel on Sundays as well as weekdays. But when the light goes, my pluck goes with it. I light my pipe, but the tobacco chokes me. I fold my arms upon the window-sill and try to think out some difficulty in the composition of my picture, but it's no use. I find myself thinking of her and wondering whether she is arraying herself in one of those gauzy white muslins with floating turquoise-coloured ribbons in which she looks the incarnation of freshness and innocence. And then I light my lamp and open my box of watercolours and make a little sketch of her in the cloudy muslin and the sky-blue ribbons, with sunshine upon her hair and sunshine upon her dress, and the tenderest shadows hovering about and around her. Ah, Sigismund, if you are ever desperately in love, thank Providence that you can't paint. That's a fatal power. To conjure out of a few paltry pigments the beloved face in all its dangerous beauty, instinct with looks of love that never will illumine it for you, to be forever calling into life and brightness the same lovely shadow, and to know that it is only a beautiful phantasm, to kiss the lips that are nothing but a patch of colour wet from your own brush, to pour upon eyes that owe their sole light to artful touches of the pencil. Ah, dear friend, that way madness lies. If St. Anthony had been as good a draftsman as William Crawford, he wouldn't have been St. Anthony, for he could never have rid himself of the sirens. When I have finished my sketch and have admired it, and have got into a passion with it, and have torn it into 100 fragments, I put on my hat and go out. But even out of doors the atmosphere seems close and stifling, and I can scarcely breathe till I get beyond Holloway to the crown of Highgate Hill, and then I stand on the bridge and look down upon London, and think what a vast Babylon it is, and how many girls there are within its boundaries ready, like Florence Crawford, to sell themselves to the highest bidder, slaves who only lack the badge of slavery. I shall go to Switzerland in the autumn, Sigismund, and paint from nature, and try if I can't walk down my disappointments amongst the mountains. As the time when Miss Crawford was likely to become Mrs. Lobbyer drew nearer, poor Philip found his Sabbath evenings more difficult of endurance. That passionate yearning to see the adored object once more, for the last time, to which all despairing lovers are liable, took complete possession of the young painter. For 3 consecutive Sundays, he fought against the temptation, calling up his pride to assist him in the struggle. But pride is very weak when bidden to do battle with love. On the third occasion, Mr. Foley snatched up his hat, hurried to a barber in a poor neighbourhood in which a barber's business was at its best on a Sunday, and sacrificed the luxuriance of his hair and beard to the man's inartistic scissors. Then, after a walk in which he fought the tempter for the last time, changing his mind every 5 minutes, the painter went back to his lodgings and made a careful toilet. There was a feverish kind of pleasure in what he was doing, the desperate sense of delight which a despairing wretch is apt to feel when his woes have come to a climax, and he is about to snatch the one chance of a fleeting joy that remains to him amidst his misery. It was a balmy evening in May, and the stars were shining in a tender blue sky when Philip descended from the heights of Islington. He had sold no picture for the last 6 months, and had exhausted the quarterly instalments of his modest income, so he was fain to make his way on foot along the interminable New Road and across the park to Kensington. He brushed the dust from his boots with his cambric handkerchief as he stood before Mr. Crawford's gates, and while doing so, he had the pleasure of beholding the arrival of a pair of high-stepping cobs and the smallest of miniature broughams, furnished with the biggest and most ferociously flaming of lamps, whose demoniac glare might have been easily dispensed with under the silvery spring starlight. A contemptuous groom with a tight waist descended from the box of this vehicle and opened the door with a bang, thereby releasing Mr. Lobbyer, who emerged something after the fashion of a badly fitting jack-in-the-box, and who looked a great deal too big and clumsy for his brougham. The two men looked at each other as they passed through the gateway together, pretending not to know each other, and with an unquenchable hatred visible in the faces which they fondly imagined expressed nothing but a contemptuous indifference. The rich man was free of the place, and contrived to push his way to the drawing-room before Philip, and the young painter, following close upon his heels, had the opportunity of beholding Miss Crawford's coquettishly disdainful welcome of her affianced suitor. Poor Philip saw her face grow pale as she looked across her lover's shoulder and recognized her old admirer, but the colour came back to the delicate cheeks very quickly, and she gave Philip her hand with her airiest manner. "Where have you been hiding yourself all the season, Mr. Foley?" she exclaimed. "We never see you now. I hope you are devoting yourself to some great picture that is to astonish us all. Do tell me what you have been doing in all these ages." Miss Crawford drew her airy dress away from one side of the capacious triangular ottoman, which had been almost hidden under her voluminous draperies, and Philip seated himself in the vacant place. Yes, there are decidedly some joys left even for the desperate man, and Philip experienced a keen sense of delight in defying Mr. Lobbyer. That gentleman stood beside his betrothed, looking down upon her with an expression which might have, in some degree, justified the dismal forebodings of the people who foresaw only melancholy results from Miss Crawford's brilliant match. But Flo was not a person to be alarmed by the scowls of a jealous swain, scowl he never so savagely. She looked up at Mr. Lobbyer with her sweetest smile, and murmured gently, "Surely, Thomas, you know Mr. Foley? You must have met him here again and again." The two men uttered unintelligible growls without looking at each other, and Florence continued her conversation with her unhappy admirer. "I hope you have been working very hard," she said, "and painting from nature. Papa is always talking about the necessity of painting from nature. Have you been abroad, or in Scotland, or Wales? Pray let us hear what you have been doing." "Very little so far, Miss Crawford," answered the landscape painter gravely, "but I am beginning to work in savage earnest. Men must work, and women must weep. I think that's what Mr. Kingsley says. Heaven knows the men work hard enough nowadays, but I fancy the race of women who weep has passed away." Miss Crawford looked at her victim with the most charming expression of bewilderment, and then after a brief pause she said sweetly, "I looked for something of yours at the British Institution and the Academy, and was so disappointed to find nothing. How did it happen?" "My pictures were rejected. It is my destiny to be rejected," said Philip, with tragical intensity. Mr. Lobbier at this moment gave utterance to a suppressed growl, and might possibly have testified his indignation by some overt act of discourtesy towards Philip, if a little deputation had not approached the ottoman to entreat a song from Miss Crawford. That young lady, rising promptly to comply with the desire of her friends, left her two lovers scowling at each other. A young German, of a musical turn of mind, conducted Flo to the piano and made himself busy in arranging the music and placing the candles. Mr. Lobbier, glaring at this gentleman and addressing Philip Foley under cover of this gentleman, gave utterance to his sentiments. I should have thought when a fellow was engaged to be married to a girl, other fellows would have sense enough to know that the girl doesn't want their attentions, said the amiable Thomas, and then he stalked to the piano and stood behind his liege lady, staring moodily at the parting of her hair as she played and sang. Mr. Lobbier was not an enthusiast in the musical art, nor indeed in the pictorial, nor in any art which demands the possession of refined tastes in the man who loves it. Philip held himself aloof from the group around the piano. He heard Flo's clear soprano voice ring out the airiest of ballads, all about Switzerland and chamois bounding free, and mountain maids who sing tra-la-la-la from morn till dewy eve. He heard her, and fancied that such silvery notes could only belong to a singer unencumbered with anything in the way of a heart. She could never sing like that if she had a spark of real feeling, he thought. How charming she was just now! How sweetly she smiled at me! How graciously she invited me to sit by her side! And yet she has no more consciousness of my suffering than if she were a mermaid. She is going to marry a rich man, and she is so pleased with her good fortune that she is ready to be amiable to all the world. But for pity, or compunction, or womanly tenderness, bah! She does not know what such things mean. The young painter turned his back upon the crowd, the fashionable people who came to the fountains because they wanted to see what William Crawford was like, and the artists and professional people who came because they liked him. Poor Philip turned his back upon society and went into a little inner room where there were stands of engravings and photographs, and where flirtations were often carried on pleasantly under cover of art. The little room happened to be empty just now, and Philip threw himself into a chair by the open window and abandoned himself to melancholy meditation. Mr. Crawford's garden looked very pretty in the starlight. There were trees that had been growing there for centuries, a noble old cedar which had sheltered the powdered bow and bells of the Hanoverian dynasty, under which Harleigh or Bolingbroke may have paced with meditative steps. A tree that had flourished in the days of the court suburb's grandest glory, and which flourished still for the delight of William Crawford the painter, who had given something like a guinea an inch for his old-fashioned garden. Philip had been sitting alone for some time. He had been so long undisturbed that he had forgotten the nature of the place he was in, and the meaning of that gentle buzzing and humming of voices in the adjoining apartment. So profound were the young man's meditations that the sound of footsteps close behind him did not break the spell of his reverie. It was only when a friendly hand was laid upon his shoulder that he looked up and saw his host standing by his side. "Florence told me you were here, but I couldn't find you till this moment," said the great painter, giving his cordial hand to the moody struggler. "What have you been doing with yourself all these months? I wanted your help for the background of my Jupiter, but perhaps you are growing too big a man to paint backgrounds." "Not too big a man, Mr. Crawford, but too proud a man. I think the unsuccessful men are always the proudest. Failure is like poverty. It sets a man against his fortunate fellow creatures. I've been painting 7 years, and though I've worked fitfully, I've not been idle. If I don't do anything to make my name known amongst painters in the next 3 years, I'll make a bonfire of my easel and all the rubbish of my studio, and take to my father's trade." What was that? He was a lieutenant in the 82nd Foot and died of cholera on a forced march in the hottest month of the East Indian summer. There was a fuss made at the Home Office about that march, and it turned out to have been one of those official blunders by which lives are so often wasted. I dare say my father had rather a hard time of it altogether in his brief military career, but his life wasn't all disappointment and failure. He didn't know what it was to give his heart and soul to the work he loved, to think of it by day and to dream of it by night, until he woke from his bright dreams to find it all so much wasted labor. He never knew that. "No, Philip," answered William Crawford gravely, "but I have known that, and you know as well as I do, that I have gone through the struggles and endured the disappointments that seem so hard to you now. Do you remember that mystical story of Bulwer Lytton's, in which the student, who would fain have made himself master of a mighty science, was arrested at the outset by a hideous spectre that haunted the threshold of the shadowy temple? At the portal of every temple you will meet the same forbidding spirit. I have faced the dweller on the threshold, Philip, and have wrestled with and vanquished him. For me, he has borne the shape of toil and poverty, failure and humiliation. He has dressed himself in the clothes of the hanging committee and has rejected my pictures. He has made himself an art critic and has demolished me in a malevolent criticism. In every form I have encountered him and have mastered him, only because I loved my art better than I loved myself and worshipped my art as something apart from myself. There was some method in poor Haydn's madness when he said, 'In me the solitary sublimity of high art is not gone.' With an execution in his house and a cook dunning him for her wages, the poor enthusiast was able to rejoice that there was one person left in the world to paint big, classic, unsaleable pictures. I believe that poor fellow was a real artist. There are men who paint great pictures who are not true artists, and there are true artists who never paint great pictures. Your ideal artist is above envy and above despair. Haydn committed suicide because he couldn't pay his butcher and baker, not because his big canvases were unsuccessful. He would have gone on painting and hoping against hope if he could have afforded to live. It was the sordid, everyday necessity that vanquished him. You will never be a great painter, Foley, while you think of your own disappointments, your own failures. You must learn to merge your identity into the mighty abstraction. If they refuse your picture at the Academy today, go home and begin a better tomorrow, and before the month is out, you will rejoice that your rejected canvas was unhung. The story of Lot's wife has a moral for painters. Never look back. What are the failures of the past and the present? A little wasted canvas, a few tubes of color more or less, and it is across the failures of the present that brave men march to the triumphs of the future. What hot-headed fellows the young men of the present day are! I was 35 before I got a decent price for a picture, and here is a lad of 27 talking of going out to India to die because he is not acknowledged as the new Turner. William Crawford had been the kindly friend and adviser of many young painters, but it was not often that he spoke as earnestly as he had spoken to Philip Foley tonight. The young man grasped his counsellor's hand with feverish ardour. "You are right," he said. "I am a weak, egotistical fool, and it is of myself I am always thinking, and not of my art. A painter ought to divorce himself from the common weaknesses and to wean himself from the common pleasures of mankind. And yet Rubens was happy with his beautiful young wives and had his home as well as his painting room. I gathered some ivy leaves in his garden last autumn, and, standing in the little pavilion where he used to sit sketching on summer mornings, I thought what a blessed existence it must have been, the sweet home life in that quaint old city of Antwerp. But it is not in every man to be Rubens, nor is it in every man to win the woman he loves, and, you are right, Mr. Crawford, the painter who wants to be great must forget himself and his own troubles. I dare say there were family jars even in the Antwerp household, and that glorious Peter Paul has gone to his work with a sore heart on some of those bright summer mornings." There was a pause, during which both men stood looking out at the starlit garden, thinking of the women they loved. Mrs. Champernowne had promised to look in at the fountains on that special Sunday evening, and had not done so. It was like her to delude me by a promise, on purpose to disappoint me by breaking it, thought Mr. Crawford bitterly. "Come, Foley," he said at last, "let's hear what you have been doing. I hope you are working honestly." "I am working honestly just now, but I have wasted more of my life lately than I can afford to waste, and I have only just awakened to the sense of my folly." "Then you are lucky," answered William Crawford. "The man who awakes to a sense of his folly at 27 is a happy fellow. There are some of us who are fools for the best part of our lives, But answer my question plainly. What are you doing now? Mountain scenery, an evening storm. And you paint your mountain storm at Islington with no better light than you get across London chimney pots. That is not the way Collins painted. You must go straight to nature, my dear boy, and paint your storm amongst the mountains. A man whose pictures won't sell and who has only 100 a year to fall back upon can't afford to go to nature. I did think of spending the summer on the Yorkshire coast, roughing it among fishermen and coastguardsmen. But I have outrun the constable and must stop in my Islington lodging and paint pot boilers. I can't afford to travel this year. Yes, you can, Philip, if I lend you a couple of £100. You, Mr. Crawford. Who can better afford to do so than I, who know your power to do great things in the future? However, on reflection, I won't lend you the money. Borrowed money is supposed to exercise a demoralizing influence on the artistic mind. I'll give you a commission and pay you in advance. There's a little bit of scenery on the Danube that I fell in love with a few years ago. I'll find you the description of the spot in Murray, and I'll write you a cheque for the 200 before you leave the house tonight. Spend your summer and autumn on the Rhine and Danube, and bring me back my pet spot on a small canvas. But this is too generous, stammered the landscape painter. There's not a spark of generosity involved in the transaction. If I were a Manchester man, you would take my commission without thanks or parley. But since you insist upon treating the matter as a favour, I will attach a condition to my offer. And that is that you leave England at once. These long May days are too good to waste in lodgings at Islington. I think I know why you do me this great kindness, said Philip. First and foremost, because I believe in your genius. Secondly, because you don't wish me to come to this house just now. I understand the delicacy of your kindness. I appreciate your goodness, and you accept my commission as heartily as it is given. I shall start for Rotterdam by the next steamer, and when I come back, you will bring home a picture which the Academy will not reject. I may be on the hanging committee myself next year, in which case, I promise you, your landscape shall not be skied. Be sure there's human interest in your picture. By the by, you paint the figure better than any landscape painter I know, and mind you make good use of your power. That barefooted girl with the pitcher would not have crossed the brook so often if your crack landscape painters didn't know the value of human interest. Let us have something fresher and stronger than the barefooted girl for Trafalgar Square next May. There was a walnut wood davenport in the room before which the painter seated himself. He took a cheque-book from one of the drawers and wrote his cheque while he talked to Philip. If you take that to my bankers, they'll give you circular notes, he said. And now, good night and goodbye. Start by the next boat, work your hardest, and look forward to next May. I mean you to be a great man. For the second time, Philip grasped the great painter's hand, and that hearty pressure of palm to palm was the only expression which he gave to his gratitude. Nor did William Crawford give him any opportunity for grateful protestations. Before the young man had put the cheque into his pocket, his benefactor had returned to the drawing-room, where his guests were perpetually being surprised and delighted and unspeakably obliged by instrumental and vocal performances, during the progress of which they had appeared agreeably occupied by animated conversation. After putting the painter's cheque into his pocket, Philip went out into the garden and paced slowly up and down a broad gravel walk that led away from the house and was overshadowed by trellis work and creeping plants. He wanted to linger just for a few minutes within the precincts of his paradise before he turned his back upon it forever. When I come back here, she will be married to that cub and the mistress of some fine brand-new house in South Kensington or Tabernia, and I can remember her walking by my side in this shaded alley, looking up in my face with grave, earnest eyes and pretending to be interested in my art, as if she cared for art or for anything upon this earth except fine dresses and diamonds and a 300-guinea barouche in which to display herself when she drives in the park. If I painted a good picture and made a success, would she be sorry then, I wonder? After 2 or 3 rapid turns up and down this dark alley, where the sound of voices and music came to him through the open windows of Mr. Crawford's drawing-room, Philip went back to the house and made his way through the crowded apartment. He would have left the fountains without seeing Florence, but that young lady happened to be standing in his way to the door. She looked at him with a bright, surprised face. "Why, Mr. Foley, where have you been hiding yourself for this last half-hour? You only appear to make yourself invisible. Baron Meifenheim has been singing the most enchanting little German ballad, and I so much wished you to hear it. I know you like that kind of music." "I like it so well that I am going up the Danube on purpose to hear it," answered Philip bravely. "Good night, Miss Crawford. Good night, and goodbye." He laid a solemn emphasis on the last two syllables and suffered the little hand he had taken to fall suddenly from his loose grasp. Flo had been an accomplished coquette from the date of her 13th birthday and was accustomed to heart-rending farewells, and yet she felt just one little pang as those solemn syllables fell upon her ear. It would have been so much more pleasant if the landscape painter had waited to witness her triumphs and to be excruciated by her fascinations when she had entered the lists of bewitching matrons as Mrs. Thomas Lobia. The steamer left St. Catherine's Dock for Rotterdam at noon on the following day, and on Monday night Philip Foley sat on the raised deck of the vessel smoking a cigar and looking dreamily down at the phosphoric light upon the waves dashing past him with an eager, palpitating motion, as if, or so it seemed to Philip, each silvery wavelet had been hurrying madly towards the English shore to kiss the feet of Florence Crawford. "There's not a boat goes by us, but seems to my mind to be sailing towards her while I am going away," thought the despondent lover. He was sorry that he had accepted the painter's kindness. He was sorry that he had pledged himself to become an exile from the land in which he had enjoyed the privilege of making himself supremely miserable for love of Florence Crawford.